Um, it's definitely come into fashion recently. It's not something that we saw when Chalet first came out, but I think that for some teams in their playstyle, it works out. I think it works out particularly well for the Chiefs because the Chiefs, they're a very fluent team. They have great comps and they have great teamwork as well. So doing things like this extended roam and contesting the entire map all at once, I actually think it really works out in their favor. But it only works out for the teams that have this very sort of niche type of roam where they can actually play off each other and they know the teamwork and their teammates inside out. So they know exactly how to play off each other's behavior and they know the timings to fall off and that type of thing. It doesn't work for your amateur teams or your less experienced teams because it requires such a high level of teamwork to be able to do. On the flip side, I see the reason why Guz doesn't like it. It's because you can choke out the anchor pretty easily. All the walls are actually quite easy to get open. So I can see why Guz doesn't like it. But I think that there's a high retake possibility on this site, and I can see why it's excellent for the playstyle of the Chiefs. Neptune now able to enter the building and does pick off Bouncin. The rest of the roam is having to fall off.
And like you're saying, the roam game is instrumental to the defense of this bomb site. Worthy falling back and Bouncin going down is a red flag for the Chiefs. And it shows everything that teams fear about this bomb site, which is losing the roam game and allowing the attackers to gain vertical control. But Chiefs now, they've re-roamed. Ethan's still in bar, so they're not completely forfeiting. And look at Worthy. He's zealously retaking the top floor. Stands on the mezzanine after coming up fireplace stairs. What is the push for Vertex? Because they're not full clearing.
No, Vertex looking like they're keying into a backtake here, but still setting up Supremacists and Jackenna here on cutoffs. They know that Chiefs, with their roam, they're going to want to play the retakes. So they need to set up attackers to make sure that does not happen. Now, Kaken, Nep, and Zane able to work the wall with the Thatcher still on the board, interestingly enough. It's really starting to look good, quite good for Vertex. I think they've placed their attackers in exactly the right position to counter this push.
Huge potential here for Vertex now. They have fantastic positions, but Chiefs will flank. It's just a matter of when. There's Worthy. Can he be refragged? He doesn't know the position of the attacking player, but on for the flank as well. We have Boyd. It goes down. Vertex, thanks to Zane and some phenomenal flank watch, can clean up the remaining defenders and a strung together set of attack rounds for Vertex.
Yeah, like I said, really well played from Vertex. They knew that because there were so many roamers, they're not going to give up the map that quickly. They're going to want to play the retake, especially with the Vigil on the board as well. So it's much more elusive for those flanks and that type of thing. So setting up Jackenna, especially on the Jackal, and the combination of the Nomad to prevent some entryways really works in Vertex's favor. I think they did, again, excellent time management on the early round. They found that first pick as well, so that really works out for them to be able to get their attackers into exactly the right positions to play the cutoff and to be keyed on for that retake.
Look, Mandy, I know that Chalet is historically a attacker-sided map, so I don't want to read too much in, but you're looking pretty good with your prediction right now. This is a Vertex.
Oh no, don't say that.
This is a Vertex
don't ghost me.
stepping up. I mean, really, have we seen Vertex play this well so far? I don't know if we have. I can't even rip into Chiefs that much. I think that was a pretty nice strat on for the defense. I think you summarized it really well, the way that they relied on that retake, but Vertex just had their number.
Yeah, that was really well read from Vertex. I'm actually quite impressed with just how perfect not only the operator lineup, but even the positioning of those two operators played into that Chiefs roam. It's just, oh, and at the end there, yeah, playing the trades on the retake was a bit unfortunate, but Worthy actually finds the early pick onto Nep. This is something that we haven't seen yet from the Chiefs. Both the previous two rounds, they've been able to get in the building. Now Supremacist finding another one and traded by Bordy. Oh my gosh, what is happening in this round? 30 seconds in and everyone's dying. Zane is dead as well. Now it's a 3-on-3 for Vertex. And I don't think anyone's even stepped in the building.
Yeah, I mean, 35 seconds in and nearly half the players in the server are dead cold on the ground. I think this is surely an adjustment from the Chiefs. They've decided, look, we're trying to play too smart. Maybe we just need to get in their faces really early. If Vertex only have a couple of components remaining, if they only have a couple of their players left, even if we also only have a few players left, it really forces Vertex to have good mid-round adaptation. You know, what are the comms going to be like if you don't have your hard breach or if you don't have your grenades? And that's now where Vertex is going to get tested.
Yeah, Vertex now severely lacking in utility, actually. They've only got, I think, one shock drone left. The wall doesn't have denial on it. I take that back. Never mind. I thought the Kaid would still be up here, and I've completely misread that. But they will be able to get the wall with Kaken's hard breach. So it's still winnable for Vertex. They have just the right amount of utility that they need to be able to amount to some kind of push as well. But Boydie, he's got this power position here in Piano. There's not that much utility on the side of Vertex to clear it, so they'll have to face it head on. Oh, dear.
One big weakness, though. Oh, okay. Oh, never mind that thought. Chiefs just have Boydie swing Piano and take down Zane. That's a big pick. Another thing that Vertex going to have to worry about is the Nomad. Supreme being one of the early picks opens opportunities for Chiefs to flank. 55 seconds now. Looks like Piano may well be free.
The Chiefs electing to give up Piano now, sit back. They know they're in a 3-on-2, so they can start playing out these trades, wait for the execute to come through, even play the retake. I think the numbers work in their favor for a couple things here. So, yeah, they're playing it well. They're playing it conservatively, except for Worthy, who's holding a tight angle, and Kaken is just too sharp.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly didn't see Kaken from Worthy's POV. And what plant denial are Chiefs going to try and do? No C4s, no smokes. It's going to have to be the swings. And Vertex will try to force this plant down. It's Kaken in position. Chikena to cover from half wall. He spots out the player, finds the double! Oh my god! What is this Vertex we're seeing? They're up 3-1.
Vertex are playing some textbook chalet here. They've either voted out Chiefs really well, so you know exactly what to do on this attacking half, or they're reading into these defenses so incredibly well. It feels like they're always bringing the correct utility. They always have the players in the right location. Neptune, he's that fearless entry. He's just jumping into the building. He died that round. That was unfortunate. But yeah, he always makes space with Vertex. I just feel like they're playing textbook Rainbow Six Siege right now. The Chiefs, even though they contested out that early round, they played that so well. They were unable to win out against the likes of Kaken and Chikena. They're just too sharp.
Yeah, I mean, it's really refreshing to see Vertex just looking so good, isn't it? And it makes you wonder, like, yeah, Chiefs still have an opportunity to come back here. If Chalet is as attacker side as it has been in the past, Chiefs still have an opportunity to win this half. If they can win the following 2 rounds, now keep in mind they have won this Bombsite bar games before, they can repeat that and then go off to one of the other sites and win that, then yeah, they could well win this and close it out pretty handily on their attacking side. But Vertex have already impressed us just so much.
I actually agree with you on the Chiefs being able to come back on this. Even though they lost the previous round, I hope that that loss doesn't dent their confidence too much, because the philosophy they brought into it, attacking on the early game and in the mid game, I think really works out for them. Particularly because in the previous attack rounds, we've seen Vertex just be able to do the time management like way too much respect for them. They were able to get way too much done so early on in the game. So I really hope the Chiefs don't give up that kind of philosophy here. Worthy still seems to be doing this same roam. He shot out a drone, so it's good progress from here with the support of Bouncin as well. Vertex, they don't seem to be playing the cutoff as well, so they might get a free pick here, honestly.
For Chiefs, it's a matter of shoot drones and fall back, but they just don't fall back fast enough, do they? One drone that they managed to take down for one player going down. Worthy managed to get a refrag. Chikena looking to get it back. Worthy actually doesn't escape yet, and Kaken's just droned him out. This is really tough now. He can't cross safely. His teammate comes in with the impact to open him a rotation, and he falls on back, but it is not without cost. Ethan goes down to Supreme, and once again, Mandy, we find ourselves at an early 3 versus 3.
3 versus 3 again for Vertex. They're playing the trades just superb. Worthy as well, playing the trade out onto Neptune. Yeah, just super excellent again from Vertex and from the side of Chiefs. Now it's about for Vertex. Last round, they weren't able to get any intel into the site. They had to rush to take these one-on-ones, and they weren't able to even kill Digital sitting inside of storage. So hopefully this time they realize, okay, the Chiefs, they're going to fall back. We've gotten our picks onto them. We just start running into that top floor, start making use of that sledge, and see whether we can plan out this execute a little quicker.
This is where Vertex have to make sure not to get complacent. They've been here before. Numbers equality with all kinds of map control. Still 7 drones. That is to their advantage. So much info. Supreme coming up for a flank from blue. Needs to be ultra cautious. Worthy has no clue. Worthy, you can't lose this one. He takes a bit of damage and he falls back. And now he's cut off. Oh, Vertex, you are just hitting all of your shots. The Chiefs really feeling that pressure in the 2-on-3. 2-on-1, oh my god. It's just Boydie Mandy. He's literally the only man left. A 1v3 and he just does not last. Vertex, where is this newfound resistance coming from?
Vertex is giving right now, I'm telling you. They're absolutely giving to my predictions. I've totally cursed myself. Now I've said it twice because you said it, now I've said it. So it's totally cursed now. And we also just watched the 2-6 comeback, so I'm scared. But Vertex is giving. That was an amazing attack. And yeah, just such great coordination. Supremacists and Jackenna on opposite sides of the map eventually converge in on Worthy to find that pick, and that really opened up the execute for them. That was amazing. Oh wow, this is an incredible game to watch.
Vertex saw your prediction and they, what's that meme? It's like, so you're telling me there is a chance? You know, that's what happened. They saw that and they're like, hey, look, not everyone thinks that we're terrible. And they absolutely ran off that. And they are doing phenomenally. This is amazing, especially when you put it into perspective and think Kaken is the only man on Vertex who's actually played in OCN before. And he's only played for 3 months. He only played Stage 3. Before that, he was an OCL, just like the rest of these guys. So what an insane showing from Vertex, who are taking it to the reigning champs.
I think the thing about Vertex as well is just they look confident, you know? Like, this Chiefs roster, they are scary. I would hate to play against this team. It's terrifying. But Neptune, he hops in the building every time without fail. Supremacist also setting up the flank watch. He's not afraid to be sitting on the drones and actually takes the gunfights when that flank comes through. So just, yeah, really impressed by the confidence of Vertex. We've seen a lot of the other Challenger Leagues come into it and give way too much respect to the former OCN teams or just to any opponent that they face, but not with this team. This team, they're taking it as if they were just a nobody, really.
And that's exactly what we saw from Odium earlier today as well. They said in their interview that we just decided to stop giving wildcards so much respect, and we're seeing that from Vertex here. It's fantastic. And yet they're not letting mistakes slip in. Chiefs have tried to change the pace by getting aggressive early in 2 rounds in a row. Those 3v3s have not fallen their way. Now Vertex have a chance to outright win this half. A 5-1 would be very scary for Chiefs to try and switch onto their attacking side. A 4-2, very much redeemable.
The Chiefs now dialing back a little bit, going, okay, this early round isn't working out for us because we're down numbers. We don't feel like we're as good in the late round. So let's just wait for them to come at us instead. So whether he wasn't as aggressive, he wasn't looking for that entry pick this time. So I don't mind this from the Chiefs, but it does give Vertex a lot of free space. A minute 40 into the round, the office wall is already opened up, so that's top floor cut off. Now Kaken starting to work the main wall as well, and there's no anti-breach on the wall, so that's a free opening for them as well. Vertex, they have a lot of options here for this execute. And Jackenna finding the entry pick with the grenade. I think that was a grenade through the drone hole as well, onto the power position in the corner of living. So well played from Vertex, starting to choke out the defense. The Chiefs, I just think that this is way too much respect to Vertex.
I mean, Vertex are just playing so well, aren't they? Looking like an absolute OCN-worthy team and more. And already we've seen 5 out of 6 rounds. It's been Vertex who have found that opening kill. They've done it once again here. And realistically, how long until they can execute? 50 seconds left. They're looking pretty close.
Oh, wow. Oh, my gosh. That is so sharp. Supremacist also pushing through the top floor. That is so confident of him. He does not need to push that far, but he thinks he can find the picks here as well. So, oh, that's unfortunate. He does get crossfired in the top floor, but there's still one more attacker to hold out here. 30 seconds now. Vertex looking for the execute, but Bouncin and Ethan able to retake the top floor. That's a critical mistake from Vertex.
Yeah, now Chiefs actually have control upstairs. They can do vertical plant denial. Great shot from Neptune, but it's just him left. It's a 3K from Bouncin and eyes on Diffuser as well. This could not be a more difficult position for Neptune. He's got his grenade out. What's he going to be able to do with it? Doesn't net anything. Now he can try and force this plant down. 5 seconds in the 1v2. Ethan's coming for it. Can he deny it? Neptune does not survive. And there's the Chiefs finally back in it with 2 rounds in the half.
So not Neptune. the entire Vertex top floor push was just, that was a really abysmal mistake from Kaken and from Supremacist to push so deep into that top floor. Your teammates, they're going for a regular dining execute. They don't need you to be all the way in the top floor. This is a crazy shot from Jakena, by the way. Oh my gosh, I can't believe he saw him like that. And then, yeah, Neptune being able to get the second push in, but just ultimately that top floor control was so critical for the execute that Vertex were trying to do. And just so unfortunate that a slight misplay and they had to give up the top floor, allowing Ethan and Bouncin to retake. That was very, very hard for Neptune to win from that.
What do we reckon now? Were we hyping it up a little bit too much? Is this just a matter of attacker-sided Chalet? I mean, even if it is a matter of attacker-sided Chalet, Chiefs have still got a real rough job here. They're going to have to win 5 rounds in the half to get this away without heading to OT. And Chiefs really can't afford an overtime here with how few points they are on so far. They've had 2 outright losses, tied with Vertex at the moment for points. Chiefs need every single point they can get from this match.
I think this is still winnable for the Chiefs. They've clearly keyed in to the push that, sorry, the defense that Vertex are trying to do here. They're going for this extended roam, pretty similar to what the Chiefs did, without the vigil though. So slightly different. They're bringing a bit more utility maybe for the late game, who knows. But the Chiefs, they did 3 attacker repicks here, and specifically they repicked onto the Jackal as well. So they're keyed into this roam clear. They're also bringing the Jackal and the Nomad as well. And Chiefs, we've seen them historically be able to execute onto the basement, doing this exact push many, many times before. So I'm backing them in to know exactly what to do step by step. Worthy now playing the top floor cutoff, they're just getting the drones in, making sure that the Vertex players cannot retake. So I like the progress from the Chiefs. I can see that they're trying to attack the backside and they're getting their players into the exact right locations here.
This is really when the Chiefs truly tested. Attack is where they should be flourishing here. Let's see if they can do so. Good map control. Good hard breach ability. Ethan now going up to Snowmobile with the Maverick's torch. Starts to open some holes. Is he just going to make lines of sight, I wonder? Or is he actually going to go for a proper entry breach?
Ooh, interesting. It seems like they're going to open an entry hole into here as well. That looks like a possible nade hole or something. Oh, interesting. He's fallen off it. Not really sure what the plays
Is this
here.
to play repel or something? Can
Yeah,
you repel
maybe it's a repel. Maybe that's a hole so they can see the camera and shoot it from the outside or something. I'm not sure, to be honest. That's interesting. But either way, Chiefs looking to do a back push. Getting this wall isn't super mission critical, so that's okay. The other side of the map has Digital, who I think has just pulled out an exothermic charges and is going to start working on the wall as well. So good progress from the Chiefs so far. 1 minute left to go. I think they're going to have to clear some electric lure on the wall. Okay, never mind. That's been cleared. Digital now able to get both walls open. I think the Kaken is the only one left on the site with a shield as well. So looking pretty promising for the Chiefs. Vertex, where is your retake? Where are your anchors to support the site?
Well, the hatch is open. Bouncing in dining. Vertex really need to start this flank. Down comes the execute. And Chiefs are looking very strong in the 5v5. The diffuser is planted. 45 seconds now for Vertex to retake, but Bouncing is there to cover. And now Jakena looking for his own flank, but he's got all kinds of Chiefs players to worry about. Not the least is Worthy upstairs, who jumps on down and finishes him off. It's just a whitewash for the Chiefs, who may well make it flawless. Diffuser down and not a player dropped. The Chiefs, you can't ask for a more convincing round than that.
Yeah, that was a great round for the Chiefs. I don't think that was even a very hard round for them. They weren't given that much contestation on the top floor. The retake from Vertex, that was not coordinated at all on their part. I think Jakena tried to make a play into office, must have got cut out from Worthy. Bouncing also finding a pick on the ground floor as well. So just not a fan of the way that Vertex play that retake. The thing about doing a roam like that is that only teams who are very experienced know their teammates and know how to play that kind of teamwork and make the timing right between themselves are going to be able to make a roam like that work. Whereas for the Chiefs, they're veterans in the scene. They've been here for a very long time, right? So I'd back them in to do that kind of a sort of strategy more than Vertex. I feel like Vertex, they need to dial it back in. So far, they've played really great textbook Siege. They They're doing everything. It's basic, it's simple, but it works. And I hope that they can still translate that onto their defense side. Don't do all these fancy things. Let's start playing regular Siege, play on shields, let's play crossfires. Make sure we hold out that utility because that's something that we all know how to do and we know how to do it together.
Well, maybe you should be in the voice comms right now. You're clearly in their corner, having picked them. The Vertex are taking a tactical pause right now, and you can see it's Supreme who's doing a lot of the talking, contributing a lot of his insights into what really Vertex need to be doing. You reckon they need to dumb it down, go back to basics, focus on their fundamentals? Do you think that's what they're saying right now?
I don't know if that's what they're saying, but it's definitely what this game has showed us that they're good at. I think it would be my opinion on it. Like, a strategy like what they did just then, that requires a lot of finesse from each player individually. And so far in this game, that has not been their strength. Their strength has been working together. Pinching, sort of playing crossfires, that type of thing. So, whereas for the Chiefs, yeah, I do back them in to be able to pull off, dig deeper into the strat book, let's say, like that. So I think Vertex, yeah, I'm interested what their takeaway is going to be from this tactical timeout. I wonder what they're going to come away with it, and maybe, yeah, maybe they will dial it back, or maybe they'll dig even deeper into the strat book to look for something new.
Only get a minute to talk it over. Then they have to get back into the server and jump straight back in. The first question, what Bombsite choice will we make? We are on the defense. We're the ones who have to pick up which site we're going to be going for and dictate the pace from then on. Snowmobile Wine Cellar, not my preference personally, and that was where they took us first up. Second round in, and it looks like this is a Master Office defense for Vertex. A very popular site. Got some wall denial. We've got the Frost. I gotta say, Frost having a near 100% pick rate this game is not something I expected.
I feel like Frost is a big staple in Chalet. You've got the secondary shotgun. That's mission critical to the defense. Frost mats, they're kind of a bonus, but you also get a shield, which is something that we see on pretty much every single bomb site, including kitchen dining, because you normally have to bring 2 or 3 shields for both floors as well. So Frost, it can be a necessary pick for some of these bomb sites. You just need to do so much destruction, and you need that extra shield. So I'm not like super surprised by it, but yeah, I think some players do like it more than other players. Some players really enjoy their little Frost mats. Yeah, now the Chiefs having to attack onto Master and Office. This is a primary site. Surely they know how to do this. Vertex looking to do a pretty basic hold as well, putting a shield onto Piano, but actually extending vertically down into Dining.
And I wonder, first step for the Chiefs, are they going to go for a library execute into Office, or are they going to go for a repel execute into Solarium and then eventually Master? Because a lot of high-level teams tend to do the latter. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what Chiefs are going for. Already, Ethan's managed to get his twist thrown into the site, but it does get taken down before it gets anything more than information. The Chiefs very separated right now. It's only Ethan here on the Solarium side, Worthy downstairs. It looks like it may well be a vertical take from bottom up for the Chiefs.
The Chiefs actually playing into this solar hold that Vertex have. They got the 2 Ruining Gates with some Jaeger ADS devices on the stairs. Wow, he just turned around as I said that. That was amazing. Yeah, so I think the Chiefs, they haven't really played the counterplay and tried to sweep across the map. They said, okay, the utility's here. We're just going to face it directly because that's where we know our enemies are going to be. So Boyd now holding the vertical angle down from inside garage. Zane is now stuck there. He has to make this particular power position work, and he doesn't quite make it work. Wow. 2 picks now coming out from the Chiefs.
Huge flank watch downstairs as well from Worthy to make sure no player can escape back into Trophy, but Supreme finds a long angle onto Bouncer, and that's a good pick to at least redeem something now for Vertex. Neptune as well downstairs, knowing that the Chiefs have taken control of Trophy and already felled one of his teammates from that position. Bordy likely to drone him out shortly. Deactivating once again these Aruna Gates. It is Digital. Ethan very keen to get on in as soon as he possibly can. But time is of the essence. And the impact trick is, believe it or not, going to deny the X-Kairos from that wall.
Only 4 X-Kairos left, actually, for Digital as well. So the best he can do here is to make a line of sight onto the hard wall. I think they have still Boydie up to open up an entry hole into the site if need be. But that's still a little bit of a blunder into the Chiefs' attack, because the idea of this direct attack is they want to choke up the defenders. But if Supremacist is pushed up so far like that, Ethan is going to find a freebie.
Big pick for Ethan, and now he gets into the site. There's information on him in the form of that bulletproof camera, and no opportunity now for the Chiefs to take it down. So instead they will plant right in front of that camera. That gives Vertex an opportunity, but not one that they'll be able to take. It's just Neptune left. K-Kin's down and out. And this double window possession is just far too much to contend with. SMG 11, and this is by far one of the worst positions we've seen Neptune in this game. Lucky to find even one kill here, and he's got to find 4. The retake is just not going to happen. Shotgun, come on, try and get Digital. Not going to happen. There you go. The Chiefs, all in all, a very, very nice attack.
Yeah, well played from the Chiefs. Even though they played into the defense of Vertex, they were able to clear out the utility fairly systematically. They did have to burn a few more X-Kairos for those Aruna gates that reset, but anyway, they were able to get into the building through the mid-round. They realized that Vertex had to fall very far back once Worthy had the cutoff on the double window as well, and they were able to get an execute into the site, even though they couldn't get the wall open. So that was really well played from the Chiefs. Vertex, I think, just lacking in getting value out of those power positions. Another thing as well is that I'm going to touch a little bit on the smoke ban here too, because even though they lost the power positions out in Solarium, there was no way that Vertex could have denied the plant later in the round as well. They didn't have Echo. They don't have smoke on the board because it's banned as well. So that's one shield gone first of all, and that's also your plant null. So in order for Vertex to have made that defense work, they would have had to push up much further and try and contest the Chiefs closer into the execute, which was nigh impossible because of Worthy on the cutoff. So only Supremacist tried to go for a hero play and it totally didn't work. Ethan just shut him down. So yeah, that's well played from the Chiefs, and I actually think that the smoke ban is kind of working against them here.
Wow, there you go, big call. Vertex tried to just simply ban out the smoke, but despite that, they weren't able to find a 5-1 half on their attack. And now it looks like, Mandy, we may well be looking at a very, very attacker-sided Chalet. And if that's the case, I wouldn't be surprised if Chiefs can come away with 5 rounds here and win it in regulation. So Vertex have absolutely lost the lead that they established in the first half and are really feeling the pressure now.
Yeah, this is definitely looking to be a fairly attacker-sided Chalet. The Chiefs looking like they can replicate what Vertex did and more. The strategies that the Chiefs are bringing into this particular map or series, and it's a lot more dynamic than what Vertex have been bringing in as well. You only see teams that are very experienced go for this kind of attack where let's just try and take map control everywhere we can. Let's try get in the basement as well as probe out the top floor. Maybe try and contest these people on the ground floor as well, which seems like has just been droned out too. So this is a fairly dynamic attack. Not that many teams will be able to do this quite fluently. So this is just a testament to see Chiefs, they're experienced. They know how to play Chalet. I think they're doing the little torch thing on storage as well.
Oh, is that what it is? Nice little Maverick pick there from Digital. Does enable Bouncing to get that long line of sight into stock. Guessing he's got it now. Didn't
dear.
quite see it.
Oh,
oh
no.
My God, Digital, you survive
wow.
with 1 HP. You lucky duck.
That is very fortunate for Digital. I can't believe Supremacist must feel absolutely robbed of his kill there. But yeah, Digital survives on 1 HP, and yeah, they're able to get open that small line of sight onto storage, which means that that power position has also been cleared out. Again, I think the Chiefs, even though this attack is taking a lot of time, they're taking the right steps to get this done. Zane does trade 1 back though, so looking a little better in the infamous library corner, but now storage is open up. There's sort of a lack of power positions now on the site. They can start choking out the top floor. 50 seconds left to go for the Chiefs to make this attack work. What can they do?
More than enough time, and it does feel like Vertex really need to find a pick here or there. But you can see Zane is really pinched. Bouncing is still holding this line of sight into stock. And if Zane isn't careful, he's going to lose his head. What a shot. And the reaction time from Bouncer nets him a kill. Now it's just K-Kin and Neptune to step up. 2 players which have so much potential, but can they land a 2 versus 4? K-Kin, that is the pivotal play. But Bouncing, he's patient. And that nets him another pick, but he does lose his life to Neptune. Now in the 1v2, Ethan just barely gets it across the line. And Chiefs have swept aside Vertex 3 rounds in a row and looking so good on their attack.
I just want to highlight again the difference between these two teams. I think we're looking at an attacker-sided half, but two completely different philosophies going into the attack. Vertex, they were really good at doing the basics. They swept every time that they attack. They did a very basic roam clear, it's quite linear. Whereas the Chiefs, the way that they're playing this attack is, let's just take everywhere on the map that we can get control. We'll open up the walls that we can, clear the utility that we can, and look for picks and choke out the defense that way. What it means is that for Vertex, they have to key in to everything that the Chiefs are doing, and they have to find that teamwork to be able to deal with either one part of the attack or just wait it out to the late game, try not to give away any picks to all the lines of sight and places that the Chiefs plays might be cutting off and that type of thing. That's a much more dynamic and difficult defense to do in comparison to just, oh, they're sweeping from one side of the map, let's just hold a shield and watch them. So I think that's the difference between a very experienced team and a team that is newly formed. Kaken, he's had to teach his roster everything again. They haven't played in OCN before. The Chiefs, they know how to do all the textbook stuff already. They had Fisher Guy to teach them that through however many dry runs they might have done. So we're seeing a very sparse difference between the two teams here.
So Chiefs are always happy to do something a little bit more complicated, and it just gets so difficult to counter, doesn't it? You look at that Solarium push, you look at the way they attacked Bar just then. How do you counter that when the Chiefs are very fluid? And, well, back to, well, kitchen dining. In fact, this is Vertex doing the Round the World Tour, but they haven't won a single bomb site yet. This is the 4th and final bomb site choice that Vertex have on the map. But it's going to look a lot like this Master Offers attack. If I would make a hazard a guess from the Chiefs, it should be pretty straightforward for them.
The Chiefs looking like they're trying to do a solo attack again. 2 ADSs on the solar stairs, played by Jakenna, I believe. So yeah, they're going to have to clear that utility. Last time, they were very successful at it. We'll see if they can replicate that success in this round. Oh, that looks pretty good.
Ooh. Nate, a flash. Supremacist loses his life. Excellent work there from the Chiefs. And a 5v4 plus some map control alongside.
This is interesting from the Chiefs. So they're just going to drone at the top floor and make sure it's safe. If they want to do this solo attack, they don't necessarily need the entire top floor control. They just need to be able to watch and make sure that Vertex players can't retake the top floor so they can get their hard breach into trophy and work on that kind of execute. So that's what Boydie's doing at the moment on this double cutoff. He's making sure they can't get back into master and they can't get back into bathroom because that would be very bad for the attack they're trying to do into trophy. Kaken also watching through that vertical angle in anticipation as well. So both Vertex and Chiefs keyed into the attack that they're doing, with Bouncing on the cutoff as well, protecting him from Jakenna. So it's about time management here, I think, for the Chiefs to try and get their hard breach in, drone out the site. 1 minute left to go, but I think the steps are really good for the Chiefs here.
Boydie ever so patient. Bouncing does end up finding Jakenna from that top library stairs window. And there's no doubt Vertex have absolutely been pushed on back. Kaken now contesting with the hatch, but he's worried about Worthy behind him. Worthy's looking for another one. He gets it. And looking for a 3rd kill now. Worthy. It's just Neptune. He's red pinged, and there's absolutely no chance for him. Forced off the bomb site. Desperately trying to deal with this Twitch drone. He might be able to get the down on Bouncing, but he's at the minute worried about the Twitch drone. Neptune, don't let it end like this. A flawless round as Boydie's nade finishes it off. The Chiefs have won every single bomb site attack on this map.
Yeah, the Chiefs, they're just playing so well into this attack half. Oh no, Ethan, come on. That was a bit mean.
Bro.
Look, the alibi gun, that thing got a nerf. It's a little more bouncy now, so that's a bit mean from Ethan. But anyway, the Chiefs doing a really great attack onto Solar. We just saw they're just so proficient at doing that utility clear onto the stairs, and Vertex, they just didn't have any players to support Supremacists, got picked off 1 by 1, and Chiefs eventually able to overrun the site. Worthy, a great double kill.
Wow, it's looking very, very scary now for Vertex. Match point for the Chiefs. Vertex need to have a massive comeback here. It's a shame, isn't it, Mandy? I mean, it feels like not long ago we were really hyped up for Vertex. saying that there's potential for a 5-1 half in their favor on their attacking side, and yet switch over to defense and Chiefs show us just how good they are on Chalet. These attacks have been so perfect.
Yeah, Vertex are getting there, but not quite there yet type of team. They showed so much promise, but they don't quite have the depth that Chiefs have, particularly on Chalet of all maps. I'm still so shocked that they took Chiefs to Chalet, but Vertex, they're going to be reattempting this extended roam that they tried in the previous round. It didn't work out too well for them. The Chiefs actually bringing along the exact same attacking lineup, I believe, as well. So, yeah, the Jackal and the Nomad will be working out in their favor. Vertex, they don't seem to have changed anything up. So, wow. Okay, that being said, 2 trades go out 20 seconds into the round. Jakena and Worthy and Bouncin doing 3-man trade. And, yeah, I just think that Vertex, I'm not really sure if this is the right play from them, to be honest.
I mean, it's scary at this point. They've tried 4 different bomb sites and struggling to get traction on any of them. I don't know the stats, but I'm sure that Vertex have found a fraction of the kills in the last 4 rounds as they did in the first half. And Chiefs have absolutely taken control of this match. Bouncing, though, going down. That's the Jackal, and that does give a little bit more flexibility to Vertex, forcing Chiefs to use drones to find these positions instead of scanning footprints. Potentially optioneers for flanks, for holding onto a little bit more map control.
Worthy now just hopping into the piano room as well. He's going to start being able to get those Nomad jabs down. And yeah, he's going to be able to cut off these Vertex roamers. In particular, I think it was Supremacist and Neptune roaming around as well. Oh, I think they're going to be cut off from the vertical of all things. Oh, wow! That was a great Nitro cell, though. And oh my gosh, I've actually never seen that vertical cutoff before. And so I think that was well played from Boydie to be able to do that. But unfortunately, Neptune just had his number with that Nitro cell. Worthy now having to come down, replacing the gun up for Boydie, having to burn up. Oh no, I think there's also one player hiding in the white garage that they might not have droned out.
Oh, they know. They are very, very aware of it. But how long can Neptune survive? A spray on down. Digital is starting to really put that pressure on. Is there going to be some support?
Oh, no.
Neptune finds Worthy. He has been absolutely worth his weight in gold in that position. He's now taken in another player. 2v3 now for the Chiefs. Match point is looking very, very scary for them. Vertex have the man advantage.
Digital this time not able to get open this wall as he had in the previous round, so they're going to have to use a Maverick Torch to try and chuck a nade through and get it open. But there's only 40 seconds left of the round. Both walls are closed. Last time they did this attack, there was much more success, and Vertex have all keyed in, and they're back on the site. This is a 2 versus 3. Power position still up for Vertex. It's looking like a Vertex round to me.
Digital has a breach, though. Over goes the nade, but what a shot from Kaken. It's all on Dig now. A 1v3, might not have seen that first player. In a 3-way crossfire, and they are going to go hunting, sneaking up from behind. He's in the crossfire, and Vertex can easily do away with Digital. Finally breaking the 5-round winning streak of the Chiefs and inching very, very close to overtime. Vertex just need one more defense round, and they will at least steal a point from the Chiefs.
The Chiefs, they're replicating the same attack as they had on the previous time that they attacked it, but this time losing out on the entry pick. So Bouncing going down, like you said, that takes the Jackal off the board. That makes playing the cutoff a little harder. It meant that Neptune could roam around in dining and kitchen for a little bit longer, even though Boydie found the vertical cutoff onto him. I guess Neptune's just better with the C4, what can you say? And then finding even more value, wasting even more time into White Garage, meant that it took way too long for the Chiefs to get the walls open, and eventually Vertex able to win out the round. So Vertex, I would say in that round, that was just a little bit more team play, I think. They had all the roamers keyed in together. They were all fighting the same map together. They were even playing in duos or trios, eventually one getting picked out. But yeah, I like that from Vertex. I think that was really well played. The Chiefs just unfortunate that first pick had to be the Jackal.
Yeah, absolutely. And wow, Vertex really stepped up on the individuals. I mean, Neptune took some 1v1s that he maybe shouldn't have won, but did anyway. And on occasion, that does convert a round win. But Chiefs now are going to be attacking this bar games room Bombsite again, and we saw the repicks come out in the prep phase. They are bringing exactly what they want coming into this one. No exception is the Nook, the Maverick, even the Osa making her unlikely appearance. So Chiefs think they can do even better than they did last attack.
Chiefs looking to replicate a fairly similar attack they did last time. Let's work on the basement control first. But Jakenna seems more keyed in this time. Bouncing, does he know? Oh no, he doesn't know. And Jakenna finds the entry pick of the game. Sorry, of the rounds. That was really well played from Vertex.
Big pick as well, Bouncing, who showed how valuable he was when he was playing on the snowmobile stairs, peeking through those Maverick holes. Got at least 2 kills from the position, if I recall correctly. Now the Chiefs fighting from one man down. Looks like they're keen to try and enable playmaking. Ethan as well is the player I'm looking at for that. He's on the nook and he's managed to sneak into dining. What can he do with it? Because at some point, he's going to reach a pretty strong fortress defense from Vertex. And the Chiefs really need to have some serious legs to their attack.
The Chiefs still staying with the attack philosophy here. They want to probe out the defense, try and choke it out and find a pick, but so far to no success. 1 minute 30 left on the round, and Digital will rotate over to Library to try and clear out the Library corner. All right, here we go. Deja vu. It's Zane's turn in the corner.
You're in the naughty corner, mate. That nade is going to send you straight out of it. Great job from Digital, and the Chiefs perfectly clear that power position. Exemplary stuff. And now in a 4v4, numbers even. Still some power positions held by Vertex. Jakenna in box. Neptune at top of Fireplace on the mezzanine. How long can they hold on here?
Yeah, 1 minute left to the round, and they're still holding on to this top floor. I don't mind this from Vertex, but if the Chiefs do a classic Chiefs move and decide, all right, let's skip the top floor and try and make a play into the bomb site, that could be pretty bad for them. I hope that anchors are watching for this jump in that Digital looks like he's just about to do. Oh no. Oh, they are!
What a shot! The long line of sight. No 1.5 times scope needed for Kaken. Digital goes down, and the diffuser is cold on the ground. Boydie throws out a drone and gets the E1D roaring on through. It's all on Worthy, Ethan, and Boydie now. Ethan's found one. Is the trade going to come through? It's damn close, but Jakenna falls back. Diffuser is still down on the ground. The Chiefs, they have a chance here to lock it in. No overtime if they can get this round, if they can just pull it across the line. Ethan's surely going to drop now. The nade coming through, the second one uncooked, but Boydie's out. Kaken, he goes down. It's only on Supremacist, but the Chiefs, they finally lock it in. Match point and GG. The Chiefs, they were pushed hard, but they manage a victory, 7-5.
The Chiefs eventually able to come back into that round. Ethan really an enabling play there, running through the top floor and eventually able to take out both top floor players, if I'm correct. So yeah, that was really well played from the Chiefs. They were able to find an in and eventually overwhelm the site. That's just a very classic Chiefs move where even though they're down players, even though they don't have the right utility or the right power positions yet, they're still able to find an in and they're
Light me up.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
That's a good question.
The last 16 months, our team's literally been the best. You know, stage 1, 2, and 3 last year, no one's really competed against us. Not even Digital.Cheese. He's got nothing really. And even this year, we've been flawless. No one can beat us.
Didn't you lose 3-0 to Wildcard in the grand final of OCS?
I feel the flame
The fire in your eyes make me
Surely not. No, not to be.
I won't
Running
lose
around,
my
causing a
mind.
ruckus. Oh my god, what he
Waiting for my
He
fall.
can though, how good the SMG can be, but the player pushing it from behind. He finds that kick on the drift. He swings and finds still on the bounce. Oh, but he doesn't. Surely he can't. Oh, got a double. What is going on? He doesn't. Oh, swing there from Wedge. The bank stone. 1 versus 3. Now 1 versus 2. Can you make it a 1 versus 1? The 50. Oh, no. Champions. He never counts them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't You've just been listening to Chosen by Banks Arcade. You should be used to it by now. We're a fair way through OCN. In fact, we're into Playday 6 of Stage 2, the final stage that we have here in OCE. Unfortunately, it's a bit of a sad little teardrop, if you will. But if you do want to learn more about Chosen, about Banks Arcade, !Chosen in the Twitch chat. They are streaming on all services at the moment. So go get yourself in tune with that. I'm pretty sure Dev's almost just gone full emo boy tonight. I mean,
Really? Is that what you're calling me?
What? Emo
Because
boy's
I got
probably
the
a bit,
dark
that's a bit
hoodie and the
harsh.
leather jacket.
Actually, to be fair, so is Mandy. What's going on here? Are you guys
sorry.
like, are you trying to like role play Banks
Have you,
Arcade or something?
Have you seen Spider-Man 3?
Ah, yes,
So-
please. If we don't get the dance scene by the end of tonight,
I'll see if I can get this going like all the way down right over my face as well.
No. Oh, no. It's gone from bad to worse. Mandy, how are you feeling? I know you had a project due
Yep.
today, an assignment even.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all done now. Now we can rest, have a good night of OCN instead. Best way to end the Friday night, I reckon.
There's no better way other than, of course, looking at the standings, because that's what's all important here. We'll have a look who is kind of sitting at the top, I guess. Well, I mean, we're sitting at the top. That's probably all that you need to know, is the fact that we are the all-important top standing trio. The other trio, they're not really worth your time of day. But Wildcard currently sit undefeated. Now, that is a sight for sore eyes, Dev.
Undefeated, and on top of that, haven't even dropped a single point. Not a single game that they have played has gone to overtime. Right on the back of their OCS 3-0 most dominant victory I think we've ever seen in a grand final in Oceania. They have not slowed down into Stage 2. It's phenomenal to see them on top within OCE. Unfortunately, they failed to make the major through their APAC South performance, but at least that they can still, stomp over everyone here in OCN.
Probably the biggest disappointment, Mandy, and I think you might agree with me here, Ludovica with 2 points. An OT win is all they've had of 5 games.
Yeah, I'm really upset by that as well, because there was so much hype going into this team this year. They were really taking the fight to some of these top 4 teams, especially contesting for that APAC South position, which they're going to be playing in by the end of the year, by the way. They have confirmed their relegation spot now. And so seeing them down deep on the scoreboard is just, it's not what you want to see.
No, it isn't. But of course, they still have 2 play days to fix that and potentially, realign heading toward the end of this year for that all-important relegations. Let's have a look at the schedule for tonight. Maybe Ludovica can kickstart with a bit of a bang here on Play Day 6 as they take on Kraken. Now, I would probably back them in to win that, but from there, I guess, Dev, the match of the night, I mean, do I have to say it? Wildcard going up against the Knights. This is a big game.
Yeah, a big OCE rivalry between Wildcard and Knights, 2 teams that have been at the very top of Oceania for such a long time, with the exception of Wildcard's, hiccups last year. Don't really want to delve too much into that. Knights are in top performance at the moment. They are in huge form. Last night, they played in APAC South, and next week, they're actually going to be playing off for a spot at the Major in APAC South, but now they've also got to keep in mind that there's teams that are chasing them down, like Wildcard, who has been unstoppable in OCN so far.
We'll have a look at the predictions to see how split the panel of experts are. Now, I use the word experts very lightly because Ducky, of all people, is sitting out. He's only got 3 wrong. That's actually kind of ridiculous. Mandy, you're not doing too bad, but the problem is you're on the level playing field with me, which is not a good thing.
You know, I don't think that's too bad from us, Rob. I don't mind that. Love that for us. Not doing too bad. But, of course, my co-caster doing much better than I am. 2 more wins up. But, yeah, I feel like tonight has been... It's relatively even. Only Blue Pandas going with Kraken for the first game. The wildcard game at the end is pretty split, but otherwise pretty much the same across the board.
I'm actually surprised, Dev, not to see more wildcard down the bottom. Do you think that's just because of the Knights' performance last night?
You tell me. You're the one who picked Knights. Me and Blue Panda, we know what's up. We've gone wildcard. You guys are all going to look silly by the end of the night.
Look, I will say this. I had totally forgotten that wildcard were actually doing well in OCN. I didn't look at the standings when I did predict that, so I will put my hand up and say I may have made a bit of a blunder there. But also, the Knights, they're on a bit of a steamroll. They're on a bit of a victory path, if you will. Of course, for those of you that don't watch APAC South, they are only 1 game away from booking their spot at the Berlin Major, and that will be next Thursday. Make sure you tune in for that one. But, of course, we are going to stay here and now. This is the more important night because, well, we've still got 6 days until we get there. Speaking of the days and them slowly diminishing, Ludovica don't have much longer to prove to us that they deserve that APAC South spot. I think there's no other way of putting it. They go up against Kraken tonight. This matchup in particular, I do worry a little bit for Kraken. If Ludovica have that hump on their back, you know, this could be a bit of an onslaught. But to be fair, Kraken have held their own at certain points, Steve.
Yeah, Kraken's been a bit of an up and down team. They are currently on the standings in 5th, which is, to be honest, pretty respectable for their first stage into OCN. They had a close game against Knights, for example, but they've also lost 0-7 to Chiefs, which was when Chiefs finally broke their losing streak of Stage 2. And so it has been pretty turbulent. There's been high highs, but equally low lows. And Kraken, I think, will take the fact that they are higher on the standings into this game against Ludovica, try and have a bit of confidence. But yeah, definitely a very hungry Ludovica. So these guys are going to have to work really hard to make sure that they don't let this game slip.
What do you make of this roster, Mandy? You know, a lot of names that coming into 2022 we hadn't really heard of. Holy crap, over Pluto's shoulder, that is terrifying. That is utterly terrifying. Is that Ed Sheeran?
Yeah, it is.
Wow. I had like a little mini heart attack, but Mandy, before I derail this conversation any further, that's messed up. Mandy, tell me your thoughts on Kraken.
Well, honestly, I'm a bit taken back by that. I hadn't noticed it until you pointed it out. And then when I saw it, I was like, oh my gosh, that is terrifying. But yeah, Kraken have really come into form recently, especially regaining their 5-man roster that they'd hoped to play for when they entered into the stage. I think they've shown us that they're a team that's in pretty high contention with the rest, especially that like bottom 4 of the teams that have come into OCL, the newer rosters. They seem to be on top at the moment, and they could take it to some of the, I suppose, higher echelon teams in the top 4 of the bracket at the moment. But right now, I think it's about experience, building that roster, and seeing how far they can go.
Well, speaking of building a roster and seeing how far they've gone, Ludovica have really, I think, from all the way back in Stage 3 of 2021, shocked us. And I think Stage 2 is definitely still on point with that statement, Dev. They have shocked us, but not in a great way.
Yeah, it's very strange to see them skyrocket up the standings in Stage 1, and Stage 2 has been pretty disappointing. They have, of course, brought in Supremacist instead of Shaq, but aside from that, you know, this roster has all the firepower it used to have. Particularly, I'm looking at players like Ed Pan, who I always rate as, you know, one of the most underrated players in the region. Logic's had some good moments, but also struggled, I think, a bit in Stage 2 compared to perhaps his Stage 1 performance. But this is a team with a decent amount of experience now. Like the trio of Sawyer, Ed Pan, and Twent played in OCN last year, and even in their debut stage under Overt, they did really, really well. And I don't know, it's been disappointing. Like, even if these guys beat Kraken in a 7-0 today, they still won't jump over Kraken in the standings. They're 4 points behind. The maximum they can get from this game is 3.
Wow. That's not good. That I'm really worried for Ludovica. Obviously, you know, so be it. They've made the APAC South relegations, but I think they still need to be making statements when they can. Speaking of statements, let's have a look at the veto statement. That's right. 8 bans, 1 pick. We go to Borrigan. I'm excited yet concerned yet happy that we're not going to a map that might cause a bit too much chaos. Mandy, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking that Ludovica seems to have a bit of experience on this map. I think we've seen them play it a few times. Of course, the match tracker doesn't go that far, unfortunately, because I've changed orgs a few times. But if my memory serves me right, they have played this map a couple times against some pretty formidable teams as well. On the side of Kraken, though, there's really not that much history of them on this particular map. And, well, I feel like I want to pass this to Ludovica. When you look at the past few matches they've played some pretty difficult matches, like going back. They've played Bliss, Chiefs, Knights, and Wildcard, and the only wins that they've currently got is over the Hungry Lions, whereas Kraken have seemingly had a slightly easier run through the bracket so far. So I wouldn't put it past Ludovica to not be able to take it against Kraken today. I just think that the standings are doing them dirty a little bit. They still have easier matchups to go in the last 2 play days, and they could rack up some points from there.
Dev, I guess probably the one point for us is the fact that, genuinely the one win that they were able to take was even a little bit shaky at that with the Lions, an 8-6 victory. That's not convincing, but when you flip the story around, you look at Kraken's last week against the Hungry Lions, it's a 7-2 victory. Do we read much into this?
Well, you can reference that it was on Oregon that Kraken beat Hungry Lions, so Kraken do have recent form on Oregon despite my match tracker not picking that up. Sorry, Mandy.
Spewing.
But yes, the Hungry Lions are a team that I think started pretty strong, but Kraken, they have their work cut out for them here. Ludovica as well, a lot of pressure on Ludovica. Know that Kraken played this last week, had a chance to VOD it. I think they'll be ready.
Mandy, thank you very much for joining us. We will speak to you afterwards on the analyst desk, or if you'll call it that. Looking forward to this matchup. Ludovica taking on Kraken. Both of these teams pretty close on the standings, 4 points separating them, with Kraken having 2 regulation wins. Will this be a third for them? Will they be taking a 50% win rate into their final play day? Well, only time will tell. Into the ban phase we go. Good luck, have funs in chat. But I am backing in Ludovica here. They need this performance. They need to showcase what this roster can do.
And it's also a grudge match. You can see on the right-hand side elements formerly of this Ludovica squadron in 2021. Now on the other side of the fence, he will face his former team for the second time this year. Oh, first time this year. Wait, am I going crazy? This is the first time this year, I'm pretty sure, actually. So this may well be the first time he is facing his former team in an official game. And that does ramp up the rivalry a little bit as we go through the operator veto. You can see the Nook ban, bit of an unusual one there from Ludovica, not looking to let Kraken have a chance at going for those lurks with the Nook, getting past those cameras, which there will be less because the Valkyrie's banned out.
Big? Not so big if you're looking at that as a counter ban, I guess. Or maybe, who knows?
Fun kittens.
See, the screen's too small for me to see the word kittens. All I see is like have fun.
And then Sawyer said meow.
Meow? Raw. Well,
this is getting a little bit...
Can you
save this for after the broadcast, please, Elements? Thank you.
It's getting a bit spicy. And I'm sure this matchup will too. A blitz, but don't get too excited. Imagine a blitz rush first
I would
round.
love it, honestly.
Oh, it would be so good. It would be so good. I think I saw him scrolling through a bunch of operators right before we started, so I'm not holding on to hope that is going to be a blitz rush, but who knows? Anything's possible.
Well, if it is basement later on, the Flores was also banned out, as are the Kayirs, so that does change the landscape of that bottom floor. Blue take a little bit. It's going to be hard to hold on to the electrical hatch thanks to the banning of Kayid, but it's also going to be harder to clear the elbow shield thanks to the banning of the Flores. We go look at the top floor now. Community vote. Heavily Kraken favored. Wow. I think we've maybe got a bit of just like stage 1 bias, Rob, because I think the stage 2 bias is coming through in the community vote. Also, Kraken developed a bit of a fan club as well online. You can see that really pulling through 68 to 32.
Yeah, that does really surprise me. I won't lie. But like you said, Stage 2 is a completely different beast to what we've seen from Ludovica. Unfortunately, just not being able to hit the mark like we had hoped. I think they're negative 13 round differential right now, which with 4 losses, that's not great. You're looking at, what's that, like a 2.5, just over that. 2.5 round loss, even more than that, actually. It's just not looking good.
You're doing maths on broadcast, Rob?
Per map from Ludovica. I am. And it's
Brave
just,
soul.
it's awful. It is awful. I won't lie to you. It's the one and only golden rule, other than Elements going for a sneaky little spawn peek. Don't mind that.
No.
Don't mind a bit of congestion from Ludovica.
Sawyer's got a drone though. He's known that Elements has been in here the whole time, and you can also see that Elements is now reinforcing off T2, which gives Sawyer the cue to head on up into T3 and start taking it. Sawyer does not have hard breach, so he can't open that up, but Logic opens up the round.
Ah, from Trophy. Gotcha. There was a player that was sitting just behind the shield in Trophy. I don't know if that's him. He's actually fallen back on his way.
On the side.
Yeah, kind of. I think maybe he might have been rotating out. I could be wrong, but it definitely felt like Ludovica was starting to pinch both from Armory and, of course, from the master bedroom door. Moving forward, this is a big round for Ludovica to start with. They need to be able to capitalize on the small advantages that they do have. The ward not being there, it opens up a little bit more of that explosive nature without having to be overly worried about those cheeky little glasses. Seppi doing, man?
The mid round here, can see, like you mentioned, Kraken still have 2 players downstairs, which may afford an opportunity, but Seppi indeed below does catch off Sawyer's rotation on the lurk. Supremacist does have an avenue into pit of Attic, and he's going to start moving on forward.
Minute left here. Nice timing. Nice timing. It's going to force out either a drone or, well, it's just going to be the smoke. Twent's been able to find Elements in the meantime. Still a player sitting deep on B site, but look at this from Ludovica. They're just poking. They're probing onto the site.
Wow.
Supremacist finding the kill, and it's going to be the canisters that actually force Ludovica onto the site. Kraken are unable to find a way back into this, so it's going to be a 2 versus 4 retake.
A blind C4 as well, Twent planting near the B bomb in kids, as both Kraken players have to wait for the Vulcan canister to dissipate before they go up the stairs. Seppi finally waits it out, and now he's going to have to land some nasty shots, but Twent gets the better of him. This ain't happening.
Oh, Twent very hungry for the kill. Gives Hunter an opportunity, but that's all it's going to be. A player out on double window, a player coming in from the backside of closet, and Supremacist just swings from kids. Eventually, Ludovica do close that one out. From start to finish, they look tremendous.
Yeah, Kraken went for a really open hold with the master bedroom closet rotation into games, into the bomb site, instead of reinforcing it off like many teams do. And, I mean, that strategy has some merit, but you really have to be confident playing aggressively off of it and holding on to Trophy as well. Once Ludovica had Trophy control, mainly thanks to the fact that Kraken just had so many roamers, so many players off site, it just was pretty easy, pretty rudimentary for Ludovica to open more avenues onto site, drone out where the positions were, push on in. We touching grass.
FNPW in chat. I don't know how much people could hear over the top. Well, it was more of a sneaky plug, you know. It's not one of those bigger plugins that are harder to handle. It's just an easier one.
Just
yeah,
a subtle one. Get it
yeah,
in there.
yeah. Smaller in size and pressure. So
Yeah, that's.
Yeah.
I respect that.
10 seconds left before
But
insertion.
I'm keen to see how Kraken deal with this. If it's anything like what we saw from round 1, it's going to be aggressive. And there you go. It is, in fact. We've got Phoenix that is kind of sitting up with a vigil. I don't really know about that meeting hatch. I think that will be really interesting to see what happens later in the round. But Logic shut down Elements. Is that the second time?
It is, well, the second opening pick for Logic, this time onto Elements instead of Phoenix. And
Gotcha.
when you play Warden, you bring either a shield or a C4 and your glasses. That's all your util. The glasses go down with the Warden. And if it was a C4, that would have gone down as well. So I really hope he had a shield, so at least he provided some value to the team, because that spawn peak failure is going to cost Kraken.
I'm just going to imagine that there was a second shield being placed down. You see on the top right, 2 shields. Apparently only one on Pluto, so we'll just say that there's no issues with the UI, and that's 100% true. Love that from Phoenix. Incredibly crucial timing to find that kill. Hunter, did he find that from pit? Where was he? Yeah, all the way deep in Attic. I absolutely love that.
I think that was top armory, wasn't he? And he shot him through the window in T2.
Can we have a look in Trophy very quickly to see if there's 2 holograms?
There
Don't know
should
if
be pretty sure top armory stairs, but, you know, never mind. Supremacist is finally hunted. Oh, you were right. It was actually a wall bang then through the attic rotate all the way through.
Brain.
You're a genius, mate.
They say that.
But as a result, Ludovica have managed to trade back the Vigil player who was still roaming in kids' dorms. Bit slow now for Ludovica as they start to run out of time. Fortunately, there's still a decent number of drones on the 3 remaining players, and with the number of hatches that have been pre-opened, it makes it a lot easier now for Ludovica to play out the 3-on-3.
So I don't mind the aggression from Kraken, but generally, you don't really want to lose more than the one player. You're kind of hoping to, you know, either waste time to a minute 30 and still fall back to site, or you are hoping to keep at least one of your roamers up, and always forever will be annoying in the backside of Ludovica's mind. For now, they're not going to focus on that top side. In fact, Laundry is just going to be poked a little bit by Supremacists. Wonder if they are just going to go for a front take here.
Seems to be the way with Ludovica setting up drones as well.
They're everywhere.
Ooh. Eddie looking to place a Claymore but doesn't have them. Does end up clearing the barbed wire. And yeah, you're right. They are pushing everywhere, Ludovica. In fact, it looks like one's rotating over to blue. So it seems like Supremacist is going to go Laundry with 2 players pushing the rear side.
Really dangerous with Sawyer being so separated. That bomb, kit rather, I should say, now needs to come in with no help whatsoever unless someone's rotating across. No, so they're going to be somewhat separated. Sawyer swings first. Hunter proned on the ground finds the kill from Harry Potter. And Edpan, try you may. You're going to have to find a double kill back-to-back. He's been given an opportunity with 1 second left. It's just not going to be close enough. Kraken hold firm on the lower site. And Ludovica falter.
Very risky to go for the blue rotation so late, especially when Sawyer has the diffuser. I mean, he's trying to solo elbow just with flashbangs. What is that? I mean, assuming the default setup with the shield and ADSs, at best, you burn a couple ADSs. If you're really lucky, you flash the player, which he did manage to do, but clearly not well enough to actually win the fight as well. Really strange. I did think Ludovica were going to go for a front push, and I think they probably would have had a decent shot at doing that. Perhaps it was the fact that they were just too low on utility. They couldn't clear out the Azami setup, but I don't know. Really strange rotate for me.
Attackers need to locate and defuse.
No matter what anyone thinks at home, it didn't work. So it's just a small little mid-round call that has not netted the round for Ludovica. In fact, I feel like it made it a lot easier for Kraken. Regardless, if we focus in on this round, we are going back to kids and dorms. So this is a really important round for Ludovica to be able to double down on. The trope from Xenox and Guz, forever and always will be, my friend, that this is the most important site that you have on Oregon. This will dictate your success, of course, assuming that your basement defenses are subpar. They don't even have to be excellent. They're going to be subpar.
Even if you win every round of basement defense, right, you still only get to go to it twice because it's locked out for 2 rounds. So, yeah, because Dorms is regarded as the second most defensible site, and to be honest, it's kind of shitty site. So that's why people say Dorms are so important, because you kind of need to win it in order to get a 3-3 half.
Well, ever since the util dump never kind of faded away, so too, I feel, did the dining defense at all.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the dining defense where you'd extend into showers was actually really hard to deal with for quite some time. And then it felt like it all of a sudden just flicked. And,
and then we have a million grenades on the attacking side. You can bring as much util as you need, switch out whatever operators you want. And Jaeger or Mai are a lot less effective than they used to be.
I haven't seen a dining defense for a very long time now. This is a very interesting approach by Ludovica.
They've cleared out the shield and trophy, you can see. Good use of the Thatcher's EMP to clear some util. Seppi dancing around the rotation, takes down Supreme. That's a lot of util gone. And oh my god, there's even an Azami Kiba barrier, making that such a defender-sided angle.
Go on. Do it.
Oh, that's perfect. I mean, the fact... He might even be able to rear this off. Oh my god.
Oh, wow.
You know what's more? Is he killed the Yana, which is the best operator for clearing those Aruni gates.
So now Twent's going to have to expend some of his Hibana X Kairos to clear that util.
Oh, Seppi!
What is this guy doing? How is he just dancing around?
Oh, what? How has he swung that again? The cojones! They're so big! Well, at the very least, it's allowed them to get into bedroom and take trophy control. But the problem is, Kraken still have 5 alive. I don't know how much information Ludovica have on Rome's flanks, albeit there doesn't seem to be one from Kraken, but certainly concerning with only a minute left and so much pressure that they've got to deal with. That's a lovely shot. That is an unreal shot.
Big pick there for Logic, and the entry may well be possible now. Breach fully open, but Logic is going to get another one. It's a bloodbath.
Trades are looking good. In fact, Sawyer's found another, and now it's going to give the one player left the opportunity. Headpan going down does make this a little bit more difficult. Do not want to try and peek into an LMG. Opportunity here for Sawyer. Pluto sitting deep on site. Has he rotated around? Surely they've heard him at this point. You can see just prancing and dancing around
no.
site. He's not going to expect Pluto up close with the shotgun. That was a little bit worrisome for a little bit there, but unfortunately Sawyer does not close it out in the 1 versus 2.
A pretty good hold from Kraken. Ludovica tried to do something fairly similar to what worked for them so well in the first round, but Seppi was the name of the game. The way you proned around that keeper barrier, found that opening pick, it really slowed down Ludovica. From that point forward, it was a matter of trades back and forth, and Ludovica just couldn't find a way to sink their teeth into that site. They just funneled into these gunfights, and I mean 50-50 fights, so by nature, pretty 50-50.
You are unbelievable.
I'm doing my best Will Buxton impression. You know the Will Buxton? Oh, you haven't watched Drive to Survive, have you?
No, I haven't. But do you want to know what I've listened to?
What
I've listened to Banks Arcade. And guess
Really?
what? Their new album. It's coming out on the 29th of July. That is next week. Future Lovers. That's what we're looking for. Chosen. Our theme song for OCN is in fact on that album. If you do want to kind of, let's say, swim in the deep with Banks Arcade, you can ensure that you go in to Twitch chat and type in, I believe it's exclamation mark Banks Arcade, but that's where you'll pre-save the album. We can listen to it next week. You know what? Why don't we have a listening party? Throw away the game, we'll have a listening party next week. Banks Arcade, Future Lovers, out on the 29th of July.
Will you be my future lover, Rob?
You know I will be if you're not careful.
Oh!
Oh my god, again!
Opening.
What is going on?
Yeah, these guys really love their aggression in the early round, and for Phoenix, he's taken down Logic, who has been a key entry player, the only player from Ludovica to find an opening pick. But, of course, that aggression from Kraken sometimes is met with punishment, and we've seen that the 2 rounds that they have been the opening victims. Now, though, Edamame swiftly does push his way in, get that trade onto Seppi.
Edam for me, doing a fantastic job. Sorry, Edpan, you make a stupid name.
It's not a stupid name.
You win stupid prizes.
Edamame is one of my favorite foods.
Edamame claps. Edam for me does not. Stupid games win stupid prizes, my friend. Oh, Hunter! Speaking of stupid games, I mean, I don't know whether he necessarily has to swing there, but regardless, it takes away Ludovica's attention for a small moment. I think Elements has actually found that over by Small Tower. That's an impressive pick. That's Sawyer off the board, and now Ludovica will be scrambling to try and find a trade here.
At least they have an in above this kitchen bomb site. Controller Dorms here is powerful. And with time as well on their side, does give Ludovica a lot of options, and this is where it really tests their mid-round adaptations, their mid-round calls from their IGL team. What are they going to do to try and get a hold onto this bomb site?
With Hatch control, it certainly puts a lot of pressure onto the players on site. Speaking of which, Phoenix actually deals with it quite handily. And now a backside takes. Twent has taken Pluto out of the game. 3 versus 3. They have to go for a rear stage take. This is very dangerous at this point. Kraken, 50 seconds left on the board. They've got to try and deny this entrance.
Well, if Ludovica have good flank drones here, this is a really strong attack. But if they don't, we might be able to see flanks upstairs or flanks up the rear stairs where we saw Elements down below. He might be able to make a play here. He's so tempted. Do Ludovica have a read on it?
It doesn't look like they're looking in that direction. Twent, though, he's looking to push in from
Oh,
split.
Twent.
He's got to be so careful right now that he doesn't get backstabbed. Hunter
Oh, no!
finds Edpan, but it's a very quick trade. Lovely work to ensure that at the very least Ludovica have a fighting chance. They don't know where Elements is. They do know now that Phoenix has come from behind, but dropping with one player down. Kraken are going to fight this in a 2 versus 2. They've repositioned. They're now going to hold firm, but Phoenix plays it to a T. Heroics from him in that round give Kraken the round.
Big plays from Phoenix as well. The Jaeger player on site believe that was Hunter. Did a hell of a lot of work there for his team. I mean, both of them stepped up. I gotta say, I'm a bit confused as to some of these late round rotations from Ludovica. I know I'm not the pro player, but it seems like that's 2 rounds now that Ludovica have, in the last minute, changed where they want to push, and it hasn't worked out. Like Ludovica had they changed their mind twice.
Yep.
They were above kitchen in dorms, right? They're like, hey, all right, we've got control of rear tower, and we've got control of attic, so we may as well go for a meeting push. They rotate over to meeting, breach the wall, and then they just try and sneak in through lobby. What is that?
Yeah.
Like, why not just go for a traditional push? There's a reason it's such a common push on through tower, because it's pretty powerful. I mean, maybe there was like a bulletproof camera or something that they couldn't clear, and I could kind of understand that, but still, it feels like when Ludovica play for ones, then they just play into Kraken's advantage.
Yeah, certainly putting a lot of pressure on the shot callers for Ludovica at this point. When I notice it, that's when you know it's a problem. And the fact that we've had 2 rounds here where it's been even Stevens, 2 3v3 rounds where Ludovica have lost the round. I don't want to say purely on the call, but certainly on the direction of their takes. It does worry you a little bit. At the very least, I like the buddy system in Split. I do like the fact that Sawyer's there for a quick trade, or Twent it was, but regardless, when we move forward from here on out, Ludovica, they've got to be flawless. You cannot allow Kraken to go 4-2 up here. I think it gives them far too much room on the attacking side, and it allows them to experiment a lot more than if we can keep it at even Stevens 3 apiece. But basement defense, I have issues for Ludovica. I think this is a 4-1 here.
Ludovica, though, doing a pretty good job of this map clear. The problem is, Hunter's in T3 and his Prince were not spotted. The longer he stays up here, the more likely the Prince that lead up there will dissipate. And I just don't think Ludovica is going to check for him, and that's pretty dangerous.
It's even more dangerous when you consider that they've spotted out the Vigil, and the Vigil has been leading them on this kind of goose chase, if you will.
Wild goose chase.
Yeah, he really has. He was running around on the first floor, so Ludovica tried to go and press him. And now they think the top floor is clear. The false positive is so dangerous right now, especially if Hunter can get into a good position.
He's playing patiently, but it is a bit of a game of timing here. How patient is he going to get? There you go. He does see logic droning, and the panic call comes out from Ludovica. Wait a second, Jaeger's upstairs in attic.
Yeah, and I don't know if they've got anything to deal with him just yet. So either Sawyer and Edpan have to go up and try and trade this kill.
Finally.
Never mind. It's actually Supremacist that shuts him down from the backside of the attic. I was really hoping we weren't going to see just a flush up that top staircase. But lovely work. This now gives Ludovica a huge opportunity here. They've got 4 players. Kraken only have 3. This is a great opportunity to poke and probe the site before Kraken can set up.
Elements on the long angle, takes out the Gemini. Numbers advantage for Ludovica, gives them a way to start brute forcing. This is the first time we've seen them try and execute with the numbers advantage. They could break laundry supply here, it would be big, but we've seen them fail on this bunker push before.
Heroics from Pluto here. That's There's nothing short of heroics, and it's going to be needed! He gets up close and personal with a shotgun, falls back. The SMG-11 will now come into fruition. There's still one more smoke canister in his pocket, but Seppi gets shut down in the long hallway. Supremacist now with a lot of control, but it's Pluto again! He will deny Ludovica the entrance through blue, but now things get complicated, and too complicated at that. Supremacist steps up massively for Ludovica.
Big round from Supreme. Those entries meant everything. Again, Rob, I'm so scared watching Ludovica. It really feels like these rounds are just determined based on if they win their entries in the execute. And if they don't, strategically, they don't stack up to what Kraken's got. Even minor things like the timing of that flash, right? The timing of the entry was just too early from Twain. Yeah. The flash hadn't detonated that. So, I mean, of course, Smoke could have pushed up.
He nearly caught Ed Pan as well, rotating back around to Electric. I mean, that would have been devastating. I think Pluto wins from there.
Would have been round over.
Yeah, he still had a smoke in his pocket as well, so he could have either shut down the hallway back around blue, he could have in fact thrown the smoke babe onto the kit itself. There's so many opportunities for him to take that there. But now it gets a little bit interesting. If Kraken win that round and then have a free shot at pretty much any of the tertiary sites, that's when things can get really out of hand. You know, Ludovica might not be prepared for a certain defense that Kraken are going to bring. Now they're going back to the basement. This is where Ludovica can capitalize. This is where that 3-3 half has to be confirmed. But will Kraken let it slip? Big question mark there.
It's a scary moment for Ludovica here, because if this does go 4-2 Kraken, I don't know. It hinges on how good Kraken's attacks are, but we've seen Oregon shift over onto that more attacker-favored style of map, with teams getting better and better at attacking the tertiary sites and dorms. With Ludovica winning a basement bomb site, makes you wonder, can they do it again? And I think that question may well partly be answered on this roam, Rob, which Kraken didn't quite do enough damage on last time.
Certainly could look to do it this time. They have to double down. If that flank is gonna, if that roam is gonna work, they either need to, you know, give it to the minute 30 and then fall back. Sorry, I'm stuttering over my own words. Or they need to find kills. And although Hunter found a fantastic kill in the later part of the round, in the last round, it just didn't feel like it was enough after he found that. Ludovica were really quick to capitalize. Element's still running around up in meeting does concern me a little bit here, because he's still going to be able to buy time. He's still going to force someone to face check him. And he backs away. I think that's the perfect call. Now Kraken, they can sit in, they can double down. They know that at least one of the hatches is open, but at the very least they have 5 alive on a basement defense. Things get really ugly really quickly if Ludovica don't check the time.
I do think, though, Kraken haven't achieved as much as they would like in this round. You know, half the round gone, but Ludovica still have most of their drones left. This just doesn't feel like, with all the hatches pre-open, Ludovica can kind of skip a lot of the dirty work in this mid-round that would usually be involved opening hatches. And now it's just a game of, once again, Ludovica, what is their IGL situation like? What are they going to push here? Because they have everything they could possibly want open to them. Yep. They just have to commit to something now. They have 5 players alive. They can do it.
Does really feel like the best of a bad situation there for Kraken. I hadn't realized that the security hatch was open as well. So with a minute left, this all comes down to the shot calling for Ludovica. They have every opportunity they need. Blue has not been the approach for 2 rounds now. Pluto has held firm and shown that Elbow is well and truly under his control. But will he falter here? 45 seconds left. Ludovica need to make a decision.
Only 1 gas canister left, so this is actually better for Ludovica than it was in the last round. They don't have the numbers advantage that they had previously. Twent drops, goes for the kill, does take down Hunter. Wow. But it's not without cost. What? Logic on the double for the entry.
Oh, wow, that was Element's opportunity to stand tall. And now I'm pretty sure they know exactly where Pluto is. He's played here for 3 rounds straight. A Logic, you dirty bugger. That is a very, very big round from him. The man stands tall, and it's 3 apiece.
Very good execute there from Ludovica. Once again, leveraging their entries on the execute so effectively. Last round, it was Supremacist. This round, it was Logic. Always just
ready, gun up for those openings. Kraken could not overcome. Didn't expect that we'd end up at 3-3 from the 3-1 lead that Kraken managed to extend at the start of the game. This is a big moment now for Ludovica, who have got themselves back in the game, and now they can establish a lead of their own should they be able to nail down this defensive laundry supply room.
It does feel, I think especially the two defenses that they had, you know, maybe if they're dining or meeting or, you know, if it's something a little bit more uncomfortable, a little bit more 50-50, I go, yeah, sure, that's fine. But I do think that there is a hugely missed opportunity by Kraken to not double down on that site. And like you said, doors left ajar, and now we turn to Kraken's attack and ask, what do you have? Because we've seen the defenses from teams like Ludovica time and time again on Oregon.
5 seconds left.
The innovation level, it stops at a certain point, and it really comes about how well you're actually sticking to that plan, how well you're actually playing. And right now, momentum's heavily swung back for me, and Kraken are in a little bit of all sorts here. So they need these first couple of rounds to, at the very least, test and find the cracks within Ludovica.
Let's see if Kraken can start their attacking with as much confidence as Ludovica had at the end of theirs. As Ludovica, they fell short to a bit of the aggression early on from Kraken. Now, it is a similar roam clear, funnily enough. You know, we're seeing the Amaru and Jackal picks by both teams, not something we see very often. Kraken bringing the Finker, which Ludovica didn't bring, however. They favored the Ash on Logic. Seppi's actually really keen to get in the kids' window. Try and time this roam clear with a bit of Amaru action.
He'd be free to do so as well. Hunter with the first kill. Big one as well. Supremacist has been playing really well for Ludovica today. And we're shutting that player down. Things open up a little bit more now. Kraken not willing to overextend. They're not trying to jump on any advantage just yet. They're still full in the swing of their own due diligence. So he has been somewhat caught out toward Freezer, so he'll back away. And now we get to see and test the durability of Kraken's attack.
This is one big distinction between the way these teams defend this bomb site, is that Ludovica are reinforcing the hatches, and that's forcing Kraken to clear it, but with the Kaid banned, it's not too much trouble, so you can see that that's the way that Kraken likes it. They don't want to run a Thatcher, they can just run the Hibana and deal with this meeting hatch easily.
Oh, that was beautiful. Hook line and sinker, if I have ever seen one. Baited the player out to potentially shoot off the X-Kairos. If I'm not mistaken, if that's what my eyes saw, that is so well played from Kraken. And now Ludovica are really in trouble. They have been able to drop one, but instantly the adrenal surge, that's what we're after.
God.
Kraken, as the call comes in, explode, and Ludovica can't handle.
I certainly can't. That was such a dominant round from Kraken. Take a sip of that water, Seppi. You deserve it. I still cannot get over Ed Sheeran over Pluto's right shoulder. Very scary. As Kraken are seeming pretty scary at the moment in the server, they know what they're doing. That was a very dominant attack. I didn't quite see what you were talking about, where they baited the player to move up and shoot the X-Kairos off and kill them with the nade, but you may have been right. Like, that is a pretty cool strategy, pretty nifty little way to get a free pick or open up the line of sight that you want to clear the bricks position. So Kraken showing they have quite a good understanding of these attacks. If Ludovica don't roam, Kraken have a pretty good execute set.
Maybe, I don't know how far we can go back to the replays, but if the prod team can hear us right now, if we could see a replay of that nade kill and like the 5 seconds leading up to it in the next round, I'd be really impressed. As I am of Kraken's attack there. Ludovica really, really struggled. Now moving across to the Dorm's defense. Once again, there are a fair few questions to be answered, but I think Kraken has certainly answered ours in terms of the their attack. It looked really, really solid. They had a very clear plan as to what they were trying to do, and from there they didn't falter, they didn't muck about. So keen to see how this one unfolds and whether we see Ludovica extend at all.
Is that a rotate open? Can we have a look? Yes.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah, left side wall.
Games.
So it's actually the opposite wall opened on Closet compared to last round. Yeah, interesting. But Sawyer is playing the Azami just like we saw from Seppi on Kraken, and Seppi did a lot of damage from that position. Really nice, innovative way to use this new operator that's only been out for a short amount of time. I do wonder whether Sawyer is as proficient as Seppi is at it, though.
Time will tell. Really interesting. Did not see, Ludovica once clear from the basement up, but this really does give a fair bit of issues. Now knowing full well basement's cleared, that roam just becomes even further restricted. And not that it is a roam, of course, the vertical play. I don't think I've ever seen a Dorm's defense without some kind of vertical potential, so at this point it feels like much of a muchness. The Supremacist has a lot of work on his shoulders, a lot of pressure coming his way.
Yeah, he's being pinched by most of Kraken right now, dropping the hatches,
So well
not
played.
the play.
Wow.
I mean, no one was on that camera to call for him. If they were, like, Phoenix had deliberately positioned outside of eye shot of the camera. Really well played there from Kraken, but Twent does get a trade through the vert onto Hunter. That's a big pick. Finally, Ludovica have something going up for them.
That is a massive pick as well. Not only Hunter, the individual player, but obviously the Finker, a huge player. But now, in the midst of that, it's dropped to a 2 versus 4. Edpan can't get the damage done or the kill secured. So it makes life even more difficult for this defense. With a minute left, Kraken once again have the world in their hands. This is looking clinical.
Straight up, Kraken just look much better on the attack than Ludovica did. Sawyer, though, survives, doesn't get caught on the flash, does get the down, but he's about to meet the full force of this Kraken, and they do crack down upon him. Another dominant attack win for them.
Oh, we have the nade kill replay. That's what we're talking about. I do want to see whether I was going crazy or not. Here we go.
Huge. Let's go, production.
Let's have a look.
So
see if it's what I thought it was.
Xkyrus goes out onto the wall to deny the bricks angle.
It is.
Twent rotates over to shoot it. At the exact moment he does, he gets naded. Beautiful. We get the backwards replay as well. Look at this. The nade comes out. You can see the blue outline of the player rotating into that position to shoot off and gets naded. Don't say, Robert, you have the hugest brain I have ever seen of a lowly desk host.
Tell me you're a world-renowned analyst without telling me you're a world-renowned. That's just the kind of innate ability that you bring. Production, shout out to you. Unreal
Good
job.
Stuff. Is it Isaac on the replays?
I just assume I always assume it's Isaac. It's that is picture perfect for what I was hoping for. So I think, let's just talk about that very quickly. Kraken not only are showing proficiency in the macro of their attacks, but also in the micro, in the small little piece by piece. Kraken are looking phenomenal. That, for me, kind of tells the picture that Ludovica definitely backs up against the wall here.
It just feels like a matter of time until Kraken take match point, and everyone except for Blue Panda is going to look a little bit silly. He was the only one of the talent team, including Ducky as well, to pick Kraken over Ludovica. And it seems, Robert, like we're holding on a little bit too much to the hype of Stage 1 to Ludovica's prior form.
Yep.
They have not been able to stack up. Their attacks just weren't good enough to win the first half. And now they are feeling what Kraken is capable of here.
I mean, I don't want to jump the gun, but if it continues down this path, I do have severe issues for Ludovica and concerns. Because not only is this game not looking great in terms of the scoreline, but it's more the micro. Hang on a second. A Kraken trying to sneak down to the front?
Yeah,
Logic?
There's no one playing Laundry Light right now.
And
they do find the pick.
Oh my goodness, sneaky beaky like, and they're going to find a double kill to begin with. Seppi can't find more than the opening, but Logic and Supremacist clap back. Phoenix like it or not. Kraken have made the call, and they are shutting down Ludovica. Logic needs to go massive right now. Swings back on a Hunter. And with that surge, oh my word, it's just brought Elements back up in time, but Logic doesn't miss. It's a 1 versus 1. Logic with a lot on the line right now, but Hunter outplays him, and Kraken outplay Ludovica. It's map point for the Kraken fellas.
Far too little, far too late on the timeout call for Ludovica. They have already lost their chance to get the full 3 points from this game. Match point onto Kraken. Just look at that call from Kraken. What a distinct difference. Every time Ludovica was attacking, I was constantly saying, oh, I'm a bit scared that this rotate, this decision to make this play. As for Kraken, they just have no fear whatsoever. They drone out. They say, guys, we've got to play here. Let's just send it down, send it down Laundry Stairs. We can make it work, and that they did.
I love that. I absolutely love that. I don't know who was playing by split or meeting, but certainly the call from Kraken to sneak their way down Laundry Stairs, unnoticed, undetected. The push comes in from Seppi on the right side of blue, pushing down elbow. Everything comes together so cleanly there, so cleanly. And although the heroics from Logic give Ludovica an opportunity back into that one, it's just nowhere near enough. And at this point, 7-3 would not even be questionable. What's better than 2 twins?
It's so weird. I'm watching back on my screen the replay of that round. Ludovica had 2 players on site, 2 players roaming, and 1 player kind of on the edge of site on the rear stairs. Seppi literally just walked entirely through blue and took the 1v1 with the smoke player. Meanwhile, 3 Kraken guys are sending it down the Laundry Stairs, and there's no one in Laundry. So in a matter of a couple of seconds, Kraken have a numbers advantage and full site control. And there are like 2 Ludovica players on the wrong part of site and 2 players off site. It is just such a good read from Kraken.
And now we see Ludovica go to a Dorms defense. So very clearly, cracks are showing here. They know full well that it's not up to scrap. Their basement defense is just not hitting the way it should be. And I'm always a fan of continuing to move, but also when you have a site like basement, that I know that things have changed a lot in the last couple of months, and you know it's not as defender-sided as what it once used to be. But I still feel like it is the strongest site that you have on Oregon. Unless you have overworked your dorms or maybe your meeting, I just don't see it being a viable opportunity to go back to a different site. So this is a huge opportunity for Kraken to close this out with no questions asked. But Supremacist, he'll kickstart with a big question. What happens when they lose the player? They trade so quickly. Kraken is still looking decent.
Oh, wow, risky from Sawyer to reinforce back over the rotate. Oh, he actually almost gets nade from below. That just goes to show how on the ball Kraken is. The call out immediately that the wall's being reinforced, and Hunter tries to get a vertical nade on the back of that.
I can't wait to hear from whoever it is that's doing the interview tonight. I'm going to very quickly scroll back because I know that it was said before. Looking forward to listening to what Elements has to say about this game, because this looks like a masterclass. You know what this almost looks like? It looks like one of our top 4 teams versus our bottom 4 teams from OCN. That's what it honestly gives me the vibe.
Kraken,
what's
just
going
inside
on?
Again! Phoenix has walked straight on in!
Oh my word. Ludovica with massive holes. Fortunately enough, Twent's got a solution to it. Some quick set cement will patch over the hole for a brief time. But with Hunter and Seppi still alive, I don't completely knock this round out.
This is so strange from Ludovica. No one's playing pit right now, and I don't even think it's because they're fully pressured. And it just allows Kraken to walk straight on into concrete, into that site. Thankfully, Ludovica have found some ones on the back of Twent to even it up, get the advantage on their side. 4v2 now. Hunter and Seppi need to try and find a pick somewhere. But Hunter is all out of grenades. He's going to have to rely on this LMG.
Oh, they might overextend here. They might swing a little too far. But in fact, it is Kraken that do so. And Ludovica clean up the opportunity that is a 4 versus 2. It's not over. And with that, Ludovica might have their steps in front of them. 6-4.
Well, the tactical timeout has netted them a single round, but they're going to need to string together 2 more to even push overtime. And every single time they do win a round on their defense, they're going to have to change up bomb sites. So they'll have to go in 3 different bomb sites. They're going kitchen now, which means if they win this, they'll probably go dorms next round. It's actually kitchen dining, not kitchen meeting. This is so weird from Ludovica, Rob. So weird. I don't know. It's such a far cry from the team that we saw in stage 1. I mean, I'm all for innovation and doing things differently, and we saw that from Kraken, for example. The way Seppi played around the Azami on the top floor was amazing. Yep. But I guess it's easier to believe in innovation when it's working.
Put that on a t-shirt. My word. That's probably one of the better quotes from you, Dev. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. But it's so true. You know, like, it just feels like at every single turn, Kraken have had Ludovica's number, both on the defense and now on the attack. And I would say Kraken could have had this done already. You know, granted last round, whatever it is, but their defenses were looking solid up until the last 2 rounds. So really, this should be 3 points in the bag for Kraken. Now we're going to see, what is this innovation? What do Ludovica have that we haven't seen on this site that might give us hope? Because at the end of the day, that's what we're going to need. Sawyer has extended over into small tower. I think I saw this defense by what's his name's the big Seth over in NA.
Super Seth, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is the extension that he played with.
Oh, for the clip.
Yeah,
for
went
a bit viral.
The triple kill that definitely went viral for unbelievable analysis work and for no other reason.
I remember that.
I think this might have been the same hold.
Yeah, similar enough at least. So just prepping the window, but Supremacist has gone down early. He is actually one of the most lethal players in the server right now, Supreme. So a big hit to Ludovica, though. Edamame steps up. Big Eddie takes down Seppi.
Done a little flow there with it. Elements now running out small tower. Does he find... Surely he goes all the way up. Yep, and there's the information. So now Sawyer is going to be cornered like a little rat. That by no means makes him a rat. He just is now, unfortunately, in a place where he can't back away. But Kraken may not even approach it. Kraken may completely dismiss it altogether. And this, I think, is even worse for Ludovica.
Yeah, I agree.
Oh, Hunter! How does he hit that?
Easy one for Hunter. Heals back up straight on the back of it as well. And the thing is, like you said, Kraken can completely ignore Sawyer. Oh, Phoenix!
No way,
What is that prone peak?
No way.
This is over, surely, Rob. This has got to be over.
It's not even a crab peak, it's a snake peak just slithering around through the nice long grass. And Logic on the long line can't get anything done. It is Sawyer to go massive, and it's not gonna happen. Kraken, they take all 3 points and convince us well and truly that they are a team to be medalled with.
Big win for Kraken, proving all the naysayers wrong, including the majority of us on the predictions panel. A big game from the very newly OCN roster. They dismissed Ludovica without too much of a struggle whatsoever. Convincing 7-4 will boost their standings a little bit as well. 3 points on the board.
Very impressive, I will say that. At the very least, we now get a holistic picture as to what Kraken, kind of have to offer. For OCN, I think obviously this stage has looked tremendous. It is currently, I think, 3 apiece, so 3 wins, 3 losses. Mandy, did you make of that what we did? Did that seem like just an absolute dominant performance?
That did seem pretty dominant. I think a big difference between the two teams was, although I didn't rate the strategy, a bit like Dev, I didn't rate the strategy between the two of them. The biggest difference was that Kraken were all on the same page and they made definite decisions that they always followed. Whereas Ludovica seemed a bit like tossing and turning. They weren't really sure what they were going to do, and by the time that they did make decisions, it was all too little too late. So Kraken come away with it, just confidence, fake it till you make it, pretty much.
Well, I guess they definitely are by no means fakers today, Dev. They've proven to us that they definitely deserve to be up here and I guess punching with the best. The fact that they're our freshest team into OCN and they are making a statement like this, I think it really does put pressure on the top 4 teams that we have. I think that Kraken are doing an incredible job so far in Stage 2. And with only one more Playday left, I mean, could they go 4-3 up? Could they be a team that completely blows us out of the water?
Well, next week, Kraken will be playing against the currently undefeated wildcard, so it'll be a tough game for them, the toughest they've had all season. But I will say the Kraken have certainly redeemed themselves after, a 7-0 loss to Chiefs, a 7-2 loss to Bliss, and some of in general, the early games that weren't quite as good as we'd hoped from them. So really exciting to see Kraken finally on the up, and what a fashion to do it as well. A big team to take down in Ludovica that are really just a shadow of their former selves now, and Kraken showed that they certainly deserve their spot and probably looking to be a top 4 team in the league. Certainly,
Ludovica have gone from giants to, stepping into the shadow of giants, it seems. Really just underperforming. It does feel really bad. It does. There's no two ways of putting it. And when you look toward I'm actually kind of surprised. Only 2+ open kills for Seppi. Everyone else is pretty much, neutral there. Overall, I actually think that's a closer game on the stats board than what it might be in the server, Mandy.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that as well. I think that when it came to stats, it was a very, I suppose, frag-heavy game. We saw trades come out from all across the map. That wasn't much focus on playing the utility, playing the micro battles per se. It was more just looking for those gunfights, trying to find what picks you can. And I suppose really that's the strength of Kraken that we've seen so far. All their players are super sharp and they fully lent into that.
Well, we do have Elements waiting for us, so let's welcome him into the OCN broadcast for the interview. Elements, that is a really dominant performance. From everything that it looked like on the outside from us here on the broadcast, that's probably been one of the better performances that we've seen from Kraken. Has anything changed in the past couple of weeks? Because it seems like things are really looking up for you and the team.
There's not too much change, just kind of the fact that we kind of decided to focus on ourselves more really rather than what the other people are doing and making sure that we're not making mistakes. And as we've implemented that, we've started getting the results.
Yeah, Elements, look, congrats on the win. Big one for you guys also against your former team. I'm sure that would have felt pretty good.
Yep.
But I wanted to remark upon the few pitfalls that Kraken's had this season. You did lose 7-0 to Chiefs and 7-2 to Bliss. What did you take from those games that has now enabled you to bounce back so strongly?
Well, obviously we had the 2 subs and then we had a roster change that we couldn't make. So we were just looking to keep learning, just keep working hard in scrims, and we knew that the results would come towards the end of the season.
Hey Elements, congrats on the win. I just wanted to ask a little bit about what's the team dynamic like? Like, you've got brand new players, you guys are in a learning phase. Who's in the leadership roles on this team? Who's like making the calls in the game and helping develop the team further?
Mainly Seppi, but we all kind of do our part. We all like to think that we're smart players and try to add in what we can every now and then, and yeah.
I'm glad you like to think that you're all smart players. I'd like to think that we're all smart on the analyst desk, but we definitely know there's a couple of pitfalls there when it comes to that. Look, we'll give you the opportunity here, Elements. Would you like to say anything before we let you go?
Just a few shout-outs. I'd like to shout out the boys putting in a good game. I'd like to shout out my parents. They were watching tonight. Love you. And shout out Lily.
That is beautiful. That is beautiful. Well, Elements, thank you very much for joining us, my friend. Congratulations on the 3 points and best of luck in your game next week against Wildcard. But for everyone at home, don't go anywhere. On the other side of this break, we see Bliss go head-to-head with Ground Zero.
Morning, boys. Who the f did this to my mouse? Juicy, was this you?
No, man.
Tilte?
No.
Vinny?
No, I don't even like jelly.
Logic? Was it you, mate? F***ing digital.
Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Are you sure it's the 29th, bro?
It is.
And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.
No, you don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this. Got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now. Gotta let them know. Watch as I break the mold. We got lost in the middle of nowhere, but we really don't care where we go. It's still a riddle, no matter where. There's love and music in the air. There's music in the air. Yeah, to the left, to the right. We're having fun, alright. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. We're gonna rock this place tonight. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. Standing on the edge of summer, we're gonna rock this place tonight. Dusty roads in the desert are gonna take us somewhere where we go. It doesn't matter, 'cause everywhere there's love and music in the air. There's music in the air. Yeah, to the left, to the right. We're having fun, alright. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. We're gonna rock this place tonight. Like Bonnie and Clyde,
Wait. Oh,
The Banks though, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. You make it a 1 versus 1. The 50
champions. You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't Kraken showcasing some unbelievable form and showing why Stage 2 they completely deserve to be in OCN. We now go to a team fighting for some former glory, if you will. Bliss and Ground Zero, to be fair. I feel like both of these are coming in with somewhat similar storylines, two completely different approaches. Bliss is up there in 2nd place. Ground Zero all the way down in 8th place. Mandy, this matchup in particular, surely this is just going to be a quick one. Surely this is a one and done.
Well, that's what you think, right? You think that Team Bliss are in pretty hot form right now. Ground Zero, they haven't looked too great in this stage, so you'd think that it's pretty dominant here. But yeah, of course, Ground Zero, they've come into it with a brand new roster this particular stage, lots of new names on the board, and unfortunately not finding a lot of success with it.
No, it has not been the greatest start. In fact, I don't think a single win on the board, Dev, which is quite damning. They are the only team in OCN without a win. Does it change today?
I don't know, man. This has been a real rough stage for them, at least in OCN. In ranked, these guys are the scourge of O servers. In fact, Tuhan, I was told, is the #1 ranked champion ranked player in the world right now. That is legit. There are a couple of illegitimate players out there, but he is the top rated player in the world right now in ranked, and having versed him before, I can see why. Dude's a demon, but they haven't been quite so demonic in OCN. It's been a huge disappointment, to be fair. Like, they've played game after game and just continued to lose, even to teams that you'd expect them to perhaps have a decent shot against, like the Hungry Lions and like Kraken, and this is just going to be such a tall task for them.
And Dev, you were mentioning a former teammate now turned to the dark side, more so to the pink side. Mandy, Brendo plays against his old team for the very first time in Stage 2 here. This roster is devastating when they're on point.
Yeah, absolutely. The addition of Brendo as well to eventually replace God Legion does bring some new blood into the team, and I think Brendo is slotted in just perfectly. He fulfills the role exactly as needed. And yeah, for sure, a grudge match against his old teammates as well. I don't imagine there's too much bad blood. Most of these guys in OS are pretty friendly with each other anyway, but still a very exciting prospect for Brendo.
I don't know. I've heard some things about Oda, and not just that he likes to eat his KFC on a plate. I hear he's really toxic, Dev, isn't that right?
Oh, just the worst. I hear that, you know, someone put his mouse into jelly one time as well.
Yeah.
So
It's true. It is true. He is disliked. I'll say that much. Chalet is where we go to.
Smack talking Oda.
Yeah. Well, the best part is he can't reply to me, and he won't be able to reply after the game either, because they're going to lose here on Chalet. Mandy, what do you make of this one?
Well, this is pretty historical. It's an exact rematch even. Chalet was played out between these two teams in Stage 1. I think it was actually like one of the first few games I casted as well. I think I casted every single Chalet match back in Stage 1, so I can remember this quite vividly. It's a core memory now. And so yeah, I'm pretty excited here. Bliss, they looked dominant on it last stage. They look great this stage as well, and I feel like this is an easy win for them.
Dev, you got to back that in, surely. I don't really think we can put it two ways.
I mean, these teams also played each other in OCS, and that was a dominant win for Bliss. So, yeah, I don't know what more to say. Like, Ground Zero really need this win to get there first of the whole stage. It's been very grim for them, and next week they're going to be playing Ludovica, so you could argue that maybe they'll have a shot against Ludovica, but
that's harsh.
I mean, would you disagree with me after what we've seen tonight?
I would not.
This is going to be a tough game. Bliss have the advantage for sure.
That they do. Heading into this one, Bliss in 2nd place. Ground Zero all the way at the bottom of the ladder. They haven't even stepped onto the ladder yet. They have 0 wins with only 1 point due to an overtime loss. We head to the snowy side for Chalet. Maybe Ground Zero will be able to crack the bank account here.
We put some high hopes into them to eventually pick up a win in the stage, but Bliss looking in hot form, trying to take that Apex South position at the end of the year as well, are looking for some consistency throughout their Nationals stage. Flores will be the first band to go out. Pretty conventional here on Chalet. He's a very potent operator. Many shield, I suppose, power positions get played, especially on that top floor and mezzanine, on top library, and of course the Finger to go out next. I mean, what better band to go for than Finger?
I don't think that you can see a map where, or a match where there's such big of a gap between the skill discrepancy that you would not see something like a Finger band come out. You know, if Bliss get a hold of that, if Ground Zero get a hold of that, it could really throw a bit of a spanner in the works, but regardless, there's no need for it. Wamai getting banned out as well, like you were mentioning, Mandy, incredibly crucial on those mezzanine holds up toward library stairs. There's so many power positions for Wamai to be able to sit behind, and Azami as well. There are no surprises whatsoever in this ban phase.
And what that does mean is that operators like Valkyrie and like Mira are left in as well as the Echo for whatever Plantanar you might be looking for. So these days, when you take out bans from Siege, there's just only so much that you can achieve with just 2 bans on the defending half, right? You still have to leave in so much possible utility that you just have to be ready to deal with, especially with Azami being thrown in the works and gets banned out so often. The first site of contention is going to be down in the basement, Wine and Snowmobile Garage, and this is typically a tertiary site. We don't usually see teams take us this site first, although Ground Zeroes seem to be leaning into it.
Yeah, this could be interesting. Maybe catch Bliss off? No. Not with Attacker repick, not anymore. That is probably the most one-sided community vote I have ever seen. And you know what? This would easily showcase what the actual percentages would be like if we were to see it in some kind of a stat form. It just... I can't really give a lot of confidence over to Ground Zero. I know their roster is incredibly dangerous. They are looking really good, but stats don't lie. 0 wins for Ground Zero, whereas only 1 loss for Bliss. Bliss have a plus 14 round differential, whereas Ground Zero have a negative 19. That is insane. The round differential between these two teams is 33. So 98% I feel is fair to Bliss.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that we all actually predicted Bliss on the desk as well. Hopefully we won't have egg on our face like the last game that went ahead. Nobody except for Blue Panda predicted Kraken, and we all look very, very stupid by the end of the day. But anyway, that's a story for later. Ground Zero now looking for an extended roam here on Chalet in the basement, holding all the way up into the top floor, starting off in Library will be the clear for Bliss.
Rixel uncontested for the first, let's say 45 seconds, but this is where things will start to change. We need a nade over here, but Repix, I don't know how close he is to that position. Maybe they'll just let him sit. I could not imagine that they'd be happy to have him sit in the corner of Library, and it's very, very dangerous to dry peek this, especially with where Tuhan is at the moment.
So I believe that's Repix now just rappelling in on top of the hallway. He used his first nade to try and aid Shade getting open the garage wall, which was opened successfully. Now he can rotate his nades over to the roam clear. Fisher Guy, though, will actually find the cutoff onto Frixel, and that's your Library player dealt with, no grenade needed.
I wonder if Frixel was trying to make it back down the hatch or whether... Yeah, I just have to imagine that's what's happened there. Where is that hologram?
There it is.
There you go. Oh, and Oda's doubled down. So, Tuhan gone. Now makes this game a hell of a lot easier, or should I say round, for Bliss, as there are 2 less players, especially when they were looking quite menacing on those rooms.
Now down, the man advantage in the hands of the Bliss, as the rest of the Ground Zero players will fall off back into the site. Brenda will be the first into the ground floor, just checking that no Ground Zero players are remaining, no one roaming anymore. Fisher Guy and Shade can start to get their work on the walls, maybe go for a back take, although the Snowmobile Garage is already open. It's just down to what Bliss want to go for at this point. They have plenty of time to do it.
Especially with how long they've kind of taken, this is a really good position. And when I say how long they've taken, they've actually done this rapid. This has been really fast. This could be really dangerous. Kaikin has not been spotted. Will he re-aggress here?
Repix is looking to take the engagement with Kagan. Shotgun out on his part, but Repix is too sharp for him. The man advantage goes even further in the hands of Bliss.
Repix.
What was that?
Oh no, you do not re-peak onto Repix, because that's what happens, and Oda will close things out. A dominant showcase from Bliss in round 1.
You definitely do not want to re-peak onto Repix or any of the Bliss players, to be frank, on this roster. Every single one of them is so sharp. And I know that when you're down on the man count, you need to go for hero play, yada yada, you're looking for your pick. But that is a very dangerous angle to find. And I'm so glad that we were watching that from Repix POV. That was absolutely just an insane shot to close out the round for Team Bliss.
Yeah, this is not a great start. If we were already down in the dumps on the storyline for Ground Zero, that first round does not give you any hope whatsoever. From start to finish, clinical. But will they be able to replicate that success? I do feel like Ground Zero have a lot more to this team than what they've been able to showcase in their opening 5 matches for Stage 2. And that's really disappointing, knowing that they can do a lot of damage. I feel like the potential of this roster is just not living up to the sum of its parts. We've talked about this a lot. You know, you look to teams like IG, where the sum of the individual does not meet that of what the team is capable of, really. And I feel it's the exact same thing here. So I do hope Ground Zero will be able to polish up these rounds and at the very least be competitive with this, because obviously they're not vying for anything at this point. I think they may well be the team that are fighting for the OCN promo relegations.
One thing that I've sort of theory crafted a little bit about Ground Zero, this could be a hot take, and I could be proven wrong here.
Give me the
but
hot
that
take.
is, every time that we watch Ground Zero, I feel like they really overcomplicate things. And as a result, it means that some of their players are not as enabled to just do well and to flourish, because what they're trying to go for is a little bit too convoluted. For example, that basement roam, that's something that you do with a very mature team, not a team that is sort of down in the dumps and is not doing so well. At that point, you need to be working on teamwork, keeping it simple, and just coming up with a standardized strategy that might not work 100% of the time, but is consistent. Now, once again, we can see them taking us to kitchen and to dining, and they're playing another extended roam out into the top floor. Makes sense completely, except that these players are spread out very far. I don't feel like I suppose the refrag and the crossfire potential is that strong in this current strategy.
They are incredibly isolated. Oh, this is really interesting. Great use. Oh my word, they have been shut down on their entry. Bliss, they have nothing to show for it. I believe that might have been the solar stairs that someone swung from. And now with Oda and Brendo, they could go massive here. Was a 2 versus 4, but every time Ground Zero overpeak, an opportunity will be given. What are you prone for? Oh no! It's a 2 versus 2 now, and Bliss might well close this out.
Ground Zero, though, with top floor control, the kit is on the ground. Wettables now in the 2 versus 1 make that a 1 versus 1, leaving Brendo half HP. Kit's still not in his hands, and Vertical is available for Wettables.
Talk about a grudge match. This is the round to kick-start it. Brendo with an unbelievable opportunity here. Wettables only needs to hit him really twice. And Brendo's absolutely going to give him an opportunity, but Wettables, I don't know whether he had the exact line he was looking for. He hasn't stuck the kit yet, though.
That was a bit tight, a bit dicey. Now the kit will start to go down Wettables. He has no information, so he'll have to drop the hatch and take the engagement if he wants to deny the plant. Brendo, though, will get off the plant in anticipation that Wettables will take the fight onto him, and this extended 1 versus 1 is starting to get very, very awkward.
Wettables can just keep baiting this out. Oh my god, what is that information? Wettables with the pre-fire. 5 seconds left. Has he outplayed Brendo right now? I think he might have. Wettables, he doesn't drop, and now he might give an opportunity. How has he won that? How has he won that? Brendo plays into the 6th defender. Time.
I just cannot believe how long that 1 versus 1 went for. I thought, okay, for sure, Brendo could force him into a retake situation, but he just left it way too little too late. He eventually was forced to get the plant down. There was only 7 seconds left when he started getting that bomb down, and as a result, it compromised his position, and he couldn't reposition later for when Wedables might have gone for the retake or something like that. Just trying to play the mind game a little bit too hard meant that Wedables was able to take the 1 versus 1 and win ground 0 the first round.
And you know what? If it had been anyone but the Aruni, I think Brendo wins that. There's just, it's too dangerous to stick a 7-second defuse when you've got an Aruni on the top 4 running around, opening up all those vertical lines.
Exactly.
I'm sure the anxiety, the pressure would have been mounting for Brendo there, but ultimately, you got to make a decision, right? You've got to make that call. That was a 2 versus 4 that was brought back. And look, all credit, all power to them. Ground 0 with a round on the board now, but that shouldn't have happened. We should not have been in a 1v1 situation at the end of that round, considering the start that they had. And I think it comes back, Mandy, to what you were saying about how spread Ground 0 were. Once they found those picks, Bliss were actually able to get, so it was Oda and Brendo, they were able to get into those 1v1 positions every single fight. And that really showed the detriment of Ground Zero's defense.
Sal's proving wrong there in the end, but not too wrong, but they were still able to win out the round. Now the Bliss will have to try and attack another bomb site. Kitchen and dining is now locked out, so we'll be going over to bar and games instead. Bliss are actually electing to go for a map sweep here across all 3 floors at a time. We can see Shade, he's going through the ground floor with the Nomad, getting ready to set up some of those air jabs, while Oda and Fisher Guy work on the ground floor, and some other teammates, I can only presume, start to work on that top floor instead. So this is a pretty multifaceted push on the side of Team Bliss to eventually sweep out through the map.
So far, so good. They've forced back Frixel, so they take dining control. And I think the timing is actually really good for Bliss. A minute off the board, they now don't really have to deal with anything from, let's just say, dining across, but they do still have to contest with that vertical control in library. And obviously now down in basement. I don't know whether they're going to stick that player down there for ground 0. Could be really dangerous, but I do feel like with the Nomad, it's going to be very hard to do anything undetected.
Bomb has been located.
Pretty smooth sailing through this mid-round at the moment for Bliss. They've essentially been given half of the map control for free, and now can start to get to work on these shields. Flores being banned out does mean that a utility dump will have to come through if they want to clear any of these shields. But Wedables is the one that is actually contesting with that shield either on top mezzanine or on top, okay, maybe the top, oh yes, top mezzanine is Wedables. And so even though the flashes do come through, they're still not going to blind him, and he'll still be able to take any engagements that he needs to.
This is where things get awkward. What kind of peak are you looking for? My word, President just rips the head off of Repix. That's Brendo find a trade. He's got to be really sharp here and hope that no one swings from mezzanine. They're doubling down here. This is getting really dangerous. Oh, Brendo. That could have been disgusting had you have found the head. Shade from below now. Has a lot to do, and Fisho's done. What is going on?
Shade, though, is able to claw back 1 now in the 1 versus 3, but the kit is on the other side of the map, on a completely different floor as well. 20 seconds to retrieve the kit and find 3 kills seems pretty impossible for Shade.
15 seconds left.
Pretty impossible, nigh irretrievable. It's Frixel that shuts him down. Ground 0 in the last 2 rounds have looked pretty damn good. Bliss need to be careful here. Granted, you know, the championship, like the title for OCN champion in Stage 2, it's still up for grabs. Wildcard have not gone flawless for 7 straight playdays. They've got 2 games left. Now, Bliss could very well find themselves in a position where they are contesting for it, but not only that, but Andy, you said it in the pre-show, Bliss are vying for an opportunity to play in the biggest tournament that is available for these teams, which of course is APAC South. They've missed their opportunity once before, and I know that they won't want to miss it again. But this is really when push comes to shove. What have you got for us when Ground 0 look even slightly good? Are you going to falter, or are you going to double down and find your way back in?
Well, now Bliss have been given the opportunity to have a quick chat here. It's technical timeout as we lost Fisher Guy in the lobby, but he'll take his time to rejoin back. These teams now have a chance to talk to each other. We can see Kaken pretty active at the moment in the face cams, just chatting to his team, making sure everyone is on the same page and vying to look for more rounds in this game. Game's not over yet. Only 2 rounds up for Ground Zero, but off to a much better start than what we've seen in actually many games from this team. They must be feeling pretty good about themselves going into the next few rounds and can definitely pick up a few more wins here.
Kaken's been an interesting addition to this roster. Of all the players that I thought would go to Ground Zero, I definitely didn't expect Kaken to be the player that jumped ship, but it's ended up with a team that, again, looks dangerous in terms of names, but just have not been able to convert those names into results. It could very easily happen. 2 play days to go, and the opportunity is still open. It's still in their own hands to fight their way out of the promo relegations. Now, of course, without a Stage 3, I'm unsure of how this affects 2023, but I would have to imagine that it's still going to be the same as it is this year. And, you know, the team that does obviously fall out will go down to OCL and vice versa. The team pops up. I don't want to overcommit to that statement, so if you are a viewer, by no means listen to what I'm saying in terms of that. This is...
Bang.
Yeah, I mean, Mandy, I don't know what you think, but if you fall off that line, I don't think you repeat there.
No. I mean, they kind of had to. They were down numbers to give them a little bit of credit, but that was a bit scary. I wouldn't have wanted to take that fight. But anyway, I want to give a bit of credit to Ground Zero currently in this match because they are actually up 2-1. And it's just because I suppose they've been winning out on their ones. I think that these picks, especially on the top of library stairs, Brendo was able to almost find the spray transfer onto President, but just being able to take that 1 versus 1 with Repix and holding out on that library hallway for a long time is a pretty formidable position to be holding. Ground Zero, although I don't necessarily rate their strats that much, they do some pretty sharp shots, and they are playing very well at the moment individually, especially Wettables winning out that 1 versus 1 situation even in the round before that. Ground Zero, they definitely have some pretty big star players and pretty big names on the roster.
They do. If they are able to come together, it opens things up a little bit more and obviously makes OCN a far more competitive tournament league. At this point, I really do hope that Bliss are able to, you know, whatever happens in this game, over my head, but I hope that Bliss can keep their momentum up. Without a Stage 3 for OCN, they will go, 3-4 months without playing a competitive game, unless, of course, tournaments pop up in the meantime. But let's just say nothing is planned, nothing goes ahead. They have 3 or 4 months that they're going to have to try and bide their time for before they get there. So this is a huge opportunity for them to make massive improvements on the roster. And I know, you know, speaking to Oda on a number of occasions, the team, obviously the organization Bliss themselves, but also the team internally are so hungry for it. It's ridiculous. I feel like maybe coming into what was the promo relegations, there was a bit of hesitancy because of the fact that, you know, the comms were kind of sparse in terms of when they were going to be actually playing. But on the day, it just felt like there was no gusto behind the team. It felt like there was no real, I don't know, they just weren't the same Bliss that we'd seen for months, a year beforehand. So this is a huge opportunity for this matchup and, of course, next week, and then into OCS. Those are really like the last known competitive games that they're going to be able to test the waters and try things. And when you're up against Ground Zero, you don't want to take the L, period. No matter how good the team is, no matter how good the individuals are, you can't afford to take that L. And then, you know, if I'm playing devil's advocate, it doesn't really change for the storyline of Ground Zero, does it? You can't afford to lose any more games. It's just as simple as that.
Yeah, for the Team Bliss roster, I suppose, they I suppose they really put everything into their all for every single matchup, right? There's not really a point in not doing that. This is the only league that they play in for now, right? So there's no point in not showing your hand. You may as well play the best Siege that you can for consistency, for practice, for good form, all of the, I suppose, all of the advantages that come with playing some good Siege during, I suppose, during the season, during the stage, because you're not going to get any more of that experience. And now going into APAC South, they did end up losing out to the then Renatus, now Gaming Gladiators roster, who have shown some incredible dominance through APAC South, absolutely deserving to be there. And Bliss, if they want to match up to that level as the rookies going into the new league, this is one of their opportunities to practice it and to showcase their excellence and to showcase their strat book and whatever it is that they really do deserve to be in the APAC South League, and they want to be in the bigger leagues, especially now that in the OCN standings, they are sitting within that top 4 pack and contesting some of those wins. It's really, to me, an indicator that they are almost where they want to be, but they don't have the name to it just yet.
Well, that's just the problem, isn't it? You know, we've been saying that that roster deserves to be in APAC South for, I feel like 12 months now, ever since Stage 2 of last year. I think we were all quite convinced by the performance that they were putting in. And I think it's shown. I think it started to show mainly around Stage 3 that they were 100% the team that we thought they were. And now, of course, Stage 1, Stage 2, they've looked great. OCS Grand Final, we can probably write that off. They lost God Legion, and they're still as strong as they were with God Legion. So, very impressed by Bliss. Also, just want to take a quick note. Thank you very much for everyone that is sticking around. Obviously, Mandy and I are just waffling on, talking a bit of nonsense about some topics. We'll probably turn this into a little bit of a podcast soon, Mandy, just about anything in particular. Maybe turn it into the old reload. But we are still waiting just on a network dropout. So I believe Fisher Guy has unfortunately had some issues. I think I just heard a join into the lobby, so we might be getting back underway. But in any case, if Fisher Guy cannot kind of connect back in, we will see Nico join, which is obviously the coach for Bliss. And I mean, for those that don't know Nico, where have you been living, and what's that rock like living under? Nico, probably one of the most prominent players in, I would say, Australia, due to his content creation and what he was able to do last year with Order. So I'm looking forward to maybe having him in. Is he? Back. It's Fisher.
It's Fisher.
Fish, man. I was so excited to have Nico there. But it's not to be. Mandy, we don't have to waffle. Unfortunately, the audience don't have to listen to that anymore.
Oh dear, I feel like that's a blessing in disguise, to be honest, Rob.
It is.
For the rest of the audience. They don't have to listen to our nonsense anymore, and we're going straight back into the game instead. Ground Zero choosing to bring us back down to the basement bombsite once again, down to Wine and Snowmobile Garage, although with a pretty different lineup this time. They're no longer bringing, I suppose, those operators that enable the extensive roam. They still have some things like the Valkyrie and like the Oryx, but there's this time some Goyo canisters to prevent the late round push. They have Malusi Wubs as well to slow down the attackers as they come down some stairwells or wherever it might be. It feels like there's a bit more utility committed to the late game this time.
That could be exciting. That could be very exciting. One thing that I really didn't understand until I kind of started paying more attention to the Goyo is how long those Vulcan canisters truly last for once you pop them. They last forever. Like, there's currently a basement strat on Oregon where you put them just on the insides of the electric plant, and you wait until the last 30 seconds and you pop them, because by the time they dissipate, there's like 10 seconds left in the server, and it is so hard to deal with. And yeah, I didn't realize how long they truly lasted for. So I'm hoping maybe we might see their impact. But I feel like a lot of the times with that utility, you don't truly see the kind of mad rush that it forces the attacks into. Anyway, Weddable's on the roam right now, and he might be caught out if he's not careful.
Absolutely, he could be met by the full brunt of Bliss, actually. Oh! Never mind!
Wedables!
Never mind! I was just about to say he's getting pinched out from all directions. A player in West Main, someone about to hop in through trophy. But that doesn't matter if he just sharply kills the person at West Main anyway. What on earth was that?
That was disgusting is what that was, Mandy. I thought the West Main player 100% had him dead to rights, but the problem was he had to open up the window to be able to see where he was, gave away his positioning, and Wettables very, very quick to respond there. Ain't no wet tables around here, baby. Not a chance.
Now Team Bliss will get their boots in the building finally. After a bit of a dicey way to get the entry going, Oda, Repix, Breno and Fisher Guy, actually all 4 Bliss players looking to consolidate the utility on the backside of the map. They're not going to choose to get open the snowmobile whatsoever. They're just going to work on this back take, create a long line of sight with the aid of the Hibana or with the Ace, and try and work their way into elbow instead.
Oh, Repix.
Oh, whoa.
Yeah, that was incredibly spicy. Oh, is he going to send it in? He certainly is. There's no one to deal with him in the back of Wine right now, so he can continue to push in. Do they know how far forward he is? President shuts him down. I feel like Repix, he made his way in. He found the opening. Probably needed to calm for a second there while the rest of the team got into position, but regardless, Bliss are now left with only 3 players standing.
Team Bliss trying to find an opportunistic play to get into the bomb site leaves them at the man disadvantage. Ground Zero now sitting comfortably with only 16 seconds left to go.
Fisho's pretty much going to be on his own here. Oda can't deny him. He's got to win this fight. He does! And the second as well. Tuhan gets shut down. Brendo on the long line can't get enough done, but it doesn't matter. Ground Zero, they suffocate the site, and it is all over Red Rover.
Wow, what on earth was that push from Team Bliss? They almost had it in the bag there with the opportunistic push, but President, he had his guns trained on that connected door ready for Repix to swing. I have no idea how he knew. Maybe he heard him sprinting through the room or something like this. This shot, what on earth? I could have sworn that President was in the reload animation when he was taking that fight. Like, I could have sworn that he was going to lose that one, but he wins it out anyway. Some incredible reaction time, and Repix gets taken down to the detriment of the rest of the push. Oda was able to claw back too, like trying to get a read on the players retaking the hatch as Fisher Guys goes for the push, but that didn't end up working out for them anyway. Such a strong man disadvantage meant that Ground Zero could win out the trades, and now we're in a position where Ground Zero are up 3-1.
Wettables showcases the perfect roam there. Wastes the first minute, finds a kill on the way back, gets to site, anchors and finds a double kill to close things out. Now, granted, it did not look like it was going to be all that difficult. Fisher Guy had to stick the plan, and obviously Oda is just nowhere near the site, so the second that Fisher Guy goes down, he's got a long way to go. Regardless, very good round. Ground Zero breaking a lot of the expectations we had, especially after the first round. I was a little bit worried. But there is also another question I would like to ask, and that's Repix. You know, that you've made your way into the back of Wine, you've taken a lot of control, you've cut out the rotates, you've also cut out the crossfire. And then all of a sudden you just maybe overextend a little too far. I feel like there was no one in position to capitalize on that positioning, so Bliss just fell apart. Please don't do that again.
And I think I haven't given enough credit to Ground Zero here. My theory craft has just been like completely thrown out the window. It is completely wrong. All the doubts that I had about the Ground Zero defense on Chalet seems to be overcome right now at this point in the game. They've done each of their defenses relatively successfully. Like, sometimes the mid-round gets a little bit dicey, but what do you expect in a game of Rainbow Six Siege, right? Now Bliss, they seem to be pretty stagnant. They're playing a lot more cautiously here through this early game. They're not looking for funky, opportunistic plays anymore. Just trying to play cutoffs, playing Chalet. Oh!
Hello?
Playing Chalet how it's meant to be played was the sentence that I was going to complete. Playing the cutoffs on the windows, and if you can find a wallbang like that, says Brendo, that just makes the entry a little bit easier.
That, I guess, is the power of the yellow ping. Speechless, don't know what else to say. Brendo with a free kill. And that would be really tilting for Ground Zero, especially for President, who has been playing pretty damn well. Now it probably goes on to Wettables' shoulders, but the rest of this team is well and truly capable. As we mentioned in the pre-show, Tuhan is a bit of a ranked demon, so I'll wait for him to come alive in this game and really start to maybe turn the tables completely. But minute left on the clock. Team Bliss have done an incredible job of dealing with that top floor hold. Are there any additional flanks? Is there anyone up here for ground zero?
And something that I want to flag is that the ground zero players were only just now able to get back onto the site. I think aside from Kaken and Tuhan that are there now, beforehand when President went down, I don't think that there was anyone on the site as of yet. Now Team Bliss have got full control of the top floor, but both sides are susceptible to vertical play. Repix takes a bit of a dicey fight onto Frixel, but is able to win it out in the 1 versus 1. Tuhan to claw one back, but the round is over.
Yeah, that was blink and you miss it kind of stuff. Within the space of, what, 5 seconds? I think there was 5 kills. I guess that's just what happens when ground zero were kind of cornered. The second that Frixel kind of shows where he is out toward the double window. Oh, so it was a red ping and then a follow-up yellow
And a yellow ping.
Gotcha. I thought I only saw the yellow, so there you go. But this right here, the second Frixel shows where he is, that's one player that Team Bliss absolutely know is not on site, and from there it is so hard to hold 2 players on site against the force that Bliss have. So this could well end up being a 3-3 half, but I'm still not convinced. I actually feel like ground zero could have this last round in the bag. It was quite convincing. So I hold on to hope here.
This is going back to Baron games as well. They won out the site very convincingly, as you said. This is the round where President was able to find 2 picks playing on the top of Library, supported by Wedables on the crossfire from Mezzanine. Some pretty stock standard top floor hold, I suppose, does work out in their favor, and Bliss got overzealous just trying to take those 1 versus 1s, rather than committing to utility dumping and trying to nade out the player or go for something like that instead. So ground zero, if they can repeat the success again, it will be a 3-3 half.
Now, the big thing for me is you can't really rely on a player at the top of Library Stairs to hold that as confidently as we saw in the last round without a shield. I don't believe there was, I mean, maybe there might have been an ADS in front that I couldn't see, but I did not see any kind of util denial? Wow, my English good today. But I don't know whether you can really rely on that. However, in saying that, Kaken has just gone and placed the deployable shield at the top of Library. I don't know whether I saw that or not, but it could well make this even more difficult for Bliss to deal with. Yes? Yes, he did.
Yes.
Pixels
Now, Bliss again... Bliss again are going for this multi-floored sweep across the maps. Solo take seems to be the way for this roster, but Frixel's able to find first on the entry denial. Round zero are now realizing that Bliss are sort of playing the same formula over and over again. We've only ever seen them pretty much go for solo takes, or a sweep across the map, if you will. And by now, ground zero is starting to read into it. Frixel will contest out on the roam and actually wins that fight on the plate, hopping into trophy instead. So now Bliss, they're down on the man count once again, and ground zero look like they're in pole position to take out this round.
I want to say this would be incredibly disappointing of Bliss, but I think I'm going to. It would be disappointing if it doesn't end up 3 apiece. Remembering, Chalet is actually a heavily favoured attacker side in OCN, mainly in OS. I don't know what the stats are like worldwide, but I do know in our region, the attacking side of Chalet is so strong. And right now, we're just not, it's not being showcased, but there's still an opportunity. That's a good way to do it.
Ooh. This is a bit different from Fisher Guy as well. I think he's already preparing for the execute here. He's seen a bit of an opportunity and has actually dedicated 2 air jabs to the retake upstairs and is now looking for the hop-in through game's window to get the plant down, knowing that players will be coming upstairs instead. Although his teammates around him aren't quite ready to support that execute just yet, so we'll have to wait for some more advantageous positions before he goes for it. And there he is!
Yeah, Brendo's going into mud as well, so the very quick trade does come in. Oda's now pushing in through lobby. They're going to be careful. Brendo's really isolated. We saw this happen before. Wedables from up on Mez has shut him down. And all of a sudden, the 1v1s are not going the way of Bliss. They have been shut down and shut out. A 4-2 first half for ground zero as we swap sides.
And I don't think anyone could have expected this on the defending half of ground zero either. They've just shown us some pretty excellent team play there, especially holding out on the positions that that Team Bliss are going to be entering from. Everyone had their guns trained on the right spot. They were able to win out those 1 versus 1s, and that's not something that we normally say here. when we talk about Team Bliss, right? When we say Team Bliss, we think about some of the sharpest shots in OCE. Normally these guys, we do back them in to win those 1 versus 1s and to make hero plays out of nothing, but not in this matchup.
No. It certainly is not the match that I think we'd all hoped it to be. But regardless, look, we swap halves. And no matter what you think about attacker-sided, defender-sided, every match is different. Bans dictate different kind of swings. And to be fair, I think Bliss have had to kick up the butt that they might have needed on that first half. So let's hope that it does not continue to persist in this direction. I like that a lot more traditional hold over toward the top of Library. I do wonder where K-Kim was looking to put his shield in the first round, because there was no shield at the top of Library the first time that Ground Zero held. Bar, was there? Or am I going crazy?
I don't think so. I don't think that my memory puts me back that far, to be honest. We had a very long time of
very true.
podcasting. So my memory is a bit beat boop right now, but that's okay, because now Bliss are defending it instead. They're going to choose to bring the Warden as well onto this top floor, so choosing a pretty similar operator lineup as Ground Zero did, pretty similar philosophy overall, but Ground Zero are shaping up for a very different attack than Team Bliss did. We saw Team Bliss always do a solo side sweep, but Ground Zero are first putting their pressure on the south side of the map instead.
Keen to see how this Nook plays out. Very impactful on the attack of Chalet. There's not a lot of maps where you're really worried about the Nook. But, you know, Oregon, Villa, Chalet all seem to be pretty prominent for Nook. What does Frixel have? What can he bring to this map? Especially in this round in particular, that could catch them off guard. So obviously they're going to know there's no one at the backside of stock. And they can now look to utilize that information and force Bliss into uncomfortable positions.
And Team Bliss are going to have to decide whether they want to fall back to the site sooner or later, because the Ground Zero players are not shaping up for the roam clear, where all the rest of the Bliss players are currently positioned, right? And so for Team Bliss, they need to start being a little more keyed into the push that Ground Zero are about to do, because the library is about to be under attack, even the site could be under attack, and there's really only 3 out of the 5 Bliss players to make contact with that.
Do they deal with Fisho Guy here? Because, I mean, this is a position that you see Fort so often. In comes the nade. Fisho does fall back and no one's there to capitalize. That surprises me that they haven't found anything. Regardless, Fisho makes it back. Shade finds a kill on the double window. So now this is looking not so great for Ground Zero.
Ground Zero tried to cut off the drop from the hatch with 2 Han, but it didn't work out in their favor. Thankfully, Kaken is able to trade 1 back, opening up the round for Ground Zero. Nade to follow in, and the execute will follow soon for Ground Zero.
I see it, but I'm struggling to believe it. I'll be completely honest with you. Ground Zero are outplaying Bliss at the moment. And they're absolutely shutting them down. Kaken has won 2 of his ones, and in fact, that's the first 2 kills he's had come in the first half, in the first round of the second half. Brendo trying to make his way back to site, so it's just Shade to hold on. 10 seconds left. Brendo has to find the kill. President starts the sweep. Shade can't find the kill because Frixel's there, but a 1 versus 3 is now on Brendo's shoulders.
Time is ticking away in this post-plant situation as well. Rest of Ground Zero plays pretty comfortably sitting outside the building, with Frixel in a pretty precarious position as well, prone behind the pool table. Brendo takes the fight, but Frixel will win it out for Ground Zero.
Speechless.
Yeah.
Utterly speechless at the moment, Mandy.
I'm pretty impressed by that round from Ground Zero, to be honest. I feel like that basement up attack is a much more advanced way of taking through the map than what Team Bliss were doing on their attacking half. Because when you go through that solar side of the map, you're actually playing into the defense quite a lot, right? You're playing into that crossfire on the top floor with the 2 shields. Whereas if you go from a basement up, it forces the roamers to have to fall back towards the site, right? And that was perfectly played by Kaken, who I believe found his 2 kills playing cutoff as 2 roamers tried to come back into the site. As Fisher Guy tried to drop the hatch, we even saw 2 Han on the double window try and catch him out as well. And I think that play of trying to capitalize on the mistakes of Bliss rather than playing into their defense is a much more dynamic way of playing Chalet than what Bliss were doing. And overall, I think we're just seeing that Ground Zero have really developed their understanding on this map of Chalet, especially from the last time we saw them play it.
Well, that's just it, isn't it? You can't bring enough utility to deal with every single point. you have to make your decisions, and you've got to try and bottleneck. I think you've made a fantastic point there. The fact that Ground Zero decide just to completely negate the defense, I mean, it makes their life so much easier. But I do feel like that a bit of a falter from Team Bliss. The reason why you bottleneck them into a position is because if they try to do anything else, you're there to punish them. You know, you're there on the double window to shut them down if they're looking for somewhat of a cheeky play. And we saw that from Shade in the very first kill. We saw that. But instantly, Ground Zero responded so quick. And now, I really am in the Ground Zero camp. 92% of the community believed it was Bliss. 100% of the quote-unquote expert panel believed that Bliss was going to win this. But right now, I am not convinced, not even in the slightest.
And I would have to agree with that as well. Team Bliss look like they're just playing some really immature Siege, if I'm going to be very frank with it. Although Ground Zero is normally the team that we say that about, it's actually Team Bliss in this instance who, in my opinion, are taking Chalet in this very, I suppose, minimalistic, like cutting corners type approach that I'm not such a big fan of at the moment. It's not really working out for them either. Now Ground Zero are actually going to work a solar take onto this top floor. The first point of contention will be that shield, of course, in Closet, which they're going to try utility dump for now, with that Hibana opening a long line of sight to contest this part.
Oh, they've missed the first two flashes, but it doesn't matter because there's no system inside to help deny any utility that may have been placed there. Really impressed with Ground Zero's time and efficiency at the moment, but one thing I mentioned at time, they're going to be really careful of it. They've got a minute, 10 seconds left, and they haven't really poked around the defense of Bliss enough at the moment, and the second they do, Oda shuts down Kakin.
And that's your cutoff player and the balcony player as well going down. For this particular push they're doing on Solar side, that balcony pressure is mission critical to being able to get into the bomb site because all the Bliss players are sitting comfortably off the site right now in positions that these current entry points of Frixel and President cannot contest whatsoever. So they'll have to replace that position soon if they want to get an in onto the site.
Repix going down this round might just open up. Fisher guy goes as well. Weddable's now on the double window, can shut down any of the cross. They might just stick this. They're going to. Bliss, they don't have a way to deny this. I don't think Shay can get into a position. They can't. Oh my word. Ground Zero are shutting this game out. However, the heroics of Bliss, it's still on and it could still happen.
Oh no, and Brendo's taken down the player on the site as well. That leaves Tuhan in a 2 versus 1. He's not anywhere near the bomb.
What?
Shay can take him out, and Team Bliss will end up winning the round.
Defenders win.
Oh, I thought Ground Zero did everything perfect there.
Me too.
That felt hook, line, and sinker. That looked like a clinical attacking round for Siege. Oh, Mandy, what is going on?
I'm a bit baffled by that round, to be honest. As soon as I was talking about, oh, Kakin, he died on the cutoff, and so it wasn't good, immediately Wedables jumped on that double window repel going into Master to replace him. He even found a kill off that, and it was so successful, and that's one of the pivotal positions that you need for that post plant, because you could see that the bomb was, I suppose, planted for that double window position as he could see any players trying to rotate in and defuse it, right? Eventually, Wedables died. We have no idea how. The round completely falls apart and Team Bliss make the retake work. And I just felt like Ground Zero had all the right steps there as well. They retook positions that they needed to make it work. But Team Bliss, I think for the first time in this game, have actually been winning their ones.
It does feel like that, doesn't it? Since the first round, that does feel like the first time we've actually seen the ones go back the other way. And it was only after Ground Zero found the, really the first 3 kills.
Yeah.
Disappointing for Ground Zero. I think I definitely want to make sure that I make that really clear. I expect Ground Zero to close that out there. 2 versus 4, 3 versus 2 retake situation. Got a player on the double window. You've also got a player flanking. Doesn't seem like there's a hell of a lot that can go wrong there apart from once. So They'll dust themselves off there, but that would have been match point. That would have been a huge boost for this team. And now you do have that inkling little, you know, scratch at the back of your mind. A Bliss back in this, you know? I don't think so.
It
Not
is
yet.
possible,
Surely
but
not.
I don't know yet. Oh dear, Team Bliss will take us down to kitchen and dining, and they'll choose to bring out the castle strategy for this particular bomb site. What this does is it makes sure that all of those cutoff positions are castled out, and we can see that one is on the double window, another one in the hallway, and another one on the bathroom window as well. Those are your three main cutoff positions that players might be playing with on the balcony to try and prevent any of the defenders from playing in that top floor and holding onto the vertical for as long as they can, though. Ground Zero will start to look for their push in onto the bomb site. Players sort of spawning around, oh my goodness, I was going to say the north side, but Shade is able to take one down and falls away safely through the hatch, putting a dent into the Ground Zero attack.
Yeah, that could have been big if Tuhan had found that kill. Now it's the sledge. Of every player you do not want going down here on this attack, it's the sledge. The second you have no more hard breach, okay? There's no secondary devices on any of these players, so you're really going to look to what? President to maybe use the X-Kairos. Otherwise, you're going to have to completely redirect this attack and focus primarily on what's happening on site. I think that's risky.
And Fisher can play pretty comfortably in this power position here inside of Closet. The wall next to him is electrified. We saw President try to put a set of X-Kairos on the wall to flush him out, but they were immediately taken away by that electricity. And now this position is far out of contention for Ground Zero, and they're starting to look for other avenues into the bomb site instead.
As much as I am a firm believer in you have to flush out these vertical players, Ground Zero have taken far too long to do this now, and I think this is starting to edge back for, you know, a massive Bliss favor. This just becomes really dangerous. The longer they wait here, the worse it gets.
And President has just put another set of 6 Hibana pellets onto the still electrified wall as well. Yeah, he's only got 4 left. Wait, 6 plus 6 is 12, right? I'm an engineer. Anyway. Although Fisher Guy is going to be taken down from the cutoff on that double window, that did get opened up by Tuhan, so at least it all amounts to something. But there's only 45 seconds left to go. That's not a whole lot of time to plan out your execute, play the vertical, and on top of that, try and prevent any Bliss plays from getting back into the site. That being said, though, there are only 2 Bliss players on the site to make contact with.
I don't think they're going to have enough to play on the vertical lines. Obviously, you can keep one player up there, but I still do worry about this. With 20 seconds left, they haven't pressured the site. I don't think they've got enough intel there, so this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. When push comes to shove, this now comes down to gunfights for Ground Zero. But Bliss, they can sit back, they can wait for the choke points, and it's exactly what's happened. Shade shuts down the first. Frixel, can he do anything? President is sticking this kit right now. I don't know whether Bliss are going to be able to deny it. A 2 versus 4 now is all underway, and Ground Zero might well do this.
Effectively a 3-on-2 situation, as Wettables is down to now 3-on-1 situation, and Team Bliss managed to make this retake work in their favor. It got a little bit scrappy there as the execute started to come through. We saw a lot of Bliss players full white with flashbangs. That great use of utility from Ground Zero allowed them in onto the bomb site, but eventually not able to close it out in the retake, which is what we alluded to. They were running out of time. They couldn't set up their post-plant positions in time, and Team Bliss take advantage of that. I want to commend as well Fisher Guy holding onto Closet for such a long time as well, not giving away his life, only making a mistake right at the end, running into a line of sight, but he held on that for such sufficient amount of time that it really stunted Ground Zero, and it compounds into what was a failure of a late game execute.
And that's just it, you know, when you lose, there's 3 phases in a game, right? Every round has 3 phases. It's got, you know, your first phase, your second phase, your third phase. First phase, it's all about prepping, it's all about droning, it's all about getting your information and kind of preparing for what is going to be a take. And then, obviously, phase 2, that's when all the action happens. That's when the fun util game comes out, when you're trying to choke and funnel teams in. But then the third is that's the execute. The third part of the round is the execute, and it felt like from start to finish, Ground Zero were just out of that round. It felt like they were always one phase behind where they needed to be, and I think you see that at the end.
I think a big trend through this game as well is that there's no mid-round in any of these attacks, Rob.
So
like,
true.
You continue to say, like, oh, you know, in the mid-round, we use our utility to clear, we play vertical, and we do all these things that set up for the execute.
Yep.
But, like, both of these teams now on the attacking half, there is no mid-rounds. There has never been that. There's just the early round, get into the building, and then, oh, we've run out of time, we have to go for the execute. It's happened time and time again, and we've never seen use of, like, the sledgehammer ever. They could have been on that top floor, but Tuhan died early, then they ran out of time because they couldn't get their feet in the building, and Fisher Guys saw out the early game for so long that it just went, okay, now we have to go for the execute, and the retake was there. There is no mid-round on Chalet, and it's very strange because Chalet feels like one of those maps where having that setup in the mid-round and being able to play vertical, especially if you can make use of like the buck or the sledge, is just so potent compared to other maps.
I do find it strange that we aren't seeing any buck at all. I feel like I haven't seen buck for such a long time now. It feels like almost like a dead operator in that sense, at least in OCN and APAC South. I feel like it's very rarely used, but truth be told, this is a very strange Chalet. I'm not really... I don't think I'm across it with Bliss. I did expect a little bit more from them, and maybe that's a little bit critical of them. But I think what we're leaning into there in that mid portion of the round, failing time and time again on their attacks. You're talking about a map that's got like 80% of its floor as destructible flooring, and we're not seeing enough of that kind of pressure being applied. And now when you flip it, I think Ground Zero are really struggling, at least in the last two rounds, they're struggling to kind of make that that first little phase, where they actually get into the building and they get in the faces. I feel like that has kind of faltered a little bit. I guess the top floor defense is probably a write-off in that sense of where I'm going with that point, because obviously the first part of the round was fantastic, but it was the post-plant where things failed. So it always seems like there's something missing. And I think, honestly, Ground Zero are only a very small portion of their game away from completely completing their mission. And just for everyone at home, we are back into a rehost, unfortunately. So I think Mandy and I might just take this podcast mode and kick back and just kind of, I don't know, talk a little bit more casually. Unless there's any point that you want to make about this game in particular.
Well, I feel like we're being a little bit harsh on the players in some way. Like,
no.
Sometimes, sometimes these things happen, to give a little bit of credit to players. You have your A, B, and C, but sometimes it just becomes A and C. Things happen in the round. I understand. You lose important players and important utility. That's okay. And it's just a very strange game of Chalet to see from, I suppose, these two teams, right? There's a big focus on this early round, trying to capitalize on mistakes of your opponent, as opposed to forcing yourself, I suppose, onto them and taking those gunfights, right? And I think that we're criticizing them quite a lot, but you know what, Rob? It's not every day that you get to see exact perfect Siege, like how you want it to be played, and it definitely doesn't seem like that in the server if you're a player.
Mandy, I am a professional retired player. I had put in thousands of hours into this game. I will criticize them as I wish I'd played even an hour of competitive play. In fact, you know what? I have. We had a caster stack a couple of times, and I think we came second in a weekend tournament, and we came, I think, dead last in another one. So technically, I'm in my full right to tell these players how to damn well play. Truth be told, it's always difficult. We all have in our mind a different way of the way Siege should be played. There's, as many call it, and many name it, the EU Siege, and then there's the APAC Siege. There are many different philosophies when it comes down to it. But at the moment, I do feel like this has actually been a pretty entertaining game. And regardless of what phase is missing, whether it's execute, whether it's the first part of the round, doesn't make a difference, because it is still giving us what we had hoped for this match, and it's that we wanted to see a competitive Ground Zero. And ultimately, at the end of the day, we are seeing that. And we're also seeing a Bliss rebound on the back of, I would say, a really poor start. 4-2 first half on a defensive side. They were on the attack and they were down 4-2 in the first half. That's not something that you see every day in OS. But look, credit to them. They've been able to fight tooth and nail even, and claw this map back. We're now almost even Stevens. I think it's 5-4, but this is really where we either see the resilience of Bliss, or we're singing the praises of Ground Zero to close out games where they're in a position to do so.
And I think that for Ground Zero, in the position that they're in, it would kind of be heartbreak for them to not make that 6th round, don't you think so? I think that there are so many times where they've ended up in this position, especially in Stage 1, where they were happily up 5 rounds and they couldn't quite make it over the line to get that 6th round going.
Yep.
And so, yeah, I feel like just to see this not go the distance and not see Ground Zero pick up at least 1 point out of the showing from this matchup would be pretty heartbreaking on their part, to be honest.
It would be devastating. It would definitely be devastating. And just to back that up, you know, they had a 7-5 against Vertex where they did close it out, but then I feel like it was the next week where they struggled against Ludovica in a 7-4, and then looking mainly to Stage 2 as well, obviously they really have had a lot of issues putting rounds together, let alone getting to a point where they could push to OT. Now, that is with an unfortunate forfeit on Playday 2 against the Chiefs, but, you know, things like the Lions loss, I would say the game against Wildcard last week was a bit of a surprise to most of us. They ended up pushing what are the undefeated team in OCN right now. They pushed them to 7-5. And it does always feel like close but no cigar. So for them to be able to find this 6th round and then more importantly close out from here, I think that would do an endless amount of good to their confidence.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think we were a bit taken aback by that last week's game with Wildcard. Wildcard, that being said, have seemed to taper off a little bit in their form. They haven't.
Say that.
You can't say that. Fallen off plus L plus ratio. Is that what we're going with now?
Plus no maidens.
You can't say that.
I know Vinny has a maiden, so I actually can't say that.
You can't say that. You can't say that. But yeah, I think for Ground Zero though, there are some pretty high hopes for this roster. Like we always say that they've got some big names. Like we see them constantly throughout the OS community. I think everyone knows all 5 players on Ground Zero and are expecting bigger things to come from them. But it feels like the cohesion as a competitive team doesn't really come to fruition in these lobbies. And so getting this 6th round on the board is very important. And now taking this tech timeout 2.0 with a lot of time for them to talk as well, I think is the perfect opportunity for them to hone in and figure out how they're going to close out at least the next round so that Bliss don't ride the momentum and the waves that they're currently making in the lobby.
Oh, I think it's time for casual podcast mode now. I think I've run out of material for this match. Generally, I'm pretty good to back it in, but probably want to talk about OCN and Stage 2 and where it goes from here, because it is really important for the viewers at home to realise that this is, as I'd mentioned a little bit earlier, this is the last stage that we have for
So
OCN.
sad.
It is really sad. Fortunately for us, we still have an OCS, if I'm not mistaken. So we will still see all of these teams play again once this is all concluded. I'll actually find out the dates for OCS. Maybe I'll ping Ryan.
Check the calendar.
Yeah, please do. I haven't checked in a little while.
OCS is August 6th to 7th. There you go.
There you go. So I think that's in not this weekend that we're here, not the weekend after, but the following. So we've got 3 Saturdays to go, and we'll be at OCS stage. But that there is probably the biggest opportunity for the. I was going to say the OCN teams, but really for the OS teams. We didn't see enough out of the OCL teams. There were a lot of forfeits. Unfortunately, I think we had 4 or 5 forfeits in the first matches. In the round of 16 from OCS Stage 1. So, this is where I probably call upon those teams that are playing in OCL to really, kick their butts into gear and prepare to play that tournament, because with nothing else on the calendar, we are looking at it being like, okay, well, this is the last point that we really see these teams before 2023 or whenever the next time that we see them. So this is a huge opportunity for the last 2 play days for all of these teams. And I really do loop Ground Zero into that in a massive way, because obviously there are still promo relegations for 2023. You don't want to find yourself at the bottom of the barrel, which is unfortunately where Ludovica, Hungry Lions, and Ground Zero all find themselves at this point. Kraken, who just played previously, are now out of that point of relegation. They cannot be relegated no matter what happens from here. So it's a 3-legged race for relegations now, and Ground Zero, unfortunately, are primed at the very bottom. But like you said, I think they play Ludovica next week, so that is a huge opportunity for both of these teams to kind of have an opportunity to, keep destiny in their hands while fighting out of relegations. But yeah, it's hard to talk about this matchup in particular and keep the storylines around Ground Zero and Bliss when it feels like we've been doing it for an hour and a half now, Mandy. But at the end of the day, this is a very different beast of a matchup than what we had originally anticipated. So I do hope that we see Bliss kind of claw their way back into this, as Ground Zero are still up in the advantage 5-4. However, for all the viewers at home that have been sticking around, we appreciate you, but we are going to go to a short break. So please make sure you go kick back, relax. We'll be back as soon as we can.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Bro, you sure it's the 29th, bro?
It is.
And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.
in the desert are gonna take us somewhere where we go. It doesn't matter, 'cause everywhere there's love and music in the air. There's music in the air. Yeah, to the left or to the right, we're having fun, alright. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. We're gonna rock this place tonight. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. Standing on the edge of summer, we're gonna rock this place tonight. Tonight. We're gonna rock this place tonight. We're gonna rock this place tonight. We're gonna rock this place tonight. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. We're gonna rock this place tonight. Like Bonnie and Clyde, we're born to be wild. Standing on the edge of summer, we're gonna rock this place tonight.
Hey baby, won't you come with me? I got money like it grows right off the trees. I said no, I won't go. Hey darling, won't you join our clan? We're gonna fix you up, take you to the promised land. I said no, I won't go. And I'm ready for it all, ready for it all.
What a double! What is going on here? Nothing there from Wade.
The bank state, 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2. You make it a 1 versus 1. The 55. Champions, you never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now.
What have they done? They just give us one. Thank you very much for sticking around. We hope that was a short break. Andy and I just needed to take a second to go get a water, freshen up, and get back underway. 5-4, ground zero are up, and now I feel like with this break, momentum's broken and it's anyone's game.
I would agree with that, and Team Bliss are also going to take us down to the basement site. This is now a couple times we've seen pretty much all 4 bomb sites be played out here in Chalet. Basement seems to be coming into fashion as well. Lots of teams are starting to run this particular lineup. Seems like though Team Bliss are going for a less roam-heavy hold as they are bringing along the Clash. Not sure where that's going to be played out just yet, but I'm interested to see where that will go.
It could be great success or massive failure. I want to back in a very, very big success, but I do feel like in basement we've seen right where he's playing.
Yeah.
We've seen this a lot. Well, not so much this stage, but back when it was first introduced, we saw Clash played in the basement quite a lot.
Oh, I understand.
Yeah, it completely blocks all utility from coming in.
So because he's looking upwards,
correct.
You cannot write.
Yeah, but
innovation.
Yeah, innovation's all broken when they just do that. I'm so glad that happened. Of everything that could have happened then, I'm so glad that the Thatcher is still in and it just went all but done.
Of all the timelines we were in,
Yeah.
this is the one.
Yeah.
Anyway, all the innovation thrown out the window. All goes open nice and easily, and Ground Zero can now start to make their way through this roam clear through the map. Shade and Oda will be the first points of contention. On the top floor even is the smoke player, something you don't see very often. Bliss trying to hold on to as much map control as possible, while Ground Zero try and feel out how they're going to deal with it.
Oh,
Ooh.
I've already felt that out, that's for sure. West Main, Brendo's done and dusted. He's 1 foot in the grave because this will be map point. If Ground Zero can convert this from the opening kill, the man advantage, this could be really devastating. So keep your eyes on how this one unfolds. But as Team Bliss extended across the map, so too have Ground Zero. They've got players watching nearly every main line that there could be at the moment.
Seems like Ground Zero are going to look for a back take once again into this bomb site, pretty similar to what Team Bliss did when they were looking for their attack. But this time, Ground Zero will be met by the clash of Fisher Guy, now starting to get their drones inside of Elbow as well, figuring out exactly what they're going to do next. With the man advantage up, it should give them a clear path into the site and ways to refrag the defenders of Team Bliss, especially because Fisher Guy essentially has about half a gun.
Can't say that.
Can't say that.
That's not on. It is Fisho. You never know what he'll be able to do. He'll either go absolutely mental or it'll just be one of the stranger rounds you've ever seen in your life. But no matter how much they get open, they're going to have to try and find something, like a way into this. Right now, they're not being anywhere near contested enough. And Team Bliss, with only 25 seconds left, this is really dangerous.
A bomb has been located.
Not looking so good for the side of Ground Zero. They've made excellent progress, but the execute has started to come far little too late. Only 15 seconds left. It's going to be desperation for Ground Zero.
At the very least, there's no more canisters left in the pocket of Shade, so they can push in, and they've done just that. There's no one to help Fisho at this point, provided Wittables doesn't die! No! Fisho! Guy! Goes nuclear! I don't care what you say about that weapon. Half a weapon, he'll shut down 2 players. Ra-ta-ta-ta!
My goodness, I was just proven so wrong within the span of like 20 seconds of saying it. That is unreal from Fisher Guy. Wow. He was even EMP'd at the end there, so his Clash Shield wouldn't use the zappy, slowy, slowy effect anymore. So he had to pull out the gun, kill the planter, kill Wettables covering him, left the Slither HP, but it doesn't matter anyway, because that's what gets them the round win. Fisher Guy.
Now that is the power of the Clash on basement, because you cannot open up the flooring, well, enough of the flooring to contest a Clash there. So what are you going to do? You're just going to run at a big shieldy electric operator? Like, good luck with that. You're going to have a lot of fun, aren't you?
Well, the thing is, I really backed in Ground Zero for that
Yeah.
one once Wettables had thrown out the EMP, because
Yeah,
that
true.
EMP disables zappy, slowy, right? And so I thought, oh, okay, now is that in onto the bomb site? They were playing it so well, but then they didn't win out the 2 versus 1 gunfight onto what I consider to be half a weapon. Immediately proven wrong, of course, in true caster fashion.
The biggest caster curse I've ever seen.
Yeah.
That's absolutely hilarious. I'm so glad that just happened. But also, credit where credit is due for Bliss. Although Fisho has played heroics at the end, Fisho's job was already done. The rest of Ground Zero were dead, and there were only those 2 players left alive. I think there was also Oda running down the back West Main stairs. So even if they find Fisho there, I still don't know whether they've got enough time to play in the 2 versus 3. So fantastic work from Bliss, showing a lot of confidence and a lot of versatility, honestly, on that basement site. And now we get to test once again what this game's defense has to offer.
And it's getting pretty hairy as well for the side of Ground Zero. They were up so many points. It could have been at match points plenty of rounds ago at this point. But now we've evened up the scoreboard once again. And because of how long that tech pause was, we're back at 0-0 essentially. No momentum on either side. bar that one round from Team Bliss having just picked that up now, Ground Zero will now start to make their way through the building, looking for a solo side clear. This is a pretty different approach they took to last time. They went for a bottom up, tried to capitalize on some of the mistakes of Bliss. This is a much more linear push, and they're just going to look for a utility dump instead.
Let's see whether your theory about dismissing that hold stays true on this round as well. Because if they fail, you've got a gigahead on you.
Well, the difference is between these two teams is that Repix and Co decided to send it through the library hallway. They didn't flush out the shield with grenades, or not the shield necessarily, but they didn't try to flush out the position on top library with nades per se, whereas Ground Zero actually are. They're doing their due diligence to throw in that utility, and that shield goes down. Now there's still 2 more nades on the side of Frixel as well. They can pivot those nades to clear out library. They're making much better use of the utility than Bliss did, as they just sort of faced it head on, tried to take the gunfights where they could, whereas Ground Zero are trying to do the proper way of clearing this, but with not a whole lot of time left.
See, this is the problem now, isn't it? Ground Zero have not done enough to convince us that they're going to have a hold on this round. And this will be a 3rd straight round for Bliss if they are able to confirm it. This would be absolutely devastating, considering the position that Ground Zero were in. They were 5-2 up, I think. And they found themselves in a 2 versus 4, to which Bliss brought that back. So that was not ideal. And now you're going to see the full impact of what Bliss can do if they've got all players left alive on site. Speaking of which, Oda goes down. Not good.
And only 10 seconds left as well. The execute starts to come through for Ground Zero. Gunfights go back and forth. Rapix in a very precarious position is able to shut down Wedables. 3 seconds. The kit still hasn't gone down for Ground Zero.
Oh, Brendo! What a huge double kill. That all but confirms that round. That is massive.
What on earth was that? Ground Zero once again repeating the same mistakes as the last round, leaving it too little too late. No time left, unable to drone out these positions of the Bliss players. Repix was in a very strange position in the basement. No one could have expected that. This is this replay here. Wedables had no idea that Repix was sitting here. Brendo as well, making use of the basement stairs, is able to shut down 2 players trying to get into the site. Just a lack of late round droning and intel twice in a row now has meant that Ground Zero has failed to execute into the site.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Oh no. How the mighty have fallen here for Ground Zero. Backed them in so much, and unfortunately they are unable to close it out. They've got an opportunity to push it to AT right now, but I'm sure with the momentum that Bliss have, they're going to be able to convert this.
And the thing is, my heart really goes out to Ground Zero, because this team is doing everything right methodically. They're at the stage where actually a lot of teams we've seen in the past in OCN struggle at this point in the maturity, where they have the steps in their head and they know exactly what they need to do, but getting the efficiency down of being able to do it is such a hard thing to execute. Not only that, but a lot of teams nowadays have realized that there just simply isn't enough time to do your ABCs and get every single step down perfectly, and you have to cut corners somewhere. But that takes a lot of experience and maturity that Ground Zero don't quite have yet, and it's a good sign for this team, but unfortunately Bliss trying to come back on this one, I don't know if Ground Zero have what it takes in them to correct that mistake in the middle of this game.
It would show true composure if they do. True composure that I don't believe is going to be their shade. Speaking of cojones, that is ridiculous. That is when you know that there are players out on the rappel, he must have heard the player get on the drone, and he just risked it. Man, he
risked it for the biscuit.
He risked it for all the biscuits.
Oh, he stole the cookie from the cookie jar, if you will, to go for that play. That will be opened, though, by a set of 2x Kairos. President rejoining that has just realized, oh, that's just gone up in front of my eyes and I wasn't paying attention. Now, once again, Ground Zero struggling a little bit through this early round. Not really finding the timings to be able to find picks and leaving it quite late now, only a minute and 30 left. Nobody has got any foot in the building. Official Guys just found the first pick, and it's starting to spell disaster for Ground Zero after what was a tremendous start.
Time has been their biggest issue for Ground Zero in the last 3 rounds. Wedables unfortunately couldn't catch Shade on the cross back to study, and because of that, Shade's been allowed to find another kill. Frixel and President in a 2 versus 5. Ground Zero have played phenomenally in this matchup, but unfortunately it will all be for naught.
And only 50 seconds as well in the 2-on-5. Someone would have to come in and make a huge hero play, and that might be the start of it. President, he's had a pretty big game today, has put up a lot of kills on the scoreboard for his team. Will find the first amounting a comeback.
Drone ready.
Probe enough around the site to find himself a kill. In fact, he'll be shut out completely. Brixel over toward West Main is not going to be given an opportunity either. And hands on hips, wondering what could have been for Ground Zero. It has all but been squashed. The resilience that Bliss have shown here in this matchup is not to be meddled with. An unbelievable comeback. 5-3 was the scoreline, and they end up winning 7-5. Take a bow, Team Bliss.
And that is just such heartbreak for Ground Zero. They were playing some incredible Chalet. They were really showing us that individual prowess of each of the players, showing us why they made these roster changes and brought these players on board. But eventually Team Bliss able to overwhelm them throughout this matchup. Just such heartbreak for Ground Zero. They looked like they were so poised to win out this match.
That they were, but nevertheless, they are unable to do so. 3 points to Team Bliss, which means they are well and truly on the heels of Wildcard. Both teams at 15 points now, I believe. Dev, welcome back to the desk. There was a couple of breaks in there, so I hope you were still able to check it out. Yeah, just one or two. Look, what do you make of Ground Zero there? I think that was a phenomenal effort.
It was, and the game started really strong for them. I think in this match, a little bit of resilience from Bliss really pulled them through. Even near the end, I think it was to send them to match point, right? Fisho's big play in Wine Cellar really opened up another chance for Bliss to kind of keep that momentum on their side and really put Ground Zero into the dirt. A bit of just fortitude and constitution that was required from Ground Zero. They didn't quite have enough gas left in the tank as that we got deeper into this game, and Bliss, I mean, really showed exemplary composure, I will say, to stay alive and come back 4 rounds in a row.
Manny, there was a point, and that point was at the very start of the match in the first round where we thought Bliss were just going to run away with this. That first round was so dominant, and then Ground Zero just instantly responded. I mean, this is, although we're singing the praises of Ground Zero, there's absolutely no taking away from the fact that this kind of shows the team that we were hoping to see from Bliss, you know, the team that we hope to be competing for APAC South next year.
Absolutely. They showed a lot of perseverance through that match. That was a long one to be sitting through as well. And so being able to retain that composure and still play out the scrapbook that you need to, back yourselves in to win these gunfights, especially when a lot of the engagements haven't gone your way. And noted was that top library stairs with President where 2 of them fell, and it was pretty, I suppose, it was pretty capitulating on their part. It was pretty terrible. To be able to come back from that and still win it out is very, very tremendous strength on their part.
Looking back at the stats, although it was a bit of a broken game, it was a very, very close affair, Dev. And I don't think you can take away from either squad, to be fair.
No, not really. Nice to see Brendo really shining as well. He's always been renowned as a strong player, even when he was back on Ground Zero. And, of course, top fragging the game, tied with Wedables, who... It's nice seeing him looking a bit more confident as well. He's been a stunning fragger. Him and Kakin were kind of the stars of their former rosters as well. But as a whole, I think GZ are going to be really devastated to not find a win here, not even find a single point. It's been such a tough season for them. And admittedly, this was always going to be a hard game. It's just the fact that they were up by 3 rounds that I think really is going to make them disappointed in the long run.
Well, one person I'm particularly disappointed in, as per usual, is Oda. So let's Let's welcome him in for the interview. Oda, as per usual, mate. Great to see you.
What? He's so upset. Why?
Mate, I don't know how you bring that one back, I'll be completely honest. I'm really disappointed. I was hoping I'd be speaking to one of the Ground Zero members so we could throw dirt at you, but at the end, I've got to ask you, what's going through the mind of the squad? You guys are down, I think, 2-3 rounds. What kind of composure are you looking at in terms of the team comms?
Yeah, definitely a bit of a rough start. Once we hit the halfway mark and we're down 2-4 after an attacking side Chalet, you can't be down yourself. You got to keep the mental, clean and positive. So it was more just like doing a good job, boys. Keep it up, blah blah blah, and just sticking to our plan. Really, we kind of see how they're playing their attacks a bit slow, and then we kind of did it like attack them just before execute. So we kind of just had a game plan, go into Ds, and kind of just what won us through the game.
Yeah, look, man, nice to chat again. It feels like it's been a while, but that game certainly went on for a bit of a time there. What's it take from the team? Like, what are you kind of saying to each other when you've got these long breaks, when it's kind of a bit more challenging than you'd hope in kind of the wrong ways? What kind of stuff are you saying to each other to get you all through it and stay pumped at the right energy level you've got to be to go back in and finish the job?
At first, you kind of talk about what's happening with the game, and after that, it's just all laughs, keeping the energy up and the vibes and stuff. You kind of have to. It's like, what else can you do? Sit there like sad? Like, no, you got to keep the vibes up and be happy. Like, that's all you can do.
Hey, Odo, good job on the win today, bringing it back. It was a huge comeback. My question for you is, how is the team tracking for the rest of the year? Obviously, there's no Stage 3 anymore, and relegations seem like they're really far away. So what is your practice going to be like going into the off-season, and how far do you think you guys are going to go?
Prac at the moment is just finishing the season off hard, and then definitely taking a break. There's definitely a big gap before Relos, and there's definitely gonna be like a bit of a meta change. So, bit of a break, and then back into prep. Really, it's all we can do. We don't have a Stage 3, so it's just making sure every map is ready, because you kind of need that for Relos, and it's kind of what we fell off last time. So yeah, just more prac and a bit of a break.
I'm not going to lie, I'm pretty surprised to hear that you want to stay happy in a game, from Dev's question. You seem like a happy bloke, mate. You seem pretty down in there. But look, two things. One, what did you have for dinner tonight? And then two, would you like to say anything else before we let you go?
Having pizza, my mum cooked, it's a bit burnt.
Oh, God.
But,
oh, you disgusting.
If all these re-hosts, I was expecting to have dinner a bit earlier. But, shout out to Bliss, and Brendo, he was meant to do an interview tonight, but his phone died, so I'm disappointed. But he played a huge game. Shout out to the boys for bringing it back. Such a big game.
Yeah. Well, look, mate. As per usual, much love. Congratulations on the 3 points. We look forward to seeing your match next week. But for everyone at home, we're going to go to a short break. On the other side, the Hungry Lions take on the Chiefs.
Wait, Ty. You want a challenge? Yeah. Oh, sorry, buddy. Sorry. Hey, OCN, wait up. Thanks for today. Have a great day, thanks. I won. And it was pretty easy. Easiest challenge ever.
GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Bro, you sure it's the 29th, bro?
It is.
And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.
You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They just didn't
Bliss and Kraken have both kicked us off to a fantastic Playday 6. We have 2 more games to go, so buckle in. We're nowhere near done yet. We're only at the halfway point. Hungry Lions now take on defeated-looking Chiefs. There's no two ways about it. They are not looking like the same team that we knew them to be in 21 or even in Stage 1. Dev, what do you make of this match?
Look, this is in a way a David and Goliath game, but Hungry Lions have had some pretty impressive showings. They started off their stage by losing a very close game to Ludovica. Back then, we thought Ludovica was on track to be one of the best teams. Since that match, these guys have struggled a little bit. They've lost games to Wildcard and Bliss, and they weren't particularly tight games either. They did get a nice win over Ground Zero, but albeit only an overtime one, leaving these guys, I think, a little bit below where their expectations would be. We know what they're capable of. They just haven't quite lived up to that, particularly coming off their game last week, which was against Kraken. They got slapped 7-2 on Oregon. So while we know that this team is highly motivated, highly capable, they are, in reality, a lot of very fresh players to comp, and they're just hoping to bring it whatever fire they can have.
I guess it probably leaves a little bit up in the air, doesn't it, Mandy, in terms of what this team could truly achieve, whether they aim to achieve anything. I know we spoke to them a little while ago and they were kind of umming and ahhing over what they wanted to do for the future, but look, at the very least, they're coming up against Chiefs that are definitely not looking anything like the roster that we once knew, so this is a good opportunity for them if I've ever seen one.
Yeah, for sure. I think that for the Chiefs, they're going through a pretty strong period of adversity right now. They're just trying to stick it out pretty much from what we can see of Digital's response to this team, at least. When they were able to claw up a win, they were just pretty ecstatic about it. They needed that to be able to stay together. And I think it's a perfect opportunity for the Hungry Lions to try get a win over the Chiefs. That being said, though, the Hungry Lions, last time that we interviewed Jakenna, he sort of alluded to the fact that they're a pretty busy roster outside of playing the game as well. They haven't done, like, quite as much practice and are of the same level of dedication as the Chiefs roster, perhaps. So if they can pull something out of the bag here, I would be mightily impressed.
Well, let's have a look at how the vetoes have played out. In any case, Chiefs should always be the team with the upper hand, and we head to Villa, Dev.
Yeah, look, we haven't seen Chiefs play Villa in a hot minute. They were going to play it against Ground Zero, and GZ had to unfortunately forfeit that game. But prior to that, back in June, Chiefs actually lost to Wildcard on this map. Likewise, Hungry Lions also lost to Wildcard on Villa. So both of these teams are used to playing this map and losing it to Wildcard.
Had to do it to him, didn't you?
Yeah.
You had to do it to him.
I have a fun one about Chiefs, if I can just
please,
slap
please.
it in there. So I had a look.
Go for it.
Throughout the entire month of May and the entire month of June, Chiefs did not win a single map of any official game of Rainbow Six Siege. They went 0-13 for maps. They finally broke that when they 7-0'd Kraken, and since then they've also 7-2'd Ludovica, but they failed to make the major. They lost to Elevate last night. They lost to Knights in OCN last week, so they need this win. They do. It might not be for much, but it is for pride and for confidence.
I don't think that's a fun fact, Dev. That doesn't sound very
Depressing
funny to me. It's very, very dark. It's kind of like if Oda had facts. That would be his fact. You know what I mean? It's kind of along those lines. Look, no one ever asked me my opinion, so I'm going to ask me my opinion. Rob, what do you think heading into Hungry Lions versus the Chiefs? Oh, look, I think Hungry Lions are a hungry team. They're young gunners. They haven't proven a lot yet, but they have an opportunity to today against a wounded beast that is the Chiefs. However, when we go to Villa, a map that could be too structural for the Hungry Lions, the Chiefs could prevail once again. They're looking for a bit of hope. They're looking for anything to claw at right now. This is a good one. Dev, enjoy.
Thank you very much, and Mandy, of course. Let's have a fantastic cast. I know you'll probably need a minute after your last game. That was a bit of a marathon for you, but hopefully this should be an exciting game. Hungry Lions and Chiefs. Now, where do you rate these teams? Who do you think's going to come out?
Well, I think we've all backed in the Chiefs here to come out, but look, I have a special place in my heart for the Hungry Lions, okay? After that last Jakenna interview where he kind of just went, oh, we're a bunch of mates, you know, we haven't even played in the OCL, but we're taking it as it is, going for it. I was like, that is like the ideal life, is that not? That's just like you're playing some video games with the friends, you're playing some exciting Siege as well, but you're there having a good time, and you just happen to be in the OCN, you know? Like, what can you do about that? That's just so exciting. I feel like that's the dream. I secretly want to be in the lobby, you know? But like, yeah, for the Hungry Lions, they've shown us some pretty like good Siege, in all honesty. Every time I watch them play, it feels like if they had a strat book, it would really elevate their gameplay quite a lot. But it feels like what they're going for is something pretty standard, and they're just doing the fundamentals very, very well.
Yeah, they also just seem really motivated as a team. I feel every time you watch them play, they're like, they don't care who they're versing. They're just ready to give it a red hot crack, and that's an attitude that takes you places. Now, the Chiefs, they're a team with a bit more pressure, but you wouldn't believe it if you looked at their face cams right now. They're having a good time. Both teams seem very chill. Bit of laughs coming out from Worm in the bottom left as well. And as we see the operator veto, Azami doesn't make it through. Neither does the Nook, actually. I'm seeing everyone seems to love banning the Nook against Chiefs.
I feel like that's fair enough. I would ban the Nook against the Chiefs. I would not want to play against the lurkers of Ethan or Boydie or whoever feels like taking that up. That just feels like a terrifying prospect that I do not want in my face. That being said, though, that does leave operators like Thatcher on the board. Flores is left on the board as well. There's plenty of stuff that the attackers have in their arsenal now that is not taken away. Azami being banned out is pretty unfortunate as well. The Chiefs do like to utilize that. Hungry Lions, we've seen them use it as well in some of their strategies. But that also leaves in things like the Mirror, that leaves in your Echoes, or any other important operators that might, I suppose, be needing to be cleared off, because there's so many important picks these days when it comes to the defending side.
And to kick it off, it looks like we're going over to Aviator Games Room. You can see that community vote very biased towards the Chiefs, 83%. That just further validates what us on the predictions panel said, which was that this should be a pretty favoured Chiefs game. But at the same time, Andy, I wouldn't be too surprised to see Hungry Lions pull off an upset here. It would still be an upset, but Chiefs have seen better days. Now, they've proven to hold their ground against some of the lesser teams in OCN, like you know, Kraken and who was it? Ludovica as well. They decimated. So this could be another one of them for Chiefs, which could be fantastic. Exactly what the doctor ordered, I reckon. But you know, I wouldn't put it past Hungry Lion to retain their composure here.
Hungry Lions will start us out on Aviator and Games as well. Playing out a shield on top of main. Unfortunately, Zane will be the first to go down. Bouncing looking for a lurk through the ground floor. We'll find the first pick, and that's a Vigil taken down.
Yeah, I was wondering why I kept hearing Ethan just shoot every 2 seconds. It was like, bada bada bada, and it was just suppressive fire, I guess. A bit of sound cover, bit of pressure on for these roamers. Oh my god, there's no way Neptune wins that. He gets away, but not for long. Worthy does manage to trade him back. Still big pick onto Boydie, and 2 nades gone.
And that's the most important thing. That's 2 sets of nades that they're going to be playing from below, as Chiefs are going for a direct attack onto Aviator Games. Thankfully, they still have 3 nades left in their pocket in the hands of Worthy and an Ethan that they can use to try and clear out some of these positions. The next point of contention that we'll probably see from the Chiefs is that main stair shield, though, and we'll see if Hungry Lions can hold on to that for a little bit longer.
Chiefs shaping up multiple players down there. Oh, the vertical line bouncing. You've got to be ultra careful. He really should have lost his life there, but Ethan really on the ball with that adrenal surge. Heals him back up a little bit. As you can see, main stairs forfeited, and while Nazami does find a kill, he's immediately traded back.
3-on-2 situation now with the Chiefs. 1 man up. Worm looks for the aggressive play and will connect his shots onto Bouncing. Selma charges to go on the wall of Bar, trying to flush out another power position. But it's 2-on-2 situation. A minute left to go can get pretty dicey for the Chiefs.
It's super dicey right now. Chiefs, Ethan is low. No adrenal surges remaining. Jacana also low though, so maybe a game of body shots here. Hungry Lions feeling pretty exposed right now. At least Worm has the shield in Aviator to hide behind. But it could be on Digital to find the opening here with the bar wall opened up.
Still a drone in the pocket as well on the side of Digital. Can call out to Ethan exactly where his enemies might be residing. And he actually falls off and will try to make a play.
Wow.
Perhaps up the main stairs instead. A pretty bold move with only 17 seconds left to go.
It's going to be on Ethan here to get in there. and erupt. Digital bit of sound cover from the Selma, but Hungry Lions are staying oh so composed. 2 impacts on Jekena. Can he use them? Worm! What an angle! Takes down Ethan. It's all on Digital in the 1 versus 2 to clutch up. It's not going to happen. Great composure there in the plant scenario from Hungry Lions, and a nice little retake for Jekena and Worm.
The Chiefs giving away their man advantage through the mid-round did mean that the Hungry Lions, off the back of Worm playing this super sharp, aggressive play, mind you, was able to bring back the round for the Hungry Lions, and the indecisiveness of the Chiefs to go for something at the last minute almost worked out for them going behind the bar. But still, the retake was on, and Worm just picking up 3 kills on that round. Some fantastic individualistic play to prevent the Chiefs from winning out in the post-plan.
And in the early round, it was a bit of back and forth, wasn't it? Chiefs went for that downstairs roam clear, and while they did end up better for it, they lost a player and only got 2, and the mid-round didn't quite pan out how they'd hoped, so Hungry Lions start with an advantage. Only a single round, though, and that doesn't dictate a whole map. Now, interesting to see, it's Dining and Kitchen, which has been taken for the second round. Not what you'd normally see of Stat and Trophy.
Small interesting detail as well as they've opened up half of the laundry wall with footsie holes and just 1 reinforcement rather than reinforcing it all up. I suppose that gives you some sort of aggressive way to play into laundry. Maybe you could look for impact tricks on that wall as well. It's a pretty common point of execution in the late round as well for the attacks, so I don't mind this from the Hungry Lions. Small intricate details in their setup does change things up a little bit and give something for the Chiefs to deal with. An extension into the top floor as well. Pretty standard type of roam, going up horizontally rather than going up vertically rather than horizontally. Oh, never mind. I've just been completely proven wrong. Neptune finding the first pick on the other side of the map.
A really aggressive one as well. It was actually outside. I don't know whether he peeked the main door or whether he jumped out the toilet window. I don't really know. I didn't quite see it. Regardless, an early pick untraded, bouncing gone down. One of the big key fraggers from the Chiefs. And on top of that, you know, Chiefs haven't actually pushed in and taken a lot of that ground floor map control on the back of it. Instead, it's this top floor.
Worthy now will comfortably make his way through study and will actually trade 1 back onto Worm, getting a little bit over-aggressive. That was a very wide swing there from Worm onto that aviated doorway. Does give his life away for it. Neptune now realizing that his teammate has died and the mount count is even, there's no point in giving away his life and making it even worse, and has decided to fall off. That being said, Zane is in a bit of a precarious position there in the ground floor. Caught out all on his lonesome.
This is a really ambitious take from the Chiefs. They're looking to take essentially the whole map control. This isn't Stat Trophy. The bomb site's down in Kitchen and Dining, which means that now the top floor has been entirely secured. It's on Bordy to get this vertical game going with less than half the round remaining. The Chiefs need to make sure that they can make the most of this vertical potential with some horizontal pressure.
The Chiefs do their due diligence on the roam clear and opens up the floor for Boydie to try and clear out any anchors. Digital as well, able to find the pick on the cage jump out. Mazami trying to get aggressive on the player there, trying to prevent the entry into laundry. Now Jekena is in a pretty tough spot under Tetris. He can be vertical, there's a lot of holes above him, but will have to start getting aggressive on laundry to prevent the onslaught of the Chiefs, and he finds one.
Aggression is the name of the game for the Hungry Lions. They've gotten the pick, but lost 2 because of it. And that's the second one for them now. Oh, jump in, Jekena cuts off Worthy. That drone, the timing just not quite there. Now it's pressure on for Ethan and Boydie with just 30 seconds left.
And once again, we're in this 2-on-2 situation. A grenade to be cooked for Ethan. It does connect.
No!
But Boydie gets taken down by some Capcan traps. Only 17 seconds left to go for Ethan, but he has the kit in hand.
A chance to defuse checks for the Capcan traps. No E1. No entry denial devices. Zane, though, baits him out with some shots. Ethan cannot get it. And a nice composure there from Hungry Lions. They never let up the pressure.
That is the perfect way to phrase that. The Hungry Lions, although they are down numbers and although they are playing the anchor game, they're not playing a static game. They know that they're getting pressured from above from the vertical in the form of Boydie with that sledgehammer, and immediately Jackenna starts to mobilize himself such that he's not caught out on the vertical. Although Tetris is mobilized, although Tetris was compromised through vertical, he decides to take the fight on Laundry. And once the roof above him had been destroyed, he immediately sprints away. He doesn't get caught out by Boydie and then is able to take the fight onto Worthy, who tries to hop in through Cage and pinch him out. And just a little bit of disconnect from the push of the Chiefs there means that the Hungry Lions players through that mid-round were able to find some excellent timings on the fight. And that's 2 rounds up for them. That's a fantastic start to the series.
It really is. And I think the onus is now on Chiefs to read into this Hungry Lions play style. They're, like you said, they're having fun. Like, they're a bunch of mates that squatted up and they were, in a way, kind of gifted an OCN slot. Okay, that sounds bad. Basically, what happens, this is like, in a way, this kind of was meant to be the old Rufflecopter lineup. But Boydie and Bouncin, who once played for Rufflecopter, never played with any of these guys. But Rufflecopter just went through so much roster turbulence because everyone kept getting poached from that team that it just left it with the new hires, essentially, for Rufflecopter. And then they just picked up more players that had never played at this level before either. So it explains the play style, right? They're keen to just get in there and play how they feel. And I respect that from them, but the onus is on Chiefs to read into it.
And I really appreciate this approach from the Hungry Lions too, because they're playing just fundamentally good Siege. I don't feel like there's been a lot to point out strategically so far about this team, but the way that they approach the games and particular gunfights and the way they use their teamwork is well above and beyond a lot of what we consider the lower echelon teams of this bracket. Now they're holding onto Trophy and Statuary. Neptune decides to pack up shop on the other side of the map as the Chiefs are going for a direct take into the site.
And how does Worm win that fight? He's being yellow pinged off of a drone. And he still takes out a player. What's more, it's the Thinker. No more heals for you. And Hungry Lions do not let up this aggression. They found another pick, but it is back and forth constantly.
Ooh, that was a bit of a scary nade onto Jackenna. Gets away with his life. Worthy still with one more nade in pocket, but the Chiefs down on the man count will need to start converting their push to the top floor. Instead, the bomb site being a floor above them currently. Now, last time we've seen these teams in this position, Dev, things have not gone in the way of the Chiefs. This is the part of the mid-rounds where we've seen Hungry Lions manage to find some gunfights that go in their favor and eventually lose out the round. This time we'll have to see if Chiefs can correct their mistakes and claw back a round win.
Hungry Lions just always bringing that aggression. They're happy to play late round 3-on-3s because Chiefs will have less drones available. Like, even though Chiefs total have 9 drones, only 5 of them are actually movable right now because Bouncin and Ethan are dead. Their drones can't be moved anymore. Puts the pressure on Chiefs to make the most of what they've got, and that is Worthy pushing up from the Astro stairs, reveals his position. 2 players now pushing up the Astro stairs. But you can see Hungry Lions have peeled on back. Mazami takes a hell of a lot of damage, but survives for now as Boydie's on for the entry. Needs to land this shot though.
And only 30 seconds left to go, but the Chiefs are happily inside of the bomb site. The Hungry Lions trying to contest this push, but could be down to some very, very dicey fights. Mazami finds an incredibly sharp shot onto Worthy. Jackenna to follow up, leaving Digital in 1 versus 3, now 1 versus 2.
And you can see Hungry Lions, they're not too worried about sight. They can lose it. It doesn't matter. They've got the numbers advantage and they make good on it. 3 rounds on the trot for the very Hungry Lions.
And this is exactly what I mean by the Hungry Lions. They don't play fancy Siege, but they play fundamental Siege and they play excellent teamwork. That's something that every single team coming into a league like the OCN needs. That's the formula for success, if you want to come into it, right? Back then, if one of them got left on the site, for example, Mazami there, he took a fight inside of Statuary, he could have died there, and that would have left the Hungry Lions in a man disadvantage. That would have made the retake much harder. But because all 3 of the players were on the same page by the end of the round, they all said, okay, let's all vacate the site, and we're all going to play retake afterwards and prevent the Chiefs from being able to get that bomb down. that is exactly the way that we need a mature team to be playing. And the Hungry Lions are showing some excellent progress and fantastic fundamentals going into it. And the Chiefs, once again, capitulating through that mid-round.
Isn't it crazy how they're just so in sync, this Hungry Lions roster? Because you keep using the word maturity, right?
Yep.
These players are very new. Like, none of them played in OCN last year, not a single one. And yet, here they are, you know, 6 months or less for some of these players into playing in OCN. And they're so synchronized. They're not too worried about having, like you were saying, like the most advanced strategy. For the most part, they're playing really aggressive, far more aggressive than most comp teams would probably advise. But it doesn't matter because their micro is perfect.
And the main thing is that they do it together, because when you see one Hungry Lions player get aggressive, you immediately see other Hungry Lions players also doing the same thing across the map.
And they win their
Neptune
ones.
is wow, they are just so sharp in this game. What on earth is going on for the Chiefs?
I don't know how it keeps happening, but Chiefs are droning out these Hungry Lions roamers, and the roamers are either shooting the drone and then shooting the player behind it, or just ignoring the drone completely and winning an unfavored gunfight. And the Chiefs really need to start punishing this kind of behavior because they are being put down.
Now Worm is pretty happy to fall back to his teammates, knowing that he's found a pick. Knowing that Neptune, in fact, has found a pick. There's no point in giving the man advantage away at this stage of the round. The Chiefs now are forced to make their next move as Bouncin creeps his way into the building.
Opening a long angle into 90. I'd be scared opening that angle against a team like Hungry Lions, who are totally unafraid of peeking.
Terror drone to follow, though. That does mitigate all of the utility that the Hungry Lions were playing in this position. Jacana almost connects the shots onto Bouncin, but gets away with his life instead.
Good from Chiefs to use that utility of the Flores, but look at the way Hungry Lions are adapting. They're actually falling back and retaking study control. Jacana may even get aggressive here. He does! Oh my god, Digital! Thank goodness you won that fight, because that would have opened it for the Hungry Lions, who are now on the back foot. They had a 5v4, now they've got a 2v4. Neptune and Zane have got to stand up tall.
And this is one of the first times that we've seen the Chiefs in such an advantageous position. Another Rotero drone to clear out the second shield in 90 long, perfectly cleaned up by Bouncin off the top of that utility, leaving Neptune in the 1 versus 3.
He's going to have to 1 versus 5. He's going to have to ace this round. Already found the first 2 kills, 3 more to go. On the long angle, Digital holding very tightly from outside study window. Neptune wants to take this one. Digital's playing a really smart passive angle, and Bouncin can close it. Finally, the Chiefs find their first round, but not without breaking a sweat.
Absolutely not. The Hungry Lions really take these gunfights in the mid-round. It is a little bit terrifying to go up against them and try and open up these lines of sight when you just don't know what they're going to peek. And I think the point that you made a little bit later there, holding passive angles and playing the crossfires to not give away your life is something that the Chiefs really need to adopt in this particular attack against the Hungry Lions. It's better to take the 2-on-1 fights and play off the context of your teammate rather than taking the 1-on-1 gunfight or holding an angle, because every time that they've tried to do that, they've succumbed to the gunplay of the Hungry Lions. And so that was much more disciplined, I'm going to say, from the Chiefs to hold back and give the Hungry Lions the respect that they deserve.
Totally. It's definitely a respect game, isn't it? The way that the Chiefs are starting to perhaps read into their opponents. And I think that feasibly, I could imagine the Chiefs managing a 3-3 half here. But Hungry Lions now have kitchen dining unlocked as well, and they'll go down there. But I feel like I could imagine the Chiefs coming back, evening up the half based on this counter aggression that we're starting to see them employ a little bit better.
I think I'd have to agree with you on that. And as well that now we're going into the second half of the first half that is starting to get confusing. We're starting to see a repetition of the bomb sites as well. And the Hungry Lions don't seem to have changed up that much. So now at least the Chiefs will go into it with some kind of idea, an autopilot that's been developed for them to come into this round and try and sweep through the map. Last time their sweep through the map to play vertical was quite successful. They just couldn't close it out through the mid-round to late round, which is really the only mistakes that they've got to clear up to be able to take a win against the Hungry Lions.
Funny enough, like, why is it that the Chiefs have actually got rid of the Nomad? I see you want to get Buck in, right? They've got rid of the Sledge as well and replace it with a Buck, but I don't know, it's... Why get rid of the Nomad? It just feels like a pretty big risk when you're playing against an aggressive team.
Maybe they find a little bit more success in things like Rotero drones or just general utility clear. It did feel very successful in the last round from the perspectives that we were watching at least. So perhaps Chiefs more leaning into that, actually doing their due diligence with utility rather than having someone with 3 flashbangs and a gun. Something like that? Perhaps.
Yeah.
Just speculation.
It's all speculation at the minute. Well, first round with the Buck gives Boydie a little bit more ammo than... a bit more ability to make Vert. He was on the Sledge before, but... The Bucks always just feels a bit nicer when you're playing Vert. Doesn't have the nades, which is a shame, but not necessarily the priority when you've got plenty on Yana and Finker anyhow. Oh, this will be the first engagement. Boydie knows not to overpeak that. Play on the team play. That's what Chiefs have in the advantage here.
And the Chiefs, you can see, being a lot more restrained in the gunfights they're taking. We're not seeing a Chiefs flare following immediately behind a drone anymore. We see Chiefs flares shaping up to take the gunfight, but waiting for their teammate. And now, upon that team play, it flushes Zane back to the site, and the cutoff works in their favor, but not traded back. But traded back by Worm.
Yeah, that's a big trade to get for the Lions. It's also Finker down. A lot of util gone to the grave with Bouncing there. Jakenna's also going to find Digital. You can see how hyper-cautious all of the Chiefs players are about this aggression, but they're still getting punished by it.
Now, once again, the Chiefs left in a man disadvantage through the mid-round. Boydie can still make his work on the vertical, but not a whole lot of time to do so with only 30 seconds left. The onslaught of the Chiefs will have to happen very shortly, but Hungry Lions have vacated the site.
That gives a big chance here, especially for Boydie. Playing around China, Ethan sees a player at Tetris on A, and the Chiefs erupt, but there's a flank opportunity here for Neptune. Coming in through, does spot one, that's Worthy going down, they all line up! And the diffuser has not been planted. I cannot believe it. What a flank. And the Hungry Lions steal around from the Chiefs.
Huge round from the flank up the pantry stairs, from the basement stairs. That is an incredible retake to go for. Time and time again, we see the Hungry Lions be on the same page. Twice now, they've gone for this retake type play onto the bomb site rather than holding onto anchor positions, and it's worked for them twice as well. Neptune, that was the player coming up from the basement stairs. What a huge flank to get onto the Chiefs in the late round when the comms are a bit mucky, a bit flurrying onto the site. That is the perfect timing to catch onto the Chiefs looking for a pick into the site. And just the Hungry Lions are, every round they feel like they're more and more like a neural network of players all on the same page, and they're showing some great maturity in this game.
Yeah, unreal from the Hungry Lions, unreal from Neptune as well, who just made that round his own. What a play from him. Trying to figure out how many kills he got that round. It was at least 3, wasn't it? I got a feeling it might have even been more than that. He was just nuts. The Hungry Lions, funnily enough, took the tactical timeout on the back of the 4-1 lead. Bit unusual. I mean, what have you got to talk about? Yeah, I can confirm it was a Hungry Lions tactical timeout, which is very odd, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, that is a bit odd. I thought that I misheard it first because I was like, Hungry Lions
I saw it on the
tactical
screen.
Timeout, but oh,
yeah,
okay, there you go then.
Legit. No cap.
Fascinating. I feel like that is not the most optimal time to take your tactical timeout because you are at round 6. Whatever you talk about in that tactical timeout, if it's about the defense, is only applicable for about 3 minutes. I don't mind that. I don't know if I rate that from the Hungry Lions, but I can't take anything away from them. Their formula seems to be working, so they are the experts here. I am a measly caster for a reason. Well, now the Hungry Lions will take us the trophy statuary instead. I wonder what they make of it.
It's hard to figure out what Hungry Lions are thinking, isn't it? In a variety of ways. If we're to speculate, another thing I have heard that some teams do, and in fact I believe it was Helby, back then he coached Vitality many, many moons ago, many years ago. I can't remember what event it was like a minor or something. And he said that he took a tactical timeout upon winning a clutch because he knew that the enemy team would be like blaming each other and fighting, and it would actually disrupt the enemy team's momentum by giving them more time to argue. Now,
That's not bad.
I know, a bit of my
Not
games.
bad.
I don't think Chiefs is a team like that. Like, Chiefs have got a sports psychologist, Michelle. They're a very experienced roster, right? They've been to a major together. Some of them have been to more than one. I can't imagine that effect happening to Chiefs.
I think I'd have to agree with you there. Bit peculiar, but alas, the round continues. And the Chiefs once again are looking for their direct attack onto Trophy and Statuary, looking for a bottom-up type clear. They're not going to sweep like the last time they tried to attack into Dining Kitchen. They are just looking for some vertical play and see what they can get. Once again, aided by the grenades of Worthy and Ethan.
Let's see what the Chiefs have got on this attack, because half the round done. Not even an engagement, which is very strange. This is such a distinct change of pace compared to the rest of the game so far. Really, really odd, but there you go. Mazami kicks it off once again. Bounce and dead. And we see the trend continue.
Chiefs back in the man disadvantage, but not without the nades being... What on earth is going on for Mazami? He's just found another pick. I have no idea even where Worthy was. It wasn't Worthy downstairs. Yes, he was. He tried to take the engagement onto Mazami on the bottom of the Astro stairs and ends up losing out his life. Even in the portion of the Chiefs through that early round, like, still don't win out these opening engagements.
Alibi is the new Jaegerman, I tell you.
Yep,
Telling you,
yep.
that Storm,
For
that
sure.
MX4 is nuts. Plus, she brings some great util. Oh, finally, Ethan can finish off Zane. Oh, but the trade once again. These hungry Lions are not to be trifled with. There's only 25 seconds left, Mandy. Doesn't matter, that trade comes through.
Yeah, and the man disadvantage still for the Chiefs, even after all of that trading. And critically, Mazami is still up.
Oh my god.
A third in the round. Can he make it a fourth? Oh! 4 in the round!
You just can't stop him. There's no way. What a round from Mazami, and the Hungry Lions let Chiefs stew in their disbelief. 5-1 in the advantage, and these Hungry Lions, they just making it look so simple.
I just can't believe what we've witnessed tonight, to be honest, Dev. We have gotten almost everything wrong. That last game that I casted could have gone in the way of Ground Zero. And that could have been a little bit of a terrifying prospect, but it doesn't. Thankfully. This one is going in the way of the Hungry Lions slowly round by round. And we are looking very, very silly on the predictions right now. That being said, the Chiefs, they don't look too rattled by it. They're still having a bit of a laugh. Digital's smiling, Bouncing was smiling. So something's going on in the comms. They're trying to keep the energy up. And the Chiefs have to amount some comeback if they want to take it to the Hungry Lions.
I would love to see whether Ethan and Boydie turn their lights on. Like, is that going to affect their performance? Because every single time we see them, they're just playing in extreme darkness. I mean, at least Boydie's wearing a light-colored shirt, so we can kind of see the light reflected. But I just can't. How do people play in the dark? It beats me.
Goblin mode.
Goblin, full gremlin.
If you're a gamer, you have to go Goblin mode, Dev. You don't understand. It's. I can feel for these players. I reckon Goblin mode is the way.
That's where you're like full hunched over your desk. You've got your monitor about 5 centimeters from your eyelid.
Exactly.
Hey, I wouldn't question it if it works, but unfortunately for Chiefs, they have been a struggling. It has been another real, I hate to use the word, but it's been kind of embarrassing. Yeah, man, like, I don't know, you look back on Chiefs' recent games, the only wins they've had in recent history, well, they beat IG in APAC South, which was a very big surprise, 8-6 on Oregon. Probably shouldn't have gone overtime after they had the advantage so early. But aside from that, 7-2 Ludovica, 7-0 Kraken, those are pretty big results against low-ranked OCN teams. We could have feasibly seen that repeat here, but it's not happening. Hungry Lions showing what they're worth.
Well, the Chiefs have just taken their tactical timeout. Supposedly, they've realized, all right, we're not doing too hot right now. Let's just have a chat about it. And they've opened up the strat book a little bit. A double mirror window to go down in living and library when the Bombsite is Aviator and Games with the pulse to back it up. Ooh, I wonder what this will come.
This is super interesting, isn't it? It gives Ethan so much more control over living. He can really contest this mudroom jump in as well on the long angle. Bouncing there to support him right now. And should Hungry Lions choose not to clear him out, he's got Pulse and a C4. So he can deny plant on site.
Not bad from the Chiefs. That's actually 3 C4s in total in their pocket. And all of the C4 players are also playing on the ground floor, if I'm not mistaken. Bouncin is also holding on horizontally on the ground floor. Hungry Lions, I don't think that they saw something like this coming. They wouldn't have expected someone to be sitting on the other side of the map horizontally, waiting for that pressure to come through. Because, of course, Bouncin is supporting the back of Ethan, holding onto these mirror windows.
This is real nice, isn't it? Chiefs are finally showing their maturity as a roster and their skill and also their cleverness. They're a very clever team. They've also got very experienced analyst Arkuth, who's recently joined the team formerly from Rogue. But hey, Hungry Lions are keen to just send it inside. Boydie finds the lead-off kill. Worm can't trade back, and this is not a great position for the Lions as the Chiefs take control.
The Hungry Lions seem confused and capitulate under that confusion, trying to make a desperate entry into the bomb site, but the Chiefs were ready for it. They had their guns trained on this entry, and now the smoke canister will block off Mazami. So much intel being given here from Ethan in the ground floor. He must have been telling Boydie, hey guys, they're about to go for the execute, put your gun up right now, and he finds the pick.
Great usage of the pulse there from Chiefs. Digital right around the corner from Zane. And it makes you wonder, like, what is the way back in the round here for the Lions? It doesn't seem possible. Zane might not have realized as a player at top main. He does lose his life eventually. Worthy delivers. Mazami wants to go for that trade. Needs to reload his primary.
15 seconds
but
left.
Once again, caught in 4K on the cardiac sensor from Ethan.
10 seconds to go.
And an impossible situation goes from bad to worse. The Chiefs finally stem the bleeding.
I really rate that strat from the Chiefs. I'm a big fan of that. I haven't seen anything quite like it. Because of those 2 mirror windows down there, taking control of living is made a lot more difficult for the attacking half. And that's exactly where you're going to be taking control if you want to pivot from, I suppose, a top to a bottom. If you're going for a bottom floor up type of take, right? That's the most important part that you need to play your grenades from below, clear out any roamers. But because the Hungry Lions weren't able to identify that Ethan had so much intel on them, they tried to make a desperate play through the site which didn't work out. And that just disparity in intel and knowledge of what was going on eventually what gave Chiefs the round win there, as Boydie was able to put up his gun and stop the onslaught of Hungry Lions. He knew it was coming. He knew it was coming like light years before it even happened, right? And that's just, I really rate that strat. I wonder if they're going to bring something out like that again. That's exciting.
We'd love to see it. It's pretty cool when you get to see something a little bit different. It's exciting. Get to see teams experiment a little bit. Pulse is a great operator on this map, but you really don't think of it for many bomb sites aside from kitchen dining. So it's nice to see that the Chiefs have that kind of mobility, versatility. But the Hungry Lions still have a 3-round advantage. So it's, and on top of that, I'm pretty sure Hungry Lions have already used their tack. That actually did go through last time. So doesn't give Hungry Lions a lot of wiggle room to let the Chiefs get back into this, because it could turn around.
Absolutely, and the way that the Chiefs have been playing is a lot more serious now, especially off the back of that last round, and I can completely see a world where the Chiefs manage to turn this back around on the Hungry Lions. They're going to have to be on their toes if they want to close out this game against the Chiefs. The Hungry Lions, pretty similar to the Chiefs actually, are looking for a more direct attack onto the bomb site as well, looking to get that ground floor control before pivoting up to the bomb site of Trophy and Statuary.
I was going to say, what's going on with the entries? Digital finds the opener playing downstairs in Memorial. Worm, the first victim. Hungry Lions, not quite so fearsome on their attacking side as they were on the defense.
Neptune, though, makes his way up into Pantry, trying to play the line of sight, cutting off any roamers down below, but 2 of them still stand. Digital, one of his teammates as well, over in China, Getting pressured out from the vertical as well is Neptune. The Chiefs, they seem prepared in all ways to support this roam.
Oh, Nazami! Out-dueled. And the diffuser now caught inside Laundry. What are the Hungry Lions doing?
Well, unfortunately, that early round just doesn't work out in their favor. They couldn't find an in onto the ground floor. Even the vertical was against them. And now left in the man disadvantage, even health disadvantage, it's not looking good for the Hungry Lions.
Oh, just goes from bad to worse once again. 2 versus 5 with Neptune on low HP and no Thinker to heal him up. You got to assume that this round is over in just a matter of time. How do we get here, Mandy? Like, what? What's been good?
I do not know. This whole day feels like that statement of, how did we get here? Why are we here?
It's just been a blur, this game. First half, it felt like I could kind of see what was going on. The Hungry Lions, I could keep up with it. This last 2 rounds has been very strange. Neptune about to walk dead into a crossfire, and there's no way he'll survive that. Boydie and Digital just around the corner from him. He's also so low on HP. Boydie goes for the swing, gets the better of him. All on Zane now. They know exactly where he is. 5 versus 1. The Chiefs have finally got back on their horse.
Pretty unwinnable situation as well for Zane. Just not enough time, no diffuser, no nothing. And the Chiefs feeling pretty comfortable now on Villa. Oops. Whoopsie daisies.
I don't think that was an oops. I think that was deliberate. Boydie
that
also
wasn't a
shot
whoopsies?
Digital before.
Oh no, that was not a whoopsies. That was an overconfident whoopsies.
Yeah, alright, I mean, Chiefs probably have a right to be overconfident after making that 5v1 so dominant, and they're having a laugh.
Having a laugh.
Having a little laugh.
What on earth is going on today? We've lost the plot.
It's been a bit of a cooked game, not gonna lie.
The Chiefs seem to be writing the plot now. While we've lost it, they seem to be writing a new story going into this game. Those last 2 rounds were something a lot more dynamic than what we've seen from them throughout this entire game. That last round in particular, they had plays down below. They had read into the push that the Hungry Lions were trying to do. And although the roamers were being cleared out, they were able to win out on the entry picks. Not only that, but when the refracts tried to come through from the Hungry Lions, there were Chiefs plays up above on vertical to support that. It just felt like they had the read on every single Hungry Lions player in what they were doing, and their strat facilitated that as well. Now they're going to go down to the tertiary bomb site of dining and of kitchen, and I'm actually pretty excited for this Chiefs strat book. They're bringing out some stuff that has impressed me so far.
Yeah, they seem to be building up that momentum. Their defensive side has been so much better than their attack looked. And they've built back their confidence up from the 5-1 deficit in the first half. Hungry Lions now are the ones making me sweat. These attacks have been pretty pitiful. They don't have a lot of direction. They don't have a way to get in the building. And finally we're seeing them shape up what seems to be an informed push together. Taking from Study across. They've got to be wary, though, of Bounce and Pulse downstairs.
And the thing with the Hungry Lions now on these attacks is that it feels like, especially in those last 2 rounds, they played directly into the strat of the Chiefs because they didn't have the intel and they didn't know what was going on before they made their move into it. Now the Hungry Lions are looking for a map sweep. Zane is able to find that jump out pick on Bouncin'. Unfortunately, that's the pulse off the board, which will actually aid their entry as they make their way into the building.
But it's not without a hitch, as Bouncin' still stays at the top main stairs. He's not really effectively cut off either. Ethan's got some support as well from Aviator, and the Chiefs are deciding it's about time we vacate the premises.
Time to give away the real estate, says Worthy, as he falls off. Ethan's pretty happy to do so as well, and no Hungry Lions players yet to be met in the master bedroom. One just droning outside of the balcony now, trying to put some pressure onto the Chiefs players falling back. Another outside Laundry. Worthy has just, Ethan has just escaped 2 very close gunfights, but gets away with his life anyway.
Oh my God.
Now the time is ticking away from the Hungry Lions though. Man advantage still evened out though. I feel like this round could go only one's way.
The drones are falling like flies though. Mazami and Jakena completely out of drones. Neptune and Zane both have theirs. One in the pocket for Zane. which he can use. But thankfully, Jakenna's got the Gemini he can use to get a little bit of info. He can also clear the Aruni gates as well. Speaking of info, that's a bulletproof camera in the hallway, but no doubt that Gon 6 has now rattled through and taken that. Here's a nade, though. Oh, great util clear here. Hungry Lions are starting to redeem themselves.
Ooh, and Digital's just spotted the player inside of Laundry as well. That is Jakenna, trying to make an in onto the bomb site. That's another Chiefs player going above, trying to support Digital from the hatch, I believe. A small blue outline there would indicate that Jakenna now about to be in a bit of a pinch as Neptune starts to make his way through the building.
Oh, no.
Sneaky, sneaky. He's found his pick onto Jakenna.
Neptune's lurk is just too late. Is he watching the angle? Worthy gets him! Triple kill! And there's Army trying to trade, but how do you duel on the hatch? In the 1 versus 4, the Chiefs are closing this lead that the Hungry Lions established for themselves. If anything, the second half has been even more dominant for Chiefs than the first half was for the Lions, as they are just 1 round away from tying the scoreline.
It just feels like the Chiefs absolutely have the number on the Hungry Lions. Every step of the way that the Hungry Lions have tried to make, a Chiefs player knows that it's going to happen. And the strategy that they're running facilitates particular rotates and retakes that the Chiefs have been able to do. For example, Worthy still having control of that top floor. Mazami hadn't made his way into the building. Neptune's push came in way too late, allowed him to find the pick and the pinch onto Laundry. Same thing with Ethan down on the bottom of Red Stairs. Having that cage wall open allows you to, I suppose, take the gunfight onto any players rotating down later and trying to hop into the building. It just feels like the Chiefs, in each step of the strategy, are more prepared 1 step ahead of the Hungry Lions, and it's facilitated 2 3-round wins in a row now.
Just the proficiency of these teams on attack versus on defense is miles apart. Both of these teams have such good defenses, like Hungry Lions, like you were saying, the just fundamentals that they've got, the aggression as well, powered through their defenses. For Chiefs, it's their, honestly, just nail on the head strategies, and they're good reads. Like you're saying, it's like that. I mean, it just looks like Chiefs have wall hacks. Like
they read the PDF.
It just looks like they know exactly what Hungry Lions are doing at every moment. They just have such good reads. Obviously, I'm not actually saying they do. They obviously don't, but that's the nature of Siege. When you're that good at the game, it looks like you have information that you shouldn't have. And that's what the Chiefs are doing on this defense. They have read into Hungry Lions so well.
Yeah, and they're doing it again as well. Last time they played this strategy, they put 2 mirror windows on the ground floor. This time they've gone, all right, we know that the Hungry Lions go for a sweep, and both mirror windows are facilitating the roam instead. Bouncing has wasted so much time at the moment here inside of Statuary. Hungry Lions, they managed to get their way into the building, but don't find the kill.
I feel like Bouncin trolled himself by knifing his own mirror window as well, because there's no way any of the attackers got in there and smashed the glass, so that must have been a defender that did that. No idea how that happened, but let's not question it. Regardless, I feel like Chiefs are in a pretty safe position anyway.
They have their number on the Hungry Lions. They really absolutely do at the moment. Hungry Lions now will make their way through the building though. 1 half of the building has been cleared in the roam clear, and now they will face these anchor positions on the site. Now the next step that's important for these Chiefs is they've wasted so much time on the other side of the map. Now they have to deal with Goyo canisters. That's the first one going off in 90. That's your mid-round utility being prevented for another 20 seconds. That vault wall is staying closed.
And there's a mute as well, protecting the vault wall. Mute jammers as well, protecting the aviator room, preventing any drones from going in, or the Geminis, in fact. Finally, Breach starts to come out, but Jakenna is going to have to nade over the top of the vault wall to clear the mute jammer. As a Breach...
Need to follow through.
There you go. Okay,
there
so
it is.
This maybe isn't looking so bad for Lions.
Well, it's not terrible, aside from the fact they only have 45 seconds left and one of the Goyo canisters has been popped for the execute that they are trying to go for. So it's not too bad, but it's really going to be down to one try that has to go perfectly well for them for this execute.
Now, with Boydie and Bouncin still holding on to Study and main stairs, this is going to be very, very difficult. The last gas canister to go on out in just a moment for Boydie. He still has another one. This is going to be very difficult. But yet, the plant is going down. Bouncing makes his impact felt, and Digital's got to pre-place C4. It is all done. Neptune, the last one left in a 1 versus 3, and it just is not going to work. Pushing on through, finds one, but cannot commit for any more than that. The Chiefs are unforgivable on their defense. They have tied up the scoreline from a 5-1 deficit.
And once again, huge fan of the way that they played that Bombsite. That was every step of the way well thought out and detailed. Not only was the sweep across the map read into by the Chiefs, they saw that the Hungry Lions attempted that the last time, so they thought, okay, they're probably going to repeat the same behavior. Let's just put our mirror windows on that side instead. But they even had Goyo's canisters placed on the side of the map clear to facilitate that mid-round delay. That was the Goyo canister inside of 90 hallway that prevented the vault wall from being opened up until like 45 seconds left. That's not enough time for the Hungry Lions to formulate an attack when that's the only time that they're getting open that wall. And that's so mission critical to their push to clear out that power position inside of vault as well. Every single step of the way, the Chiefs were there, and it was well planned out, and the detail of their strategies is something that's truly admirable in this game.
I don't know, are you starting to flip-flop, Mandy? I feel like I'm starting to flip-flop. It's so hard to see Lions getting around now. I just feel like this could easily be a 6-0 defense for Chiefs.
And I think it's just so frustrating. Like, imagine being the Hungry Lions right now in your comms. You're so proud of yourself for making your way into the building. You're like, yes, we've done it. We finally got our in and we have like 4 players up. That's good. That's good. And then you get there and you go, oh, there's a Goyo canister on the floor. Guys, we can't open 90. You get to 90. Oh, there's a mute jammer blocking the wall. We need a nade now. Oh, no, there's only 45 seconds left to go. Wait, guys. There's a Goyo canister on the floor of our push now as well. It's a disaster for the Hungry Lions.
Goes to show that this is a tale of two halves, right? And if a game ends up being so defensive favored, you can't get too overexcited if you have a good start. And it feels like these teams are almost polar opposites at the moment too. But Worthy's got to play. Is Worm aware? Is he checking the corner? I think he is. No! The timing! No! Jakenna gets one before he is punished. Ironically, it was the Jackal who could have tracked his footsteps. But it doesn't matter for the Hungry Lions who double down.
They'll be pretty happy to get away with that one, if I'm completely honest. A small miscalculation in the drones means that Worthy was able to take down one, but eventually the Hungry Lions come away with that trade. Bouncin sort of getting a bit overzealous with that peak, trying to trade one back, ended up costing him his life. And now the Hungry Lions, for the first time in a while, I feel like I'm saying this, are up with the man advantage.
What can they do with this man advantage? It's the best chance they have had to claim match points so far in their attacking half. Boydie lit up, feeling a lot of damage. Ethan still in a devastating position. Opts not to shoot the Selmas to try and keep his position secured. Surely he is going to be the playmaker for Chiefs.
In a precarious position, but undetected thus far. Mazami's drone? He didn't see him. His drone is on the ground floor, and he got off of it as well. They have no idea that Ethan is here.
Ethan makes or breaks this round for Chiefs. No two ways about it. And he is not making a play. He's being so patient, but you can just tell. Lions have no clue.
A bomb has been located.
Oh no! The jump pad punished by a Claymore! He finds one, could have found the double, but he didn't. And now Hungry Lions looking to push to match point. Plant going down from Neptune in stat. A player over aggresses into Master. Jumps straight out the same window. 2-on-2 in the post plant. Zane has to try and cover from outside. Neptune in a bit of a pickle. And he just wants to fall on back. They might be able to defuse this. There might be a chance here, Mandy. Hold, bated breath. No. The concussion is not successful. The Chiefs retake and clutch out, claiming match points.
That concussion, correct me if I'm wrong, Dev, but I believe concussions deny animations, if I'm right.
Yes.
So if that concussion actually landed on digital, would it have denied him from the defuse animation?
What it is meant to do, or at least it has done in the past.
But the thing is that Boydie actually tanked the Zofia charge,
Yeah.
which allowed Digital to... There it is, Boydie in his POV actually tanks the charge, allowing Digital to get the defuse. And in the cam at the end, in the last few seconds of Digital getting the defuse at the end of the round, we saw that his screen was completely clear. There was no effects. And so Boydie, I don't know if that was intentional or not. I feel like you wouldn't think about that in the moment. But because he's done that, has actually given the Chiefs a round win. What? Wow.
I think it must
Does
be.
it work like that?
I think what I reckon's happened is the concussion detonates based on proximity, right?
That's
and
right.
if you think about the angles of this fast-moving projectile, and as soon as it gets line of sight to Boydie, it detonates. So
Exactly.
maybe it detonated before it was actually through the doorway. Therefore, there was no line of sight to Digital. And therefore, it didn't actually affect him.
Wow, what a round. That felt like it was going to go in the way of the Hungry Lions through the
No
mid-round
doubt.
as the Chiefs capitulated a little bit in that early round, giving away too many picks. And then Ethan tried to go for a play jump out. He only got one for it. The Hungry Lions almost converted it with the plant going down. Like, what a dynamic round that was. And then even down to the detail of the final bit of utility prevented the Hungry Lions from winning that round, and now the Chiefs are up on match point.
Yeah, literally millimeters won that round for Chiefs. It's all about the angles. Got to get our protractors out, Mandy. Figure
What if
everything
we're wrong
out.
about this the entire time?
We might be. Well, I know for a
Could be.
fact that the Zofia concussions have denied plant in the past. So it could be that that's changed in a patch.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe we'll have to jump in a custom game later.
The Devon, Mandy, dry run.
Research dry run, yeah. Well, Jakenna just waltzes on through, takes out Boydie. Oh no! Are we headed to overtime, Mandy? It's starting to feel likely.
It definitely feels like it, although Worthy is still holding on to that top floor, and we know the things that Worthy can do, going 13-7 in this particular matchup. Not giving away his life just now, but the Hungry Lions looking pretty good through this early round.
A lot of good map control, going head on to take Master and start getting Vert onto that bomb site below. You can see Zane on the left side of your screen, his silhouette through the wall of the Ash holding the flank here. So even though Worthy has been a dangerous player this game, his position is being watched as he starts to rotate out. Oh, the E1D locks him in place. Is that flank watch good enough?
Oh no! I think a player on the Hungry Lions has just missed the cutoff.
no!
Zane! Oh, so unfortunate.
No!
Oh no!
No way!
Terrible timing!
Finally, the trade comes through, but not without the damage. And Zane getting downed as well means that this is a 2 versus 2. Bouncin goes down. Hungry Lions. They have a chance to revive here if they want. It's all on Digital in a 1 versus 2, which could become a 1v3, but it is over. All the way to overtime, the Hungry Lions will take us. It took them 6 tries, but finally, they win an attack round.
I cannot believe some of these rounds. They really left me speechless, Steph. I feel so terrible for Zane in that round. He had the read on Worthy. He knew that a player might be coming around to try and prevent his buck from doing work on the floor. But the moment that he got off of this window to go down and try and cut off Bouncin on the ground floor instead, of course that's the timing that Worthy comes in and flanks his teammates, right? And then not only that, but he dropped down onto the window and he just missed the timing on Bouncin crossing that line of sight to the window as well. So 2 players could have been in a sight. He doesn't find them, but it doesn't matter anyway because the Hungry Lions still managed to win out the round in the late game. They get onto the bomb site and it's all over. What on earth is going on in this game?
It's been a roller coaster. It really has. So hard to keep up with this game. It has been so defender-sided though. That is only the 2nd attack round all match that has been won. And now we see Lions having to do it again. They have the disadvantage here, attack in overtime.
So the Chiefs are going to repeat their strategy of putting the mirror window down inside of living. They're even playing some, oh, that's an intricate detail. They're playing some vertical long lines of sight to shoot off any hard breach charges that go on the vault wall so they can protect their teammates playing in that power position. Bouncin I think he's just found a spawn peek through the basement onto Jakenna.
He did the van run out. This is the dirtiest run out you have ever seen. You run out the garage and you jump on top of the van. You can see over the red car and catch people filing out of the fountain spawn. That is the bane of my existence in ranks. Alongside, there's so many spawn peaks onto that fountain run out. Not gonna lie.
There is.
Bouncing taken low, but I guess it doesn't matter. He's got his kill.
He's happy to do his one, and once again the Chiefs playing this dynamic setup that the Hungry Lions haven't quite dissected just yet. Now down the man disadvantage as well as they make their way through the building. Worm will be the first one in, Zane and Mazami hopefully to follow up soon. But once again they are faced with the same problem, Dev. They're only getting control of the top floor. And by doing this, it leaves Ethan to his own devices to catch them in 4K, whatever they might be trying to do. So the same problem is being repeated here for the Hungry Lions with no solution.
And a numbers disadvantage to boot. Looks like this defender-sided game may continue to be defender-sided into overtime. Hungry Lions need to get on their bike. They take 90 control, but here we may well see the advantage taken by that vertical game. Is Ethan going to try and go for it?
Well, now Ethan has just pulled out that someone has rotated off of 90 going towards 90 short. So hopefully there's a Chiefs player that is looking at the skull door right now, anticipating a play to come through. Ethan also spotting out player in 90. His first C4 doesn't connect, but ooh, Neptune sneaking his way through the ground floor, takes the fight with Worthy. Taken very low.
Oh! He's down on the ground. Is the revive going to come through? Or at least a refrag? Bouncing so low. Ethan's also below. Which puts Chiefs pretty separated. Only 2 players on the side to hold on. If Hungry Lions can capitalize on this, they could get themselves match point.
Neptune has just done some good work to distract the Chiefs from the onslaught of the Hungry Lions, but once again, only 30 seconds left to go, Dev. We've seen this before, and it wasn't enough time.
Worm takes down Bordy. That's the smoke player! The best possible kill you could ask for. Now, an off-plant position. Mazami's going for it. The C4 not likely to land. Worm gets it! The C4 is so far wide. The plant goes down. This could be the Hungry Lions match point. They just need to hold the post plant, and they do! It is all done! Hungry Lions match point with another attack round win.
And I was immediately proven wrong there by Neptune. I was criticizing that the Hungry Lions were not able to deal with the utility of Ethan and the C4 in the pocket of Worthy in the previous attempt that they attacked this round. This time they sent their lurker of Neptune down into that ground floor. He dealt his damage onto Worthy. That was your C4 player being denied for quite a long time. Ethan was distracted as well, trying to take the gunfight, and that pivoted a lot of Chiefs players over towards the main stairs side to try and resurrect their teammates and support their teammates. And what that meant was that the onslaught of the Hungry Lions attack through this side of the building, through the master side of the building, was much more successful as there were a lot less Chiefs players to deal with. And that entry pick onto the smoke, that's just the cherry on top, in my opinion, for that particular attack. It feels like the Hungry Lions, that was some excellent counterplay on their part.
And that really puts the onus onto Chiefs now. To do what Hungry Lions have done and what Chiefs have done a very long time ago in round 4, win an attack round win. And it's a lot easier said than done, as has proved to be the case in this game.
10 seconds left.
Trophy and statuary, though. Possibly the final bomb site for the Hungry Lions. Playing an open hold into the walk-in closet. Mazami went on an absolute tear the last time that we saw him play on this particular bomb site. He has definitely been gifted the alibi card for sure. He deserves to be on that MX
like
Storm. That is one hell of a gun. Yeah.
The alibi license.
The alibi license.
Been a impressive performance from all of the Hungry Lions players fragging out. Neptune's been pretty nuts. 15 kills at the moment. He's got his Oryx license. These days, there's just so many good fraggers on the defense. This T5 SMG with the 1.5 times scope is so dangerous.
Ooh, but the Chiefs players, they've made their way into the building very, very quickly. Neptune is left in a crossfire in quite a bit of a pinch and getting pinged out.
Oh, Bouncer does get him. B player to shut down. Already map control being taken by the Chiefs. They lap it all up. Worms down below might be looking for a flank. He could find Worthy here. Is Worthy watching?
But he decides to sprint away with his life instead. The Chiefs now, they've got half of the map control on this top floor. And the site is trophy and statuary as well, so they're feeling pretty comfortable now. They're just taking their time to formulate, to formulate their late game plan before it's too late.
Bomb located by attackers.
These rounds won by a hair's breadth. The Chiefs need to leverage their advantage. Bounce already loses his drone. Chiefs starved for information here as Nizami is eager to play aggressively on the B-bomb inside trophy. Oh no!
Whoa, no way. I didn't even see him.
And you miss it.
I didn't even see him.
Flash of light and Mazami just swings on out. He's so confident with that storm. And he is wreaking havoc on the Chiefs. That's even now. And the Hungry Lions feeling comfortably on site.
The Chiefs, though, have started to pivot their way over to Master, the roam clear being done. Now they need to get the kit down. That is the next step in their attack, although Digital has it. I'm not sure where Digital is even poised with this diffuser. Somewhere outside of Master, I can only imagine.
Oh, he's gone Skull.
Oh, Digital. Oh, okay, he's come back. So this is a good execute from the Chiefs. They're going to look to try and get it planted on the twin statues in the corner, and that's why that they've got Boydie here holding the Master control, stopping any Hungry Lions players from being able to retake this position. But they're so down on the man count. 14 seconds left to go. Disaster for the Chiefs.
And that is it. The game is over. The Hungry Lions persevere. After an unreal comeback from the Chiefs, Hungry Lions, with one of the biggest upsets we have seen in quite some time, they take down the big boys themselves. Not bad for a team just looking to have a bit of fun.
And I just cannot believe how that last round ended up playing out. The Chiefs, it looked like they were so methodical about it as well. They did their roam clear to perfection. They rotated players over to prevent Hungry Lions players from being able to take the swing onto the planter, but it doesn't matter anyway. Mazami seems to find picks out of nowhere onto the players trying to enter into the site, and it's all over for the Chiefs in the end. Hungry Lions, what an incredible showing from them.
Well, I did not expect that. Not going to lie, I went and got some tucker, came back, it was 5-1 up for Hungry Lions. I don't know how that happened. What a performance from the Chiefs to make it back, but I mean, the props to Hungry Lions here to, first off, be 5-1 up, and then secondly, the recomposure to at the very end of a match be able to bring it back when everything has gone the Chiefs' way. Dev, I think that really tells a full story for this roster.
It does. How funny is it that Hungry Lions called their tactical time up when they were 4-1 up, right? They just won a round. They were 4-1 up, take their tactical timeout, and then I'm sure, like in that second half, when they see match point going against them, they're sitting there thinking, I wish we had our tactical timeout about now.
No matter what you say, no matter what they say, nothing will ever convince me that they didn't take that time out to throw shade toward the Chiefs. You can say whatever you want.
It worked.
I am convinced that they were trying to throw Chiefs off their scent. But Mandy, probably looking at a wider picture now, this is a bit of an issue. The Chiefs, in a game where this should have been a pretty clear-cut victory, they struggled really hard. I mean, more so in the first half than the second half. But are you at all worried?
I am. I feel like they need some tissues for their issues pretty soon if they're taking. If they're going to be losing, they're going to be losing games to teams like the Hungry Lions, newly into the OCN, have barely played as a team, and being able to take it to the Chiefs like that. That spells some pretty big red flags to me.
Certainly does. I mean, looking back at this game, poor Zane. Barely in the game in terms of the kills. I know. I have to. I mean, I got to throw someone under the bus. But, I mean, look at the rest of his team. My word, Dev. That is an absolute display of individual prowess.
Yeah. A lot of highlight plays from Mazami. Neptune had 2 multi-kills as well. Jacana double digits. Worm double digits. 4 out of 5 players on double digits. Let's just call Zane the enabler. Let's just say that it's him who's helping his teammates get all these kills. But yeah, I mean, these guys just, on that first half, on their defense, they're just so aggressive. They don't care and they're happy to play like late round 3v3s. They don't mind if their roamers have just gotten the pick and died in the early round. They're just nutty players, and they're having a laugh.
What's crazy is having a look at the cost. Zane is up there with Neptune, even though it's only one. That's wild. That is wild. He was the sacrifice. But it's time to bring Jay Kenner in, have a chat with a member of the Hungry Lions that convinced us only a couple of weeks ago that this team is just having a bit of fun, as you put it. After this victory, I mean, surely there's got to be more to this roster. How's it feeling?
It's pretty unreal, to be honest. Like, I went into this game with like no expectations to win, and we just won like that. Albeit, like, we could have won in regulation. I mean, I don't know. We did some throwing and we still came out on top. I don't know. It still feels pretty unreal.
I got a 3-part question for you, mate. So first part, what's going on in the team comms when you guys are 5-1 up?
To be honest, like, when we're in game, we're not really like talking. I mean, in my mind, I was like, holy shit. Oh, sorry. In my mind, we're like,
it's chill, man.
holy crap, we're 5-1 up. You know, we go to attack, which, you know, we're pretty confident in our Villa attacks. Like, we thought that was our better side. So we're like really confident in my mind. I think we're like all just happy that we're up that much. And we expected to win in regulation time, but that didn't happen.
Yeah, part 2, what's going on when it's 6-5 down? What are you guys talking about there?
To be honest, we all keep a very, very level head. Like, there's not too much emotions going through. Like, we're very, very level-headed, I'd say. There's no, like, anger. We don't talk about anything, like, mid-game. Sort of just, we're all, like, fully focused in that flow state, you know what I mean?
And did that focus break when you guys hit that final kill in the last round and realized, holy moly, we just beat Chiefs?
Yeah, absolutely. I think I was screaming, like, what the frick, we just beat Chiefs. Like, how does that happen? Like, I think we played one scrim before this game, like, the whole week. So to come out and beat them like that was pretty unreal. Like, even I can't believe it, bro.
You guys are monsters.
Oh wow, what a turbulent game that was from you guys. I think I'm feeling as shocked as you are feeling at the moment, if I'm completely honest with you. And thank you so much for being so stream friendly, of course. My question for you is, coming off the back of that win and being, I suppose, OCN coming to a close nowadays, what's the trajectory like for the rest of the team? You've got a pretty long break up till 2023. Of course, you've still got the OCS to play, but what are you thinking about for the future? Is the team feeling pretty ecstatic like over that? Does that spark any inspiration, maybe?
Well, I know 2 of our players are going to have to, like, take a break due to, like, work and stuff, but I know me and 2 other players are really, really keen to keep playing and grinding for next year. Like, I think now that we're out of relos, like, we don't have to worry about them. We can now, like, fully focus on next year. We'll pick up 2 players who are just as keen as us, and then, like, next year we'll start pushing south, for sure.
I'm looking forward to seeing that, honestly. It's looking like a pretty damn good day for you and the team. Look, I don't want to take too much away from it, so we'll keep it short and sweet. Do you have anything you'd like to say before we let you go?
No, just shout out to you guys and shout out to my insane teammates for beating Chiefs. Wow. I know it's only OCN and they don't care that much, but, like, it's still pretty sweet to beat them like that.
I don't know, mate. They're not doing well in South, so I think they're going to put a little bit more emphasis on this one. Jay Kenner, congratulations on your victory, mate. We look forward to seeing you next week. But for everyone at home, you do not want to miss this one. An undefeated wildcard goes up against the Rising Knights.
I'm hating all these pranks that he's doing. Like, they're funny for now, but when they eventually come around to us, that's when it becomes not funny.
I know, it's actually ridiculous. I can't get any work done. Out of nowhere, he drops a super week on us, and
I know, like, it's supposed to be decent. Oh yeah, the weather, yeah. Actually, speaking about the weather, check my weather app. You know it's really sunny in California next Tuesday?
Light me up.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Welcome to GTV ANZ, the gaming channel created by Ubisoft. Every Tuesday and Friday on YouTube, we'll be doing fast plays, game challenges, 1v1 face-offs, and so much more. You happy?
When did we get a dog?
It's a good question.
The 50. Oh no! millions. You never count them out. Both players are going to swing it right now. What have they done? They've just given
They say last, but very not least, and that statement could not be more true tonight. It is Wildcard, the undefeated Wildcard in OCN right now, going up against what is a pretty scary looking Knights at the moment. Wildcard technically in first position right now, equal tied with Team Bliss, and Knights are looking to jump up to 15 points. That will equal 3 teams in equal first place. I mean, that would be pretty crazy. But let's talk about Wildcard first, because this roster has been incredibly impressive in OCN, Mandy. It's just APAC South where things have kind of withered a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Wildcard, they seem to be struggling out in the league where the pressure is on, but when they seem to be having a good time, they just play some fundamental Siege, it works out for them. They're playing their game in OCN. It always seems to work out for them, and that shows because they're just undefeated. Very, very clear victors, even the champions of the OCS. I just think that the form that they're bringing into Stage 2 has been absolutely incredible.
Dev, isn't enough though. Is it enough to go toe-to-toe with the Knights?
It's hard to say. I mean, Wildcard are on an unreal streak in OCN. They haven't dropped a single point out of Stage 2. And they are, of course, OCS champions, the inaugural OCS at the end of Stage 1. They beat Team Bliss 21 rounds to 5 across the best of 5 series, including a 7-0 and a 7-1. Wildcard are nuts, but of course, they're going up against a really formidable opponent.
I really feel like Lunar Metal joining this team. Dev, I might actually go back to you here, because I know that you're basically a stand account for Lunar Metal. But him joining this roster, it really feels like not that anything was missing with Picnic, but it does feel like there's an air of calm and composure that's come over this team that potentially might have been missing before.
Yeah, well, who is Lunar Metal? He is one of the GOATs of APAC Siege. He has been at so many events in APAC, obviously from Singapore, and competing for the IG roster for the longest time. He went to the Sweden Major last year. He actually played at the very first ever 6 Invitationals, the only APAC rep on PC. So he's a wealth of leadership and knowledge. He's also a very mature player. He's a bit older than a lot of the young gunners that we see coming up. He's been around the block a few times, and he really knows what he's doing. He's got a brain for Siege, and he's got a lot of leadership qualities that I think really bringing Knights to that next level.
Well, now that you've talked about Lunar Metal for the entirety of the graphics, glad
you wanted
that we
me
got
to
hear
talk
about the team.
You wanted me to talk about Lunar Metal? You said stand account, and I was like, yeah, man, I can do that.
I did. That's fair. We go to Bank here, which I feel like, Mandy, is pretty even territory for both of these teams.
I think I'd have to agree with that. Wildcard, they play a pretty mean Bank. I feel like they were one of the first teams, especially in our region, to really pioneer some of the new Bank strategies and the way to play this map. A lot of teams since then have followed. There's sort of a formula for this map that's being played out now. On the other hand, the Knights, we have seen them dabble a little bit into Bank as well. They don't play a bad Bank. They've got some pretty good results on it on their half as well. I suppose to note they did beat Ground Zero on it. Actually, it's not the most incredible one. They beat IG on it in overtime. That's a pretty big result for them on Bank. So pretty even ground, like you said. I'm more leaning into Knights at the moment, sheerly off their current form, though. I'm not going to say that their Bank strats are particularly better than Wildcard. I just think that they are where they need to be.
Oh, that's exciting. I guess Mandy's kind of set the tone for all of us here. Knights in good form, looking dangerous, heading into the last 2 playdays of both OCN and APAC South. Wildcard looking to retain their undefeated streak here. And we go to Bank.
Big game. If Knights win in regulation, they will tie Wildcard and Bliss on 15 points. And because it's a 3-way tie, the tiebreaker gets a little bit more complicated because Knights beat Wildcard, but Knights lost to Bliss, and I assume have Wildcard and Bliss played yet? Let me just check that. Blah, 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 blah. They have, and Wildcard won. So I don't know exactly how that makes the tiebreaker, but I don't think Knights would be on top as a result. Regardless, we do see the first ban come out. It is Nick ban from Wildcard. Do you remember in the interview with Hajime from Fury talked about when they versed Wildcard on Bank, it was the Ossa play from Wildcard that really taught them about what the value of that operator on this map. And so I reckon seeing that slip through is a big one for Wildcard.
I actually feel like the most utilized operator on, well, I should just say the most used operator in terms of where OSA is played on maps is definitely going to be Bank. Like, there's just so much potential. Basement, CEO, maybe not so much open, but definitely, you know, when you're looking at the basement site, top floor site, so many opportunities to utilize OSA to the fullest. So I'm really expecting, I would say especially Wildcard, I expect them to use it. Probably for Knights, they tend to have a really strong game plan and they stick to it more often than not. So I'm excited to see what they bring, whether or not it will contest with Wildcard and their Bank and their results that they've had so far in OCN. We'll wait and see. Who you got, by the way?
Wildcard, mate. Every day of the week. 33-67. Oh, well, I'm sorry, community, but you guys are going to be looking a bit silly in about 45 minutes once Wildcard trounce over Knights.
Sorry, was that a joke?
I'm just going to ignore you. I don't actually, I don't engage with bullying, so.
HR. Ryan!
Ryan from HR! Get over here!
Underway for the very first round. We're down to basement dev as per. Really keen to see whether we see any adaptation whatsoever from Wildcard here. We've seen this extended hold into server quite often from them. The Warden has paid massive dividends. And if I remember correctly, it was actually Pat that was always playing it. So this should be an interesting one. A nice early roam to begin with might just ensure that Knights have to check before they make any sort of move.
I love a good roam. You see Juicy gets an idea that OJ is an open area and doesn't forfeit his drone just yet. That's a really good drone management from the Knights there. They're not just... If you send your drone in and it gets shot, like, you're wasting your drone. You get the info, yeah, but you can get the info without putting it all the way in deep and getting it shot out. So you see how tentative Juicy is with his drone. Quiz has also got a drone in there. And Wildcard still on this roam, just being forced back bit by bit as Knights are taking the very top floor and do find the opening pick onto Milo.
Oh, now there's a player stuck into open. Just got to be really cautious here. OJ will want to make as much contact as he can, as much noise as he can before he falls away, or at least I would imagine so.
Can drop
good
hatch.
thing, yeah, well, that's the thing. With the hatch open, it's just the freest drop of his life, provided he doesn't get caught by Josh. Oh, my word. Dev, I thought that was over then.
Yeah, very scary. Josh just around the corner. So fortunately for Wildcard, they get that player back to site. I just got a DM from Luna Metal. Let me read this one out.
Oh, no.
I heard that intro you did for me, man. Did you have a crush on me or something?
This is why you don't talk crap when you're in the death segments, no matter who you think is or isn't listening.
Oh, look at this. A bit of Warden on the stairs. Gonna tank that. Oh my god, Juicy!
Juicy!
Shotgun beats shotgun! The absolute menace! What a play from the Don!
That's what happens when you fight fire with fire. You're gonna get burnt. And burnt Pat certainly is. Stig's now watching the rotate. It is OJ that is currently stuck, I believe, in server. Sage now coming around from the backside of tunnel. This is getting really, really scary for Wildcard. They've got one smoke canister left on Cairo and only 20 seconds to hold.
Scary now for Knights. While they have the numbers advantage, there's so much area denial and plant denial. They're just going to have to send it.
Oh, hang on a second.
Oh, no.
Quiz. Oh, my word. Oh my word, Quiz decides to take the long fight to the back of Lockers, finds the kill. And that tidies up the round. Knights with a flying start to begin with. You know what? Coming into tonight, I don't usually do this straight off the back of the first play-by-play, but coming into tonight, I think we in the green room, we had a lot of questions. We were like, Knights, they're going up for an APAC South game next week that will determine whether they go to the Berlin Major. So they'll cruise tonight. They'll cruise. They'll play this like a scrim, you know, they'll just be kind of getting used to it. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we're about to see Knights double down.
Knights are not holding back. Man, I cannot get over Hibana shotgun clearing blue. What
That's nuts.
an absolute Chad maneuver. What a... that's why
Surely that's scared, Pat.
You never get Peach with a shotgun. Like, that's the thing is, no one on attack ever takes a shotgun because, like, you need long lines of sight. Whereas in defense, you can kind of dictate your positioning a bit more. But nah, the absolute Giga Chad just swings with the shoddy. Doesn't matter that Warden's immune to flash. Oh my god,
That's hilarious.
so good.
That is actually really funny to begin with. I'm happy that's happened. So, I'll be very curious to see whether Knights hold pace here. That is quite explosive from them to begin with. First 2 minutes were pretty chaotic. And then it kind of slowed down, but it doesn't look like Knights are going to slow down at all. Is that, wow, quiz all the way through to archives. That's disgusting.
Knights really have... I don't know what's been going on, but they are just so keen. They're so ready for it. I can't get enough of this red-hot, fired-up Knight. Knights, sorry. That's something different I was thinking about.
Dev Marta. Oh my word. Do you kiss your mother with that mouth?
No comment. Oh, Knights in a good position. Look at the way Quiz is just so confidently taking this map control. Juicy drones up, clears out archives and tellers. This is a staff room, open area, Bombsite and Wildcard have already succeeded so much map control.
Things can get pretty tricky from here on out. Pat and Cairo would have to go pretty nuclear on this top floor to try and slow the Knights down. I just don't know whether it's achievable. Good thing is, I would say time is still kind of on Wildcard's side. Unless Knights get something done in the next 20 seconds, they will start to burn through it. Vinny finding that pick into archives is really large. He's now taking control of tellers and will even aggress further through lobby.
Not only is this a pivotal pick, but the map control is insane. Oh no, there's info.
Wow.
Was that a Yokai drone or was that default? Do not tell me that was default lobby. At least Stiggs can trade it back. OJ caught between a rock and a hard place. He knows he has to make a play, but he's caught out. Knights once again retake advantage, but it is non-stop. All on the Don.
The Don! He finds the first. Pat looking to get aggressive now. SMG-11 in hand. And Juicy, he's going to make too much noise. Oh my word, Pat goes to swing, maybe thinking Juicy would get caught out. 20 seconds. Juicy edging around the corner. Is he going to cover all the way back across? The long line surely favors Juicy at this point. But Pat's actually backed away. He's now rotating into archives. This is a game of ring-a-ring-a-rosy, but Pat's going to be closer. Too close, in fact, that I don't think Juicy's going to be able to do this. Unfortunately, time is not on his side. Well played by Pat.
So well played from Pat. The patience, the eagerness not to just take a fight, but play the smartest option. He backed on out, he rotated, found himself a safe position. This round was really opened up by Vinny. Even though he got traded, he was incredibly impactful. And I still would love to know whether that call on the lobby player was based on the lobby default camera, whether that had been taken out or whether it was a Yokai, because kind of shifts the blame. You know, if it was a Yokai, then you say well played Wildcard. If it was a lobby default, you're like, Knights, man, you can shoot that camera from outside. Many people don't know you can still shoot that camera from outside. It triggers me every time.
Hey Dev, can you shoot that camera from outside?
You just PSA. If you spawn on the like south side spawn, wait, north side spawn rather, you can shoot that camera from outside.
Just to clarify, you don't have to be in the building to shoot.
You can actually be outside. You don't even have to rappel, Rob. You don't even have to rappel. You can be completely safe. There's no way the defenders can kill you, and you can shoot out the default camera.
How do you keep a brain that wrinkly inside your head?
I'm going to get an angry message later from from Knights being like, yeah, of course we shot the default cam, but it was an echo drone.
Why do they sound like that? Which one of them sounds like that?
Let's just say let's say it's Lunar Metal, yeah.
Well, it's all fun and games for us, but I'm sure it's not for both of these teams. Like, a lot on the line for Wildcard, considering that APAC South stage is not going fantastically. Really, OCN's where you tied it up. We saw that with Chiefs multiple times throughout 2021. And Sage is just not having any of it. Knights really are not here to muck about.
Nah, not at all. They're also so quick. Like, they do not waste any time whatsoever. Sage just sees a player. All right, I'm going to head in. Now, in the mid-round, onus is on Knights to clear the map, and they've done a pretty good job of doing so. Of course, OJ's one... Oh, no, sorry, that's not OJ. He died. Who's the player in open area? There was still a player in open area, right? Am I going crazy? Was it the main stairs guy?
Open.
Pretty sure... No, I think he must have gone down now. But, yeah, no, I think I just saw him through the floor, a bit confused, but... The Jackal as well is going to give a bit of info to Knights, and now this mid-round is really just about forming the execute, figuring out what util's on site, where the best spot to push is, but with the amount of hard breach util that Knights have, optimal strategy is just open literally every hatch and every avenue onto the bomb site, because that splits the defender's attention.
Quiz at the moment is certainly trained here. Pat on blue stairs. Knights know this. They absolutely know this. So Pat's going to have to be really careful. Jeez, that was a little bit...
How many flashes you want?
Awkward timing. Shotgun, you've got to hit this next shot. You cannot afford to not drop someone. And it's... Yeah, this is just not looking good for Wildcard, Dev.
That's one way to deal with a Warden. Just give him about 20 flashbangs that he can be blind to, and then just refrag him with 2 players and a grenade, I guess. Man, Knights are just... like, so fast. It's crazy how responsive they are, all pushing together, and immediately there's a drone in. Like, what, 10 seconds after killing that player, they know where the next player they have to deal with is.
Oh! Milo's taking no survivors, though. That's a shot and a half. He's on a hot stick, but Sage, he's too sharp for him in the end. It takes 2 to tango, and both definitely in full flow. Cairo sits at the back side with only 1 canister remaining.
This is top quality Siege right here. These teams are just nuts. Every player can frag out, and now Sticks has dropped behind. He finds 1 kill and Sage to finish it. The Knights, seemingly unstoppable.
This is the kind of Siege that tickles me, you know?
Oh, yeah?
In all the right places. I am enjoying this matchup so far. And we're only 3 rounds in. I must admit, this is a more aggressive Knights than I've seen in a hot minute.
This is a Knights just with so much confidence. It's unreal how much confidence they got. And I just cannot get over how quick they are. Like, as soon as his teammate's dead, I don't know who was on the Jackal, but he just immediately drops the hatch and contests the guy on the shield. Like, they do not... They just play so fast. It's unreal.
Yep. Imagine if this was an unfiltered broadcast right now.
Oh, mate. Jakenna's already started it off.
He certainly did. He certainly did. Poor fella didn't know how to express himself after beating literally what was the best team from OCN in 2021. 3 domestic titles. 1 international appearance.
4 domestic titles, mate.
Oh, 4.
Yeah,
4.
Forget about finals.
Sorry, back to back to back.
To back.
To back.
To major.
Oh, my word. Yeah, to the major.
Bottom of Apex South. Sorry. I don't know. We're letting our hair down a little bit too much tonight. My bad.
Sad. Sad times. What you doing, Pat? You're trying to hot swap the mute jammers, are you?
This is a bit weird. I don't know, like, why is he not... There's no particular reason to, like, juggle it. You may as well just put it down.
A bomb has been located.
There you go. Maybe it's just tossing
here
it up.
we go. Here's a nice little point for you. The OSA for Sticks. Really keen to see whether it's just that really traditional hold where you get that Talon Shield facing Janitor down first. You open up the right-hand side of CEO if you're facing it from square. And then you chuck a quick little Talon Shield down there. You're protected by the, I would call it a bookcase, I guess. And then the Talon Shield kind of holds off the angle from the deeper line of sight on B. So I'm keen to see whether they actually follow through with that or whether this is just something completely different.
Haven't seen a lot of Knights playing the OSA plants on this map before, so I'm super keen to see what they've got to show for it. A real patient, repel-centric play at the moment. Really odd to see the OSA actually on the window repel instead of in top square where we'd usually see, like you said. Focusing on trying to take out this player in Janitor. Sage is just going to go in for it. Times it with the concussions. The trade is there for Wildcard, and they double down. Cairo steps up, and Knights on the back foot.
I didn't mind that. If only they had the follow-through, that would have been ridiculous. Unfortunately, Vinny and Cairo are both there so quick that there's nothing that Knights can do about it. And one thing that I don't like about the OSA being brought here is it really does slow down the play style. If you do want to get those Talon Shields down, there's a lot of work that you're going to get to. Oh, I love this. Into the smoke he goes. He's going to stick the plant. Wildcard. I don't think they have any knowledge of this whatsoever.
Oh,
Vinny tries to get the shot through the wall, but it's not going to happen. The kit just goes down in time. Cairo shuts down Stiggs. And now Josh, who has been tremendous for the Knights, has to step up.
What a tough 1v3 Josh finds himself in. This is so difficult. There's info on site as well. Josh, one jumps outside into a Claymore, and as a result, they fake the kit. He's got an impact. Surely he wins this. He's got to land the shot. Can't see Milo. He's going to stick it. Pros do not fake.
The long arm of the law for the Wildcard, boys. It works. Only just. What a round that is. It's the Claymore that throws them off, Dev. That's unbelievable. What a call for them. This is a Knights that I don't think I've ever seen.
They're so ballsy. Holy moly.
Yeah, man. This is fantastic.
Oh, it's so unlucky for Josh, man. He's going to be mauling after that one.
Have as many bullets as you want in that hose, but it ain't going to stop you if you're not shooting the right target. That would have been a nutty clutch because I actually believe that the last player was all the way over in lobby towards Spiral. Like, the chances that they retake that, if Josh downs them, it's just not going to happen. That would have been the craziest round in existence.
So true. Oh, Vid pulled that off. But alas, Wildcard managed to keep pace here, even with Knights for now, 2 rounds apiece. I gotta say, we've seen a lot of attacker-sided bank recently, Rob, which does put a lot of pressure onto Knights to really deliver on the hype, because they played this so well, and yet the scoreline is what it is. So they've got to make sure that they come away with the 4-2 here. Otherwise, there's a real chance for Wildcard to come away in the second half.
Right. Back to square one. I mean, it's kind of back to square one. It's not really, but I do feel like Knights have had the better of this half so far, and for them not to, at the very least, clean up with a 3-3 half would be pretty devastating for them. I also feel like it would take the win from behind their sails, just completely turn it on its head. Wildcard's extended holds have, I must say, they've kind of withstood the test of Knights' push. Speaking of which, Josh from behind, Stiggs has now got a bit of information on him, so Josh might be able to creep up here and he's not going to know anything about it. Dev.
Oh, no. Cairo does get traded. Big pick. Oh, Josh good for 2.
Josh. Oh. Dev.
It's back and
he
forth,
just doesn't
though.
slow down.
Well, Wildcard is certainly making him slow down. Look at this from Milo. There's info. It must be a yokai. It's got to be. Josh is so hyper cautious, though. Wildcard feeling that pressure, looking to make a play, but Knights have to be careful.
This is where it kind of crumbled a little bit previously. It was over toward lobby. I believe it was actually Vinny who got aggressive and found the kill. So extra cautious is Josh, but now that means Zofia no utility left. And that is going to give so much information. That yokai in archives, I'm going to say that's going to win the round for information.
Wildcard have been really good with information in this game. I mean, they barely lost the plant last round. Their yokai just got there a little bit too late. I bet you as well OJ's got a yokai in lobby, and that's how they've been making plays in lobby. But you can see Knights have got drones.
Oh, they knew he was there. No matter what Wildcard have, it seems like Knights have an answer to it. But do they have an answer to the prayers? This is a big round for Knights to take. If they can finish this 3-2 before we even head to the last round of the half, it puts Wildcard in the back of a corner.
Oh, OJ! What a peek! Josh would never have even seen him.
15 seconds to go.
Oh, Milo looking for the contact. It's actually OJ that drops down. Juicy's going to push in now. Sage has the trade! Only just. Milo nearly plays with the utmost prowess, but it doesn't happen. Knights go into the last round of the half with the advantage.
And still a chance for them to come away with the 4-2, which would be... I mean, I was going to say huge, but to be honest, I would expect Knights to come away with a 4-2. Especially as the favoured team by many people's rights. Especially with how attacker-sided Bankers seem to be recently, but Wildcard have been so vigilant on these defense. Information has been the name of the game for both teams. There's barely been a kill so far this game, Rob, where there hasn't been a drone yellow ping or a yokai drone yellow ping. Both teams just always have info on what the other is doing. It's honestly reminding me a bit of the Chiefs game from earlier, the Chiefs Hungry Lions game, where Chiefs just always had the number of the opponent. The difference is both of these teams always have the number of the opponent.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I think it's the divide within OCN, I feel, is, you know, it's what is making these APAC South teams, I guess, in our minds, they're always going to be the better, quote-unquote, better teams because they are in APAC South. But I think it's the element that they bring to OCN that some of these other teams either struggle with or can't at the moment. It's just that extra bit of intel. And you said it perfectly. Chiefs game, the Chiefs always had the number picked. Knights and Wildcard back and forth in terms of that intel game. It just goes to show that the proficiency of the game, no matter how much of a frag-heavy meta it is right now, intel still reigns supreme. No matter what you think, the intel is so important in every round. Knights with a final opportunity here to close out 4-2. But Wildcard are not giving up without a fight.
Knights on for the room clear now. Doesn't look like Wildcard have much else left aside from the site. Pretty early now for them to fall back, especially with the fact that they seem to be leaving open this hatch and doing a roam-centric setup. So great timing for Knights now. Thing is, Wildcard have so much Plantinal, right? You've got, well, no impacts, but 1 C4, 3 gas canisters, and of course, the Vulcan canisters. Means that Knights have to keep up this pace, otherwise they may run out of time to execute.
It's a lot to deal with. I wouldn't even be surprised if Knights end up sending it. Pat. He has faltered twice here. On blue stairs, he has not found a single kill. He did find a down. They're going to go in 2 players, and that's what we're looking for. Unfortunately, for Knights, it is in fact Milo that sits behind Pat and supports. Regardless, Pat's job is done, and he can rest easy.
Really well played, a good adaptation from Wildcard to make sure that Milo's in a position to refrag there. Does put Wildcard in a very strong position, and with Knights committing a whole player here to Garage, gives Wildcard a chance to really focus up as they have numbers advantage. Sticks just drops into sight.
The Descender's on here, but Stiggs needs to find a pick. He can't just drop into sight and not find a kill. It is chaos. There are too many players for him to deal with. This man is sharp as a tack. He doesn't slow down. He doesn't give up. Stiggs! As he just shut the round down single-handedly. The sidearm comes out, but it's not enough. OJ backed into a corner. Juicy with the kick going down. This is unbelievable from Stiggs.
What is this from Knights? They have stormed into the site. OJ now 1v3 and he steps up to the task. But Stiggs is on a heater. Josh has got his back. What a round from the Knights. What a play from Stiggs.
How the hell does Stiggs find 1 kill, let alone 3? He nearly found all 4 players on site. You saw, watching the replay, he has so many damn angles to deal with. He's got Vault, he's got backer lockers, he's got server. This is ridiculous from him.
Oh my god.
I don't know what to say. I'm speechless. The man is absolutely outrageous.
Unreal to see the way that Stiggs has come into this Knights roster. It took him a couple of weeks to warm up as he transitioned away from a support role where he started on and moved into a more forefront fragging role, which he has absolutely fitted like a glove. But to think of the history that this player has, right? Playing for the Knights back in the day, moving over to Fnatic and experiencing all the trials and tribulations that that roster faced in APAC North. Coming back into Knights, swiftly shrugging off the dust and becoming one of the best players that we have seen in a long time. And every time we get to talk to him in the interview, Rob, he's so humble. His attitude is so good. It's just, you can see why Knights are as strong as they are when they have players like that with the skills, with the attitude to back it up.
95% mental, Dev.
As a wise man once
no matter what one of the godfathers of ANZ Siege said, and no matter what he's done, or what he didn't do, I should say, that quote will forever remain. He was ex-Fnatic. Yeah, sure.
Specker was, yeah. Oh. If anyone doesn't know Specker, you missed out. We'll go back into the archives.
Really missing out on you're missing out on an inside joke here.
Yeah. Well, the Knights switching over to their defense, also looking to do a bit of an extended roam. However, this isn't basement, this is staff room open area, and Wildcard have made pretty good time on this top floor clear. C4.
Hello. Yeah. So far off the mark. Unfortunately, the intel was a little too late, but that's all right. Cairo now getting to work. Once again, those vertical lines are going to be so important in flushing those players out of Archive. Knights have a very big task ahead of them. I mean, Wildcard equally, but this round could all hinge on this opening kill.
Big from Marla to clear that barbed wire without having to use an util as well. Knights will be feeling a bit more pressure now. As OJ's also furthered the breach, looking down onto site. See the way that Knights are starting to push into positions where they can't be killed from the vertical. Really smart play from them, and now the onus is on Wildcard.
Josh is in a really dangerous position. He's just been droned out though. That is massive. If they don't drone that out, he single-handedly wins the round. But the super, surely not. Not the shotty, not up close, not like this. The shotgun is Stage from behind! Big brother saves little brother. Sting shuts down Pat as well. It's all falling apart here. Milo and Vinny left to pick up the pieces. The puzzle is not coming together just yet. It's all Vinny. I don't know whether he's got it in him. A 1 versus 4.
And still Josh persists on the blue stairs, has not moved a muscle with the super shorty. They know exactly where he is, and he steps up and claims the final pick. The Knights running away with this lead.
Someone go back and just clip a dev at the start of this match, please. My job will be done. Done. Like this game. It's over. Stick a fork in it. The Knights are looking unbelievable. Unbelievable. I'm going to say it. It is a pretty crazy game from both of these teams. What's crazy is it's a 5-2 scoreline, but I don't feel like it's 5-2.
So many of these rounds have been so close. And even at the start, when it was 2-2, it felt like those rounds the wildcard one could have pretty closely been for Knights.
Yes. Yeah.
And look, I'm going to...
Very
I really didn't want to say this today, but I'm going to say it. One of the reasons I felt confident in wildcard, not only have they been really good in OCN, not only have they now been out of the running for the major in APAC South, and they're at a point where it's like, okay, just give it your all. You need to build up some confidence and look to stage 2. But on the flip side, like I admit, part of me was thinking Knights are playing Gladiators next week in APAC South. It's the most important match that they have played in a hell of a long time. Don't go too hard in OCN at the risk of, you know, crutching your mental or revealing strats, if you will. I had that thought in the back of my mind when I picked wildcard. And I am so glad to see that I've been proven wrong, because I've always hated that. I always have. I've always hated that we're like, oh, well, they're not going to try because they're saving strats for this. No, I hate that attitude. Yeah. And it is so impressive that Knights are going full pelt despite having all this extra added pressure of other games on their shoulders. And that is the mark of a good sportsman attitude and a winning attitude.
Well, that's just it. You know, like, to keep up a competitive league, you have to be competitive. There's no two ways about it. Really, like, when you think about the conversations we had last stage, it was pretty tilting hearing a lot of different players, you know, just go, it's just OCN. Because most of the time, that was when they were losing.
Yeah, man.
You know, like, it was such a crutch. Whereas this year, stage 1 and stage 2, I don't think I've heard a single player say, even remotely, you know, it's just this or it's just that.
There's barely any correlation to teams performing poorly in OCN because they're saving strats and then performing well in APAC South. You look at Chiefs, they're performing poorly in both, like they're just in a slump. You look at Knights, they're performing well in both. And it just goes to show, I think, that really just have to give it your all every single game you play.
Also, it makes our job super fun.
Yeah, it does. It does.
Very enjoyable.
So much info for Knights here.
Yeah. This is the big thing, right? Without Valk banned on a map like Bank, the potential for information is massive.
And Valk actually, prior to his army coming in, Valk was wildcard's insta-ban. It was like every single game you look at, Valk Thatcher, with very few exceptions. And wildcard didn't play Valkyrie a single round of their defense. They used the Echo instead. And I think it goes to show that perhaps wildcard aren't as prepped to play against this Valk. And a C4 is going to be enabled as well. Just look at the setup from Quiz as well.
Yeah.
Nice, such a strong grasp.
The setup that I'm really enjoying right now, 2 ADS devices, you've got a canister, you've got a shield, and you've got a mute jammer there. He's got to be careful the players dropping behind him. Quiz can't do anything, and there's no one there to support him from server. That was nearly flawless had there not have been the issue that, of course, server's open. Now, Wildcard gets a word.
Yeah, really well played from Wildcard. And now that Knights played their smoke in Blue Stairs, it means they don't have those gas canisters to deny plant. And Wildcard actually have a decent amount of time. They're breaking the Vulcan canisters now, which means that they'll have a pretty free execute with the exception of this one C4 from Juicy to deny the plant. There was actually one on stage 2, though.
Yeah. They could play for this. Look at the time as well. If they're careful with these, they could really do some damage. C4 comes over.
Shot out!
Wow. Wow. Vinny didn't let that get even within an inch of Pat. That is absurd. And now, things crumbling for the Knights as Wildcard hold on.
What a play from Vinny. Shot both C4s, protected his teammates, and Knights not able to claim match point just there. They're going to have to retake in the 3 versus 4.
It's so difficult sending 2 players up the main stairs, but Wildcard will know about it. They will have the manpower to hold on. And Vinny continues his onslaught in server.
OJ prone on the ground. You deserve to die for this, OJ. Your stats deserve to be worse, not better.
Oh no.
Great man once told me, don't ever prone. That great man was one of the recently departed from casting, Ravinsky.
Raven is not a big fan of the prone.
Not at all. Not even slightly.
I just think when you die prone, it's the most
sighs.
tilting. When you die
Oh,
prone, it's
yeah.
the most tilting thing ever, man. Like, but also if you die to someone
Yeah,
prone, I think
that's
that's even more tilting. You're like, look at, get off the floor, you rat! Like,
The only thing worse than dying to that is the sledge. It's the
yeah,
only
the
thing
sledgehammer,
worse.
yeah.
Just the hammer. The hammer in your face is the only thing that's worse to die to than getting proned on.
Well, it's nice to see the Wildcard do have a second wind here, really on the back of Vinny. He might not have found a million kills there from the server position, but he shot both C4s out. And again, I'll reference the fact that Knights relied on Quiz, their smoke player, being in blue stairs, and because he didn't delay enough time for the Vulcan canisters to win out the round, Knights had to rely on their C4s, and Wildcard had a perfect strat against that.
Defuse a bomb. Attackers have located a bomb.
I can definitely see this going the full distance.
By attackers.
I didn't really particularly think of Bank as like an attacker-sided map, but
it's changed recently.
Yeah, this game in particular is showing me the flaws of the defense and rather like the advantages you have on the attack. Because it does feel like there's only so much innovation that you actually have for some of these sides. Really intriguing, actually. I'm keen to see whether it continues to follow this trend. For this matchup in particular, I think Wildcard would have to kind of misplay if it were to change, but doesn't mean it won't. OJ on the IQ as well. That could really kind of put a bit of a spanner in the works for Wildcard, but I don't know. No one knows. What is life?
Yeah, you never know, man. You never know. I've questioned all kinds of things while casting Rainbow Six Siege. Wildcard have just thrown out the site. Milo's got info directly on the bomb. That's huge. Knights, what are they going to do to deny entry in plant? Because they don't have anyone playing in either of the 2 bomb sites, despite this still being a 5-on-5.
Like, the Wild can't have enough information to send it in here. I kind of, like, you know, that's a very 2 IQ play, and it sounds like a very Manic Monday thing to do, but, like, they have so much intel on site.
I cannot believe Juicy survived that. Did you see that? The Capital Firebolt, which is such a cool play from Pat over the top of Janitor to get out that little position in the corner. But it just missed. Like, there was the tiniest spot for Juicy to sit. Now, the second one doesn't miss. But his wildcard can be able to execute.
They are just going to send it in, aren't they? They're not even remotely putting pressure out on stock. Milo's shut down Sticks. I mean, all signs point to rappel in and go for the plant. They've got to be really careful as they make their way in. Josh is at the backside of blue. But I don't know, I think I just back wildcard here. They're going to send it in.
Pat goes in for it. Juicy could deny potentially, but Pat plays it.
That's big.
So well. As does Kyra on the window to Josh! He's just done it again! Double kill on the jump out! And the plant is not down!
Oh no, that's really bad timing for Sage there. Pat going in to confirm the kill. Vinny onto Quiz as well, and Josh has to go massive here. Can he deny the plan? I don't think he's in a position to do so. The second Vinny sees him, he pops up and rips his head right off his shoulders. What an interesting round.
Great play from Vinny there on the Dockerby. That was a 2 versus
milk.
5. Is that what that is? Is that a massive jug of chalky milk?
I think that's a 2-litre chalky milk.
Holy moly. Who drinks a 2-litre jug of chalky milk straight out of the jug?
Yeah, imagine holding a 2-liter chalky milk in your hand. Hey, that'd be real weird.
Didn't ask, Rob, but thanks.
Oh, you did just ask who does it.
Oh, you actually got
Come
me
on,
there.
come on, Guz, settle down.
You got me there, mate.
You've dug yourself a hole. But I think it's a bit of an homage to our friend Chalky Milk.
Best meme at ANZ.
Hope he's watching tonight. Shout out my boy Chalky. There's a 2-liter waiting for you. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. That was a really strange round.
It was, yeah. Honestly, I rate the strat from Wildcard, particularly with the Capitao. Really cool, unique way of dealing with the janitor position. But they would have won it, probably, if it wasn't for the double kill on the jump out from Josh from top square. Wildcard, you don't usually claim all the top square windows, because usually attackers have top square control, which denies the jump out from there. So, yeah, no claymores on it, but regardless, it was a 2 versus 5 in the end, I'm pretty sure. 2 kills from the Capitao and 3 from Vinny. So, beautiful play from Wildcard.
Not very often you don't see Wildcard at least, look at other avenues on a site. I feel like very often Wildcard's a team that'll just kind of poke around a little bit. My God, Cairo. That is absolutely sharp as attack, but Quiz with a very quick trade now brings it back into the evens as Wildcard scramble to try and find another.
Now for Wildcard, they're keenly cautious of any Valkyrie cameras, like that adaptation from them. Well, actually, we've seen the IQ 3 rounds now. It's the 3rd time.
Yep.
And you were talking about attacker defensive favoredness. I don't have the OCN stats in front of me, but I do have APAC South. 44% defensive win rate, so you can see it leans 6% towards the attackers.
And there is a big sample size there.
Yeah, there is. It's the most played map in APAC South. I guess 12% technically towards the attackers if you count it right.
Yeah.
But so that's pretty significant, right? And on top of that, Staff from Open Area, which is the bomb site this time around, is actually the only defensive favored bomb site on the map. It's the best bomb site for defenders.
That I find really interesting. I'd love to do a deep dive as to why, but my brain doesn't work like that, so I'll leave that to the professionals. Speaking of leaving it to the professionals, both of these teams with just as much to win, just as much to gain as they have to lose from this match. Wildcard would hate to let this one go.
I mean, they're
at least
flawless so far.
uncontested.
A single round loss for Wildcard and they break their perfect record. Haven't even gone to overtime a single time. Reaching charge, didn't get the caster barricade. That's unfortunate for Pat. Juicy in a power position now. As time ticks away, Wildcard gonna struggle to break in with all these players on site.
Juicy could be in God's spot right now.
Swing.
I don't know whether Wildcard know that he's there. At the very least, OJ didn't. A freebies, he backs away. Milo's now scrambling back up blue stairs to try and trade. Pat, can he make it in? Can he make it in with enough time? Lovely point of the
nice
swing,
shot.
but Stings goes. Oh, Wildcard go nuclear. And Quiz, he could deny, but he's going to have to play massively from here on out. No flaws. And there are no ceilings in this match. The sky is the limit, and Vinny is testing it.
Can't believe that round. That looked to be Knights for sure. Numbers advantage and everything. 3 kills in a row. Put Wildcard back in the advantage. Pat not only finds the first here, there is no way he should have found the second. But Juicy had to commit to one gunfight or the other, and he couldn't get either player. So well timed from Wildcard. And now Knights, feeling the pressure, will take their tactical pause.
Perfect time. Perfect time to call a tactical timeout. This is 3 rounds, if I'm not mistaken, on the trot here for Wildcard, and each looking just as close as the other. Like all of these rounds have kind of lingered on just a small moment here or there. And right now, if you don't take this timeout, you're obviously missing a huge opportunity, but you're not breaking the momentum. You're not taking that opportunity to have a breather. And although that was 3 players left up for wildcard in the end, like you said, Dev, that was gunning for a Knights round. So the fact that it comes down to the wire like that, it gives you hope as the Knights that it's like, hey guys, if we tidy things up, we've got that round every day of the week. So digging deep, backing in here, I'm really excited to see whether Knights have it in them to bring this back.
Just goes to show how difficult it is to defend this map. And now that Knights have tried 3 different bomb sites consecutively and failed time and time again, let Wildcard back in this game. Pressure starts to mount. Wildcard managed to find 2 defense wins on their half. Knights haven't been able to do the same.
Attackers are moving to defuse a bomb.
See what the first phase of this round has to offer. Wildcard haven't really kind of waited a hell of a lot to make their choice about where they're entering, and more often than not, it's ending up in an early engagement due to either information that they have or no information. That could be the other thing, but it feels like with the way this game's gone and how heavily intel-based it's been, every decision that's being made in the early portions of these rounds are made with full knowledge of where these players are.
And to me, it's not just the decisions mid-round, but also before the round. Knights, they took their tactical timeout. Now they've actually changed their basement strategy. They've still got a couple of roamers here. For example, Stigs, who's able to drop down and potentially even get back to sight if he wishes down one of the hatches. But on top of that, Quiz is no longer the smoke. He's no longer playing blue stairs. You've got Juicy, and I assume the intention is for Juicy to fall on back. But Knights are investing a lot in these roamers, 3 of them right now. Because if these roamers don't have an impact, Knights don't have a very strong plant denial base setup. There's no Goyo. They don't have many C4s. So they need to make an impact with this roam.
In a sense, I mean, you look at the time and already there's a lot that's kind of gone in the favor of the Knights. Wildcard yet to clear even the top floor. It's not entirely clear yet in terms of where they've come from. But now they've got to deal with the first floor, to which there are multiple players on those hatches waiting to drop down. Minute 20, time, again, ticking, and it's going to be a factor. If Wildcard aren't careful here, they're going to come down to the end of the round, and they're going to need to have a heroic play like Stigs in the final round of the first half.
Finally starting to clear out the ground floor, but I'm pretty sure all of the defenders have gone back to site. They might have pre-opened hatches, which puts less pressure on Wildcard in the mid-round to open it up, but it might not matter at this point. There's still plenty of plant denial on the Knight side that they've denied enough time. They can burn the rest with smoke. Oh, he's still behind server.
And there's a player extended. Yeah, there's another one in server. This is, I think this is actually really detrimental to Wildcard right now. Juicy just has to be able to drop one. He's found both of them!
Oh my god!
There's no slowing them down. Juicy leading from the front. The Don is showing the Knights how to make this work. He might be able to shut more down. Still sitting in the back of there. The shotgun doesn't get it done in time. But now it's Milo to potentially lead the charge. Things are falling apart. They try to go deep, but time is of the essence, and that is running out. Lovely shot from Milo and from Vinny. Now we're
Hatches
on.
Open.
Retake. 2. Oh, what? No! No! The hatch from above shuts him down with a second left on it.
Production, can we get a replay of the timer? I want to know how close were Wildcard to continuing their flawless streak, because it has been broken. The Knights have forced Wildcard to a minimum of overtime. Never before in Stage 2 has that happened to Wildcard. Oh my god! 0 seconds on the clock and just the tiniest amount of time left on that defuse. Have a look. So 2.1 point, 0 point. Oh my god, I swear that went 0.0.
100th of a second. That had to have been. I thought it was down. I thought it was 100% down and it was post-plant. I genuinely thought that plant was down then. That is ridiculous. And that honestly goes to show how close this game has been. It's been a game of milliseconds, of inches, of pixels all around this map and all on different sides. Oh, you could not ask for more on a Friday night. I'm telling you. There's no way you could ask for more than what we're getting right now.
Phew, it's going to be a Saturday morning pretty soon, Rob. At least here on the East Coast. My God. This match has absolutely delivered. We hyped it up. We said this is going to be the game of the night. Knights versus Wildcard. Two OG rosters within the Oceanic scene. Icons of Rainbow Six in the region. And this battle has been worth it. Every blow traded back. Knights, finally, the first team to break onto match point.
So many clutch moments. Wildcard coming up big with players like Vinny and Moloska. Knights having moments of their own. Josh and Stiggs really leading the charge on that front. Sage not shy of a kill. You could not ask for more from two giants of OCE.
The roam clear here for Wildcard. They need to push overtime for a shot at breaking their undefeated streak in OCN, pushing overtime. Knights have gone back to start from open area. They lost this by a hair's breadth to Wildcard just 2 rounds ago. But they also won it at the start of the half, so they know that they can hold on. They know they can do it. They've done it before.
Is Quiz going to contest this? I felt like for a second Quiz was looking in Cairo's direction, waiting for something to be open. A lot of these lines, you know, a lot of the lines you do follow on the same trajectory, so there's always a potential that Quiz does something a little bit nasty there. Vinny now looking on the door of archives. Vinny, Quiz, hello, you're right next to each other.
Oh,
surely
no!
You've got to have that intel. It's the shots from Vinny that ring out and sound the alarm bell for Quiz. And it's a freebie for him. This is devastating for Wildcard.
The first death falls on their side as they stare down match point. And the end of their streak. No. Knights double down. This map control has meant nothing. But Pat finally finds a kill. Wildcard looking desperate. Only 30 seconds less, Rob. But Knights are so close to locking it in.
Quiz, that is a huge opening and
It's
Cairo
over.
can't do anything about it. Pat, you can try as hard as you want. You have 4 players that you need to find. You're not even going to be able to see one. The Knights are all over you like a swarm. 2 Titanic teams from OCE Siege go head to head, and it's the Knights who come out on top. Full 3 points.
That's a GG if I have ever seen one. What a phenomenal match. The fact that it didn't go overtime is truly a travesty. But the Knights deserve the full 3 points from this game. Unreal scenes from them.
Whew. I need to take a little breather after that one. That was an intense game of Siege. And honestly, really happy with how far that truly went. I think at the end of the day, this is the kind of matchup that we always hope for. Mandy, you're with us now. How are you feeling about that matchup? Did you think it was as insane as what we did, or are we just overhyping it?
No, I think it's as insane as you guys have put it. That cast was incredible, by the way. It was such energy. Love that. It perfectly just displayed what the game was, and that was so back and forth. It was crazy on strategy on both sides. It was just, oh, what a game to watch that was.
Dev, I mean, I am left speechless. I am
still
left
really
speechless. That is what you want to see from 2 of the best teams that we haven't.
Look, I'll say it again. I know I really harped on the wildcard train, but I mean, this was Knights' win. It had to be. What a phenomenal game. Wildcard had some highlight moments. The Ninja Defuse from Milo, absolutely one of them. Juicy's early kill with the Hibana shotgun on the blue stairs. That made me feel things deep inside, man. But I mean, I'm so happy to see Knights giving it everything.
They have the most important game of many of their careers, qualifying for a major event in just a couple of days' time, and yet they still go so hard here. They leave nothing to chance.
I mean, Mandy, what? What's your takeaway? I really, truly, like, you know, a lot of the times casters like to overdo a lot of the emotions, but I really am spent after that one. What's your takeaway here?
I feel like my takeaway is a little bit of disappointment for Wildcard. I feel like they went hard on Bank, you know, not to take anything away from them. The things that they were doing were innovative, they were different, especially that Capital. I love that Capital play they brought out on the top floor. But not getting any points coming away from this match is a pretty devastating sign, to be honest. Even though they've put in the hard work and the hard yards, eventually the Knights still come out on top on a map that I considered Wildcard to be pretty good at as well.
Not a single player lacking, Dev. Not one player having, you know, a shocker of a night. That's what we love to see.
Yeah, wow, really even across the board. Got to say, phenomenal performances from, you know, some individual players. Josh, 2 multi-kills. Stigs as well. You remember that insane 3K dropping down the hatch in CCTV. Josh's jump out on the CEO windows. I think Knights had more flashy players. You can see no multi-kills or clutches from the wildcard side. Doesn't take away from some insane performances. It was Vinny and Pat got the 2v5 on the top floor with the Capitao and Dockerby. Such a good game, man. Such a good game.
Certainly was, and we're going to chat to the Don about it a little bit more. Let's welcome in Juicy once again from the Knights. Juicy, my friend, I am... we're looking at a replay, but now we'll look at your gorgeous face.
Hello.
Juicy, look, mate, I got a two-parter for you, okay?
Yep.
Question number 1. Was that game as insane as what we thought it was? Did you have that much fun on the server? And number 2, the Habana shotgun, man. What? Are you reading into Pat there? What's going on?
Might have a sneaking suspicion that he was playing on the blue stairs, and I thought, shotgun v shotty. We'll see who's the better shotty player in that situation, but I got the better of him. I don't know. I just wanted to run at him with it and see if I could kill him.
Man, was it insane?
That made us so happy.
Sorry,
that made us so happy, that play. Man, look, I want to know what the attitude was going into this game. Because obviously, no one needs to draw attention to it, but I'm going to anyway. Big game coming up next week for you, a shot at the major. That's an APAC South. Here in OCN, some teams take it tamer. You guys didn't hold back. What's the team attitude? Is it just like you need to win everything to prove that you're a winner?
Not exactly that, but I think you summed it up really well just before with, we don't want to take our foot off the gas right now. We've got an important game next week, so, this is just another game to prep for that in a way where, every game gets you more comp experience no matter how long you've been playing, so little things to touch up here and there, and don't want to take them lightly. Don't want to take a loss before an important game like that as well, so, try as hard as we can and end with a dub for the week. It's been a good week.
Yeah, well done on the win tonight, Juicy. I wanted to ask about, what do you think that Luna brings to your team coming in as a coach? Do you feel like Luna brings in that really elevated strat book that you guys have now, or do you think that being an ex-player himself, he connects to you guys more as players? I'm just wondering, how has Luna really improved and elevated this team for you guys?
I think it's both. Him being to multiple lands or whatever it may be, he's got all this experience that he can share with us, being in most of the situations that we see ourselves in now. So I think he's a person to lean on in those situations and ask, what would you have done, or like what can we do better, or something like that. And of course with setups and stuff like that, little tinkering here and there on most of our setups, and he just touches it up perfectly for us at the moment. And yeah, he's only been a short time with us and it's already looking a little bit better, so I'm excited for what the future holds with them.
Juicy, we're always grateful for your insight, and that's always a jolly one with a big smile, but we'll give you the floor as per usual. I'm waiting for the script, but go ahead.
Know me too well. All right, thank you to my team, our support staff, Glenn and Sketchy and Kata. Without them, it wouldn't be as easy as it is for us. Thank you to the broadcast team. Without you guys, it wouldn't happen every week, and to the fans as well. Thank you very much for supporting us.
Mate, we truly look forward to next week and, well, I guess the future of the night. So congratulations on your victory tonight. We'll see you soon.
Lovely. Thank you.
Happy spirits, as it should be, Dev.
Can I just...
as it should be.
I know that Juicy is so good at those plugs, but there's one thing he always misses. I'm not a Knights chill or anything, but man, that
Knight skin looks so good in game. It really does. One of my favorites is, I know you can't get it anymore. Oh no, you can get it still. The MP5 skin, which is the previous run. You do that with the Battle Pass Gold attachment skin. Mwah, chef's kiss. It's amazing. And like with the number of players we've seen with the MP5K, which is their new skin, like that crazy 4K from Stigs a couple of weeks back, like it just makes you want to run that as well. That's all. I just wanted to chill. I just wanted to chill their merch, you know, like.
I think maybe next time I'm going to
ask more codes, guys,
to do that. Yeah, right. Hey, they sent you a code as well. Hey,
they did.
Turns out I'm not special. Let's have a look back on tonight's results because, of course, there were some very interesting matches. There's no two ways about it. Really kickstarted with that Ludovica match. That is one that I'm pretty disappointed about, Mandy, but honestly, it kickstarted a night of fun.
Yeah, obviously I ended up voting Ludovica, so I think most of the Casa Des did as well. So we're feeling pretty disappointed that Ludovica haven't come into the form that we saw them come into last stage. But on the flip side, the storyline for Kraken is becoming more exciting with every Playday. These guys seem to get better and better, and the future is only bright for these guys.
Dev, moving on from there, I mean, the Ground Zero result, I think that was kind of surprising to say the very least, but backing onto the Hungry Lions game, I mean, which one for you was the standout?
I mean, yeah, GZ gave it more than we expected against Bliss, but yeah, you got to be more surprised by the Lions result against Chiefs. They really pulled through. They showed that they are a very formidable team despite barely scrimming, as they say themselves, despite being very busy with their lives outside of Siege. Super impressive to see them take a dub against Chiefs, despite, you know, seeing Chiefs come back and push overtime as well. Phenomenal game to close the night as well. That Wildcard Nights one, that left me speechless.
Certainly did, and I'm sure it left your predictions speechless. Speechless.
Yeah. Woo! If you can start learning how to speak, I'll start learning how to predict. How about that?
Yeah, that sounds pretty good. You are one up.
I'm still beating you, mate.
This
what
happened?
I get 2 wrong tonight, and I'm still beating you.
Oh my god, I'm so sick of this. But Guz all the way down the miserable bottom. Look at him, he's shocking. You're so bad, Guz. I hope you're listening to this. You are shocking. Mandy, do you have anything to say about yours tonight? I think you went with the safe bets.
Yep, I did.
One, well, I guess 2 really disappointed.
Oh, yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised at how it all went down in the end, but I feel like I couldn't have asked for a better night, to be honest. That Hungry Lions game was one to remember for a long time for those players, and the rise of Kraken is very exciting as well.
Well, you're speaking about the Hungry Lions. That matchup was pretty insane, to say the very least, and one player that stood above the rest, Mazami, and he is our OCN MVP for the night. Really tremendous across the board. Dev, I know you backed him in for this. What can you say about the man?
He's just a highlight player, man. Get him the alibi, and he'll do what he can. I can't help thinking that that's Dino, like, silhouetted out.
Oh, it looks like it, doesn't
I
it?
reckon that's Dino. Sorry for throwing production under the bus with that one, but yeah, I mean, had a fantastic game. He didn't actually rack up to the stats of Neptune, who slightly outfragged him, but Mazami had so many impact plays, and you know, with this alibi MX4 Storm, he just tore through Chiefs.
This is, I mean, this is probably one of the best performances we've seen from an individual on an underdog team, Mandy. Especially toward the later parts of this game, I feel like really was the difference maker.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Mazami really stepped up hugely. Something that he was able to find was timings on the Chiefs plays. He always managed to take swings and fights in the most awkward positions of the mid-round that the Chiefs weren't able to come back from and deal with at the time. And that element of chaos put into your Chiefs attack is very, very difficult to deal with.
It's always difficult to deal with, to be fair, Dev. I think probably from tonight that, oh my god, no, this morning, it has just ticked over. We'll have a look at the standings as we continue our discussion, but my word, I can't believe it. It's already
It's
past
been past
12.
midnight in New Zealand for hours, mate. Come on.
Yeah, it's a bit of a strange one. Knights at the moment sit at 14 points. Is that correct? Am I going crazy?
It should be 15 if I'm not wrong, but we will get the admin team to check that anyway.
The Liquipedia things, maybe. I don't know. I was only going off Liquipedia results. I haven't really checked if I don't keep the OCN team up to the standard, but regardless, whether they're on 14 or 15 points, it is all going to come down to this final play day, which we absolutely love, Mandy. This is the kind of stuff that dreams are made of. And when we're talking about what dreams are made of, dreams are about to be made or crushed for Ludovica or Ground Zero next week. They play in a final game that decides whether they are up for promotion or sorry, if they're up for relegations or whether they're just simmering in the OCN League.
Yeah, well, I mean, for Ludovica, not only are they in the relegation series, but they're also in the promotion series for Apex South at the moment. So they're in a pretty tricky situation, no matter how you see it. They have to overcome the problems that they currently have in order to play this next few matchups better and take it to Ground Zero, because Ground Zero, they're kind of in much better form. They have had so many close losses. They just haven't been able to tick it over the line of that 6th point in the game. And I think that in the form that Ludovica are in, there's a very, very good chance that Ground Zero could take it to them.
Well, let's have a look at the matches that are to be played next week. Already talking about one of them. Are there any other clashes of the Titans? The Chiefs and Bliss game could be really interesting. I mean, the fact of the matter is, Kraken, who have caused somewhat of an upset onto Ludovica tonight, they go up against Wildcard, Chiefs against Bliss. Like, all of these games have the potential to decide the champion. Well, I mean, they do. They all have the opportunity to decide champions for Stage 2, Dev.
Yeah, so Bliss, Wildcard, and Knights are all vying for first at the minute, and so their games are really important, of course, even though none of them are playing each other. And then, yeah, the GZ Ludovica game is the game for last, therefore Relos. I reckon Kraken have a pretty decent shot at Wildcard. Like, Wildcard are really good, but Kraken, I think in the interview, Jacana made a really good, sorry, not Jacana, can't remember who we had in the end, but they made a really good, Elements, that's right, made a really good point about how the team's only actually been with their proper 5 roster for a couple of play days, because they were waiting for one guy to turn 18 and another person was off on holiday, so they had 2 subs at one point. And so, yeah, I mean, there's a real shot for them to take it to Wildcard. Like, any of those games could go either way. Even Hungry Lions, like, with the carefree attitude that they have, I could see them doing some damage to Knights.
You know what? I feel like if it was any other team but Knights, I'd say that. But I feel like with the mental fortitude that Knights have at the moment, I don't know. I'm convinced that they may well be the best team that we've had. Yeah, I know. You will have to just wait and see, won't you? But one game in particular, I do just want to ask, well, not ask, I just want to make this point before we go to final thoughts. The Bliss and Chiefs game, which has been a rivalry for the longest time, is worth jack all for Chiefs. And really, to be fair, Bliss are looking for, obviously, a championship. But I mean, we're just writing Chiefs off.
I disagree. I just want to quickly say, man, Digital versus Oda. That's all the rivalry you need. Like, whoever wins that, they will not let the loser hear the end of it.
How well's Digital been playing, Dev?
I'll leave that to you guys.
Oh, Mandy, we'll go to you for final thoughts here.
Final thoughts, last play day is pretty exciting. It's essentially the top 4 versus the bottom 4. But Kraken, I want to point out, in their first debut stage into OCN, they could break into this top 4, I believe, if they win out on the next week and the Chiefs don't perform as well, especially in their current form and losing to Hungry Lions. It's very possible to see the rise of a brand new team come into the top 4. I think would be in a very exciting storyline for them, so I'm really looking for their performance next week. And for the rest of the teams, well, someone's got to take down Wildcard as the current OC champions, don't they?
Certainly do. Dev, anything before we go?
That's it, man. I think we've had a fantastic day today. That final game really got me hyped, and the stage is set for next week to tie it all up.
That certainly is true. We'd like to thank all of you for joining us on a 2-day series it was today. That's right, we've chipped over onto the Saturday. It's been nothing short of an absolute pleasure to run you through all of it. Only one play day to go. We will be deciding the Stage 2 champion as well as our team going to the relegation fight at the end of this year. But until next Thursday, or Friday even, please take care, stay safe, and good night. Have made the call and they are shutting down Ludovica. Logic needs to go massive right now. Swings back on a Hunter. And with that surge, oh my word, it's just brought Elements back up in time, but Logic doesn't miss.
Repix is looking to take the engagement with Kagan. Chopping out on his part, but Repix is too sharp for him. Man advantage goes even further in the hands of Bliss.
Repix.
What was that?
Fisho's pretty much going to be on his own here. Oda can't deny him. He's got to win this fight. He does! And the second as well. Yeah, it completely blocks all utility from coming in.
So
but
because he's looking upwards,
correct.
You cannot write.
Yeah, but
Innovation.
Yeah, innovation's all broken when they just do that. I'm so glad that they can push in and they've done just that. There's no one to help Fisho at this point. Provided Wittables doesn't die! No! Fisho! Guy! Goes nuclear!
But there's a flank opportunity here for Neptune. Coming in through, does spot one, that's Worthy going down, they all line up! And the diffuser has not been planted! I cannot believe it! They might be able to defuse this. There might be a chance here, Mandy. Hold, bated breath. No. The concussion is not successful. Oh, look at this. A bit of warden on the stairs. Gonna tank that. Oh my God, Juicy! Shotgun beats shotgun. Oh, Josh, one jumps outside into a Claymore. And as a result, they fake the kit. He's got an impact. Surely he wins this. He's got to land the shot. Can't see Milo. Spigot pros do not fake.
Yeah, but Stiggs needs to find a pick. He can't just drop into sight, not find a kill. It is chaos. There are too many players for him to deal with. This man is sharp as a tack. He doesn't slow down. He doesn't give up. Stiggs as he just shuts the round down single-handedly. The sidearm comes out, but it's not enough. It's Milo to potentially lead the charge. Things are falling apart. They try to go deep, but time is of the essence, and that is running out. Lovely shot from Milo and from Vinny. Now we're
Hatch is open.
Retake. Two. Oh, what? No! No, the hatch from above.
Yeah, I agree.
Hunter, how does he...
Easy one for Hunter. Heals back up straight on the back of it as well. And the thing is, like you said, Kraken can completely ignore Sawyer. Oh, Phoenix!
No way,
What is that prone peak?
No way.
This is over, surely, Rob.
Oh, Seth! Oh,
I agree.
Hunter!
His part, but Repix is too sharp for him.
Repix.
What? Oh no, and Brendo's taken down the player on the...
I love Siege. Like, it's one of my most favorite games. Put solid hours into it, about 18 hours a day. You know, practice it every day. OCN boss, he can be overbearing here and there, but he's a good boss. Sorry, boss. What happened again? No one knows this, but my real passion is spreadsheets.
The Foundation for National Parks and Wildlife safeguards our wilderness now and for the future. Our bushlands, our mountains, our valleys, our rivers are our responsibility. Whether you're just discovering the world or have built rich memories within it, together we are one generation, and what we conserve today will be there for those tomorrow. There is no bigger legacy than the planet we share. Donate now.
Salutations, gamers. Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade. What's up?
Hey guys, we're Banks Arcade, and our album Future Lovers comes out on July 29th. Pre-save now. It's not even funny.
Bro, you sure it's the 29th, bro?
It is.
And our album comes out on July 29th on all DSPs.
Pre-save it now.
Pre-save it now.
Break the mold. I've been low before. This is me rising up to take the center stage, to take the trophy cup. You don't wanna miss this. Watch this as I steal the show. Watch this, got that shine like gold. I'm starting up now, gotta let them know. Watch this as I break the mold. You don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna miss this. No, you don't wanna miss this. You don't wanna